439. That day, someone from the sword room came to inform Chen Pingan that a foreign flying sword had arrived at Verdant Canyon Island. Chen Pingan hurriedly left the room. Gee. Unsurprisingly, it would be Zhong Kuei's reply. Sure enough, when he arrived at the sword room that collected flying swords from all over the place, Chen Pingan received a secret letter from Taiping Mountain. Unfortunately, Zhong Kuei said in the letter that he had urgent matters to attend to. There were still demons everywhere at the foot of Tongye Island. Although it was not as dangerous as before, it was more disgusting. It could be said that there were endless demons and monsters. He could not get away for the time being, but he would come as soon as he was free. However, he hoped that Chen Pingan would not get his hopes up. Zhong Kuei was destined not to leave Tongye Island in the near future. Chen Pingan was a little worried. After all, Zhong Kuei had not only been stripped of his title as a gentleman by the academy, but also turned into a ghost. Once he met a nascent soul stage demon, he would lose his identity as an academy student, which meant that he would lose his greatest protection. After worrying, Chen Pingan put away the secret letter and walked out of the sword room. He began to murmur in his heart, scolding Zhong Kuei for not being loyal. The letter talked about a lot of news similar to the Bookslip's Lake Palace Bulletin. Yarrow Jinji was selected to enter the palace, the three princes of the Great Spring had a wonderful life, the goddess of the buried river was blessed, the Aquamarine Mansion was successfully promoted to the Aquamarine Holy Palace, and so on. A lot of things were mentioned in the letter, but there was no mention of the art of summoning ghosts or the art of summoning spirits. Not long after Chen Pingan left the sword room, the island owner Liu Jimao came here without warning. The cultivators of the sword room were all silent. This was something that they could not imagine. Immortal Zhejiang had never entered the sword room. First, this nascent soul stage island owner had his own small sword tomb that could send and receive flying swords, which was more hidden and convenient. Second, Liu Jimao lived in seclusion on Verdant Canyon Island. Except for occasionally going to Chunting Mansion where Ji Yukan lived, only his direct disciple Lord Tianhu and the island owners of the vassal islands had the opportunity to meet Liu Jimao. Liu Jimao, with his hands behind his back, bent down and looked carefully at the flying sword of Taiping Mountain that was still absorbing spiritual qi in a manger on the sword room shelf. He should be confirming the authenticity of the three words. In the Aquarius continent, every messenger flying sword that came from a big immortal family would be engraved with the name of the family using a secret technique. This was a huge deterrent. In the Aquarius continent, for example, the Divine Grandeur sect, the Wind Snow Temple, and the Martial Mountain all did the same. In addition, the Wind Thunder Garden that produced the genius Li Tuanjing also did the same. Half of the messenger flying swords in the Wind Thunder Garden were even engraved with the words Wind Thunder by the Aquarius continent's #1 nascent soul stage cultivator, Li Tuanjing, personally engraved the words Wind Thunder on the tip of his natal flying sword. However, it was said that Li Tuanjing had died. The Wind Thunder Garden was guarded by two young men, H. River and Liu Baqiao. Coupled with the unstoppable rapid rise of their mortal enemy on Mount Y, even though H. River was extremely eye-catching and Liu Baqiao had a bright future, without Li Tuanjing, was the Wind Thunder Garden still Wind Thunder Garden? Its reputation was not as great as it used to be. Now, the cultivators on the Aquarius continent were all guessing when the new garden master, H. River, who had amazed the world on the immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple, would really be able to take on the heavy responsibility. As long as they encountered a flying sword engraved with the name, a small group of cultivators who dared to intercept the flying sword would usually take the initiative to return the flying sword as soon as they got the name. They would never dare to break the restriction without permission and bring about the disaster of being killed. The other immortals on the mountain were very tacit. They were not shameless enough to do such a thing. On the Dragon Spring Sword sect side, the Earth Immortal Dong Jiyu once suggested to Ruan Ting that since they were now a sect with the word sect, should they engrave words on the flying sword that could be used to send messages? Ruan Ting, who had always been serious and rarely showed any respect to the disciples in the sect, was livid at that time. Dong Jiyu was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his words. Ruan Ting then mocked himself, a sect that doesn't even have a nascent soul stage cultivator, what kind of sect is it? The owner of the sword room mustered up his courage and whispered, "Island Master, this flying sword is not only engraved with the words Taiping Mountain, but also engraved with words on the other side of the sword." Liu Zhimao grunted and stretched out a finger. With a light shake, the flying sword suspended in the sword slot gently flipped over, revealing the words Ancestral Hall. Liu Zhimao narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. It seemed that the bookkeeper had met a very impressive person in the Tongyi continent. Previously, Liu Zhimao took the initiative to throw away his pride and took the initiative to apologize to Chen Pinggan. Originally, Liu Zhimao was a little skeptical about Chen Pinggan's words that Dali still owed him something. Now, he still did not completely believe it. However, the more he believed, the less he doubted. The third largest immortal in the Tongyi continent, the Ancestral Hall of Taiping Mountain's Ancestral Hall. In the Aquarius continent, which had the smallest territory among the 9 continents, it was roughly equivalent to the Lotus Hall's flying sword that came from the heavenly Lord Qizhen of the Divine Decree sect. Still, it was very intimidating. Liu Larocheng of the Gong Willow Island, who did not care much about the calligraphy lake, might not care. However, as the owner of the calligraphy lake, Liu Zhimao, who had been through so much, still had to think carefully. The cross-continent flying sword consumed a lot of spiritual qi and was very expensive. The steward of the sword room of the Verdant Canyon Island made a special trip to discuss this matter. Apart from the fact that the flying sword came from Taiping Mountain, which must be reported to Mr. Tian Hu, should they also mention the matter of the J small heat coins conveniently? After weighing the pros and cons, they gritted their teeth and decided not to bother Tian Hu with such a small matter. In the end, the sword room people paid for the J small sum of money out of their own pockets. Everyone shared the burden of the Verdant Gorge Island and got through the difficulties together. Liu Zhimao looked away and turned to ask, "Did Mr. Chen say anything about the divine money that this flying sword consumed in the sword room?" The owner of the sword room shook his head and said, "No, it seems that Mr. Chen does not know the rules of the sword room." Liu Zhimao smiled and asked, "Then did you give Mr. Chen a hint? It's okay to talk about the rules. Otherwise, the sword room will lose money in the future." The owner was shocked and immediately replied, "The sword room did not give any hint at all." Liu Zhimao said to himself, "This Mr. Chen is becoming more and more open with the Verdant Gorge Island. Actually, it's a good thing." Liu Zhimao asked again, 2 days ago, Mr. Chen was here and sent 2 letters to his hometown?" The owner nodded and said, "They were both sent by flying sword to Longquan County. However, there was a slight difference. One letter was sent to Mount Biyun and the other to Mount Luopa." Liu Zhimao suddenly asked, "Do you think this Mr. Chen is good at fighting?" The sword room people looked at each other. Liu Zhimao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You won't be able to reach that stage." Liu Zhimao took a step forward and left the sword room. He went straight back to his Hengbo prefecture. Ms. Tianhu, who reported the news to him, was still standing there. Liu Zhimao said, "Just do as Chen Pinggan asked. No matter how much manpower and resources it takes, just do it as the top priority for the Verdant Gorge Island. Remember, don't make a big fuss. Just do it quietly and bring him back to the Verdant Gorge Island. Chen Pinggan is smart enough. He is not fighting with the Chunting prefecture. You don't have to do anything unnecessary." Ms. Tianhu nodded and did not say a word. After all, her master never listened to those words. Even if she said a lot of flattery, it would not be as good as putting a small thing on the merit book. Her master would see it. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, "Today, the sword room did a good thing. The 4 people including the owner are quite smart. Go to the secret file and delete the record of them filling their pockets in the past 100 years. Just take it as the more than 40 pieces of grain rain money earned by not following the rules as an extra reward for their hard work." Lord Tianhu nodded. Originally, according to his master's plan, after becoming the ruler of Jianghu, there would be a huge round of rewards for meritorious service and punishment to serve as a warning to others. This was a 2-pronged approach, some on the table, some under the table. However, the situation had changed. With the addition of Liu Larocheng of Gongliu Island, the former was not suitable. They could only delay it until the situation was clear. However, Some people who did not know what was good for them would cause the latter to increase the intensity of the punishment. Whoever dared to be unlucky at this time would be punished in the future. Besides, severe punishments were used in troubled times. Ms. Tianhu left the Hengbo prefecture quietly. When she returned to the Fairscale Island where she had established her own residence, she was greeted with the sight of this earth-immortal patriarch. All of them fawned over her. Some of them were sincere, but most of them were insincere. Ms. Tianhu did not like or dislike this at all. If she did not do this to earn a living at Bookslip Lake, she would have to work like a cow or a horse for the rest of her life. Worse, she would slowly starve to death. First, she had 2 trusted elders who had moved to the White Scale Island residence with her. They were to inform the fishing room of Verdant Gorge Island, who had the most experience in dealing with similar matters, and the 2 vassal islands that were on good terms with her, about the matter that Chen Pinggan proposed and Liu Jimao said. They were to work together. She walked through a secret passageway that was several kilometers in length all by herself before stealthily arriving at the secret chamber that she used to cultivate. This secret chamber was located in the belly of the island beneath her residence on White Scale Island. The deeper she went, the more abundant the water element condensed from spiritual energy essence became. This so-called secret chamber was actually just a chair placed next to an underground river. The entire underground area was shrouded in a faint green light manifested from the manifestation of water element. Not only that, but wisps of white light seeped out of the ceiling and walls of the secret chamber before surging into the mouths of the WMS carved into the chair. When Ms. Tianhu sat down on the dilapidated old dragon chair, she took a deep breath. Her face was filled with intoxication as she gripped the chair's armrests with both hands. Flood dragon chi and water fate spiritual energy continuously flowed into her palms and madly surged into her natal chi residence. Spiritual energy surged and tempered her cultivation. Ms. Tianhu's face contorted. There was both pain and pleasure on her face. She was sweating profusely. 2 hours later, Ms. Tianhu opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. She gently waved her sleeve, and the foul air flowed along the underground river into Bookslip Lake, preventing it from corroding the precious spiritual energy here. Ms. Tianhu was slightly tired, but she was more satisfied. The path of cultivation was filled with hardships that were terrifying. However, the joy in it was far greater than the love between men and women. Therefore, the undying vows and vows between men and women were nothing more than scratching an itch in the eyes of a reborn chi cultivator of the middle 5 realms, especially an earth-immortal cultivator. However, nothing was absolute. If the great Tao itself involved the Tao of love, then even a nascent soul cultivator would be covered in mud and unable to transcend it. Regarding this matter, Wind Thunder Garden's Li Tuanjing was the best example. With this person's astonishing cultivation talent, he should have become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms earlier than Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin. Once he entered the pure jade realm and crossed that natural chasm, even the immortal realm might be in Li Tuanjing's bag. At that time, who would be the true number 1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent? Would a 12th realm sword immortal be qualified? One had to know that the current leader of the Aquarius continent's cultivators, the Daoist Heavenly Lord Qi Zhen, had just entered the immortal realm. However, Li Tuanjing, a great figure who occupied a continent's sword Dao fate, just happened to be unable to cross that barrier that Ms. Tianhu and the others did not care too much about. The great Tao was unpredictable, nothing more than this. Ms. Tianhu collected her thoughts and began to carefully think about her future. On the great Tao, the scenery was infinitely good. However, she could not just look at the magnificent scenery of others. She should also become the scenery that others envied. That was the right path. She thought of her little junior brother who was lying on the sickbed. Ms. Tianhu had mixed feelings. After standing up, she instantly shook off the sweat and stains on her clothes. She took a step forward and stood by the underground river, lost in thought. Between Liu Jimao and Ji Yukan, Lord Tianhu's inner feelings were actually more inclined towards his little junior brother, Ji Yukan, and not that shrewd master who would kill anyone for the sake of the great Tao. Moreover, he would kill in a baffling manner, not knowing the reason even at the moment of his death. This was the most terrifying part. On the other hand, although Ji Kan was unruly and did not know how to do business, as long as Ms. Qianhu persevered, she would be able to pay a price and receive an unexpected reward. Her little junior brother was ultimately still a child. He was able to deal with the seemingly intertwined forces that were actually floating on the surface, but he had yet to truly understand the underlying network hidden at the bottom of the Bookslip Lake. That was the true rule of the Bookslip Lake. Ji Kan did not know how to use people, she only knew how to kill. She did not know how to maintain her position, she only knew how to forge ahead. Ultimately, it was not a long-term plan. So logic told Ms. Qianhu that she could bet heavily on Ji Kan, but she definitely could not support Ji Kan with everything she had. He liked to take the unconventional path too much. She, Ms. Qianhu, was far from being able to arm wrestle with her master, Liu Zhimao, and most likely, she would never be able to see that day. In truth, Ms. Qianhu felt that it was a pity that Ji Kan was able to conquer a small country in a short span of 3 years, but after reaching a high position, he had not thought of how to defend his country. She could actually teach him bit by bit, and impart everything that she had painstakingly pondered over the past 200 years, but Ji Kan had truly grown too quickly, to the point that even Liu Zhimao and the entire Bookslip Lake were caught unprepared. How could Ji Kan listen to Ms. Qianhu's opinion? Maybe if she gave Ji Kan, who had extremely good qualifications, emotions, and talents, to slowly build up her heart, at that time, she might truly be able to stand on equal footing with her master, Liu Zhimao. Unfortunately, Liu Larocheng came. In an instant, Ji Kan and his loach had been beaten back to their original state. In the history books, it was said that the prestige of the vassal towns, the land, the weapons, and life and death. But they could not turn a blind eye to it. The Bookslip Lake was only a corner of the Aquarius continent, and it had ushered in a new situation that had not been seen for thousands of years, where great risks and great opportunities coexisted. Whether it was the Dali cavalry or the Zhuang dynasty, no matter who became the retired emperor of the Bookslip Lake, they all hoped to have a vassal king who could control the situation of the Bookslip Lake. If they could not do it, even if they became the emperor of Jianghu, they would still be replaced, and life and death would still be in the snap of a finger. Ms. Qianhu never felt that her junior brother Ji Kan had done badly. In fact, what Ji Kan had done had made her feel fearful and in awe, but it seemed that it was not good enough, and the general trend waits for no one. Now that the general trend was sweeping over, what should she do? Ms. Qianhu suddenly thought of the young accountant who lived at the mountain gate. He could only slightly delay the flood from submerging the Bookslip Lake and Verdant Gorge Island. Could he really remedy it? Ms. Qianhu shook her head. It was too difficult. Chen Pinggan returned to the room and sat behind the desk. The files that needed to be collected and sorted out were ready. For the time being, he had also negotiated with Yu Hui of Moonhook Island and Jade Pot Island. Zhu Xianfu's Ma Yuanji had not agreed to sell, but he had promised to collect and screen the Y items. As long as Chen Pinggan completed the task, Zhu Xianfu could take out all the Y items that were ready, and by then, it would be J immortal money. However, as time went by, Chen Pinggan ran into more and more obstacles with Liu Zhongruan on the Pearl Hairpin Island. It seemed that ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji was also a little discouraged, and he was going to take a step back. As long as Chen Pinggan could persuade Liu Zhongruan to go to Verdant Gorge Island, he would first pay half of the Y items accumulated in the soul-attracting banner and the well as a deposit. Chen Pinggan sent a letter to Wei Pai of Cloud Splitting Mountain mainly to ask about buying the mountain, and also to ask Wei Pai for help with a small matter. The letter he sent to Luorpa Mountain was to tell Zhu Lian not to worry, that he was not in danger at Bookslip Lake, and that he did not need to come here to find him. He also asked Zhu Lian to tell Pei Qian to stay in Longquan County peacefully, but he should not forget to call the little boy in green and the girl in pink to keep vigil at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley on New Year's Eve. If he was afraid of the cold, he could go to the town to buy some good charcoal and light a charcoal fire at night. After midnight, he could go to sleep if he was sleepy. However, he should not forget to put up the Spring Festival couplets and the character of Fu on the second floor of the bamboo building. The old man surnamed Kui had good handwriting, so he could write it. The red paper used to write the couplets and the character of Fu was not used up last year, and there was still enough left. The girl in pink knew where to put it. Finally, He told Pei Qian not to be too reckless when setting off firecrackers at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley on the morning of the first day of the new year. The houses in Mud Bottle Alley had small courtyards and narrow alleys, so he should not set off too many firecrackers. If he felt that it was not enough, he could go back to Luopa Mountain and set off more firecrackers. It did not matter how many firecrackers there were. If he felt that chopping bamboo and making firecrackers was too troublesome, he could buy them from the shops in the town. There was no need to be too thrifty. Then there was the New Year's red packets. Even if Chen Pinggan was not in his hometown, he still had them. On the first or second day of the new year, his friend, mountain god Wei Pai, would show up. At that time, everyone would have a share. However, when asking for the red packets, no one was allowed to forget to say some happy words, and no one was allowed to be rude to him. S3. Chen Pinggan picked up a small conical pen with a purple bamboo handle on the wooden pen holder and exhaled gently. However, he was stunned for a moment and put down the pen. He had a headache, but more than that, he felt guilty. The pen holder on the table was self-made by Chen Pinggan. The marrow pen was a gift from the owner of Purple Bamboo Island. At that time, Chen Pinggan had asked for 3 purple bamboos. The owner of the island was kind to Chen Pinggan and gave Chen Pinggan 2 marrow pens specially made by Purple Bamboo Island. Naturally, they were top-grade purple bamboo brushes made of first-class materials. There was a small section of transparent sharpness at the tip of the brush, which was extremely mysterious. It was the secret of the owner of Purple Bamboo Island. Even if a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 states only needed to exhale a breath of aura, he could write freely as if he was dipped in ink. The ink was fragrant and the paper could even be naturally moth-proof for 100 years. Therefore, this lake bamboo pen was sold far away in the Zhuiying kingdom. It was the first class of offerings for high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Even if it could not be written, it would still make the owner happy when it was hung over the pen holder. At that time, Chen Pinggan had shamelessly accepted it and asked for 2 small sharp regular script pens, which were most suitable for writing small regular script. It was similar to the small snow all that Li Shishing had given him in the past. After exhaling, if there was too much spiritual energy, one only needed to place the pen on the mountain of pens or hang it on the pen stand, and not a single drop of ink would fall. If there was too little, there would be no ink left when writing halfway. It was nothing more than a light exhale. It was very convenient. Moreover, if one's natal aperture X could be divided into the 5 elements, the ink would be divided into ser and colored. It was very practical, so it was a favorite of many female cultivators on the mountain to write letters to each other. Chen Pinggan had stopped practicing martial arts and qi for a long time, and after the great battle with Liu Laocheng, his body was slowly recovering. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that the spiritual energy in his 2 natal qi abodes had been depleted to such an extent. His natal aperture X, which used to be in ser and colored, was now in ruins. Needless to say, in order to obtain the sword deity that night, it was similar to draining a pond to catch fish and burning a forest to hunt. It had also caused a huge impact on the underwater residents where the little green-robed people lived. However, the impact was so great that it exceeded Chen Pinggan's expectations. It was to the extent that not a drop of spiritual energy was left in the underwater residents. Chen Pinggan stood up without hesitation. He took the ordinary ferry that was known to almost the entire Bookslip Lake and went to White Scale Island to pay a visit to Lord Tianhu. The steward of the residence replied apologetically that the island lord was in closed-door cultivation and would not appear for some time. He did not dare to disturb him. However, if there was an emergency, he would inform the island lord on Mr. Chen's behalf even if he would be severely punished. Going into closed-door cultivation was a great taboo for cultivators. Chen Pinggan was not a greenhorn who did not dabble in the jianghu. He hurriedly smiled at the old cultivator, who had a face that said he was ready to die, and told him that there was nothing urgent. This was the first time he had visited White Scale Island, and he had not been able to sit down and have a good chat with Island Lord Tian. During this period of time, he had caused a lot of trouble for Island Lord Tian. Today, he had some free time, so he came to the island to express his gratitude. There was no need for him to disturb Island Lord Tien's closed-door cultivation. The steward of the residence looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chen Pinggan was just about to leave when he suddenly asked with a smile, "I heard that your residence has a collection of Kauai Island's ladies' tea, and you occasionally serve it to your guests. Since I'm already here, can I stay a little longer and have a cup of tea to moisten my throat before I leave? If Island Lord Tien gets angry after this, Senior can just say that I'm the one who kept pestering him and said that I wouldn't leave until he gave me a cup of tea. That's why Senior had to spend so much money." The old cultivator was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly led the young man into the residence and quickly served him a pot of Kauai Island's ladies' tea that naturally contained water vapor. Chen Pinggan sipped his tea and chatted with the old cultivator. They chatted happily. After Chen Pinggan took his leave, the old cultivator personally escorted him all the way to the port of Whitescale Island and waved goodbye to the young man. On the way back to the residence, the old cultivator held his head high. It was the middle of winter, but the old man was beaming with joy. He had really gained a lot of face today. After Chen Pinggan left Whitescale Island, he did not return to Verdant Gorge Island. Instead, he went to Pearl Hairpin Island. A pot of Kauai Island's tea could benefit the water-dwelling spiritual chi, but it was just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to buy some secret pill why that was rich in water fate. Since Lord Tien, who was in seclusion, he could only look for Liu Zhongruan. It was rumored that Liu Zhongruan had stolen many good items from the dynasty's secret vault when his country was destroyed. More importantly, Chen Pinggan did not trust anyone in Bookslip Lake. After chatting with Juxian Mansion's Ma Yuanji and sorting out the history and relationships of Bookslip Lake, Meng Qi found that Liu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island was the kind of cultivator who did business fairly. For more than 200 years, she had not done any bad deeds. If Liu Zhongruan was born in a royal family, she was naturally good at hiding and did not leak anything for 200 years. If there was someone behind her who was so resourceful that they could calculate his sudden decision to buy Pill Y from Liu Zhongruan, Chen Pinggan would admit defeat. Today, Liu Zhongruan still did not meet him in person. It was normal. She probably was tired of the bookkeeper's lousy matchmaker behavior. There were 2 times before when Chen Pinggan stopped the boat and went ashore, but Liu Zhongruan was too lazy to show up. She sent an extremely beautiful direct disciple to block at the ferry. Meng Qi could not remember the name. Because of the style of the people in Pearl Hairpin Island, it was not easy for them to stay clean in Bookslip Lake. Compared with the island, which was also full of female cultivators but was ridiculed by the male cultivators in Bookslip Lake as Brothel Island, the reputation of the two sides was worlds apart. At that time, Chen Pinggan went ashore just to learn something from Liu Zhongruan, the owner of the island. As for the other cultivators in Pearl Hairpin Island, Chen Pinggan did not want to have any trouble with them. Naturally, it wasn't that Chen Pinggan was arrogant and conceited, but he knew that his every word and action at Bookslip Lake would bring about all kinds of unpredictable results. Even if it was good, it would just be icing on the cake, but if it was bad, it would bring disaster to the fish in the moat and kill him. In life, once a person was in deep trouble, he would inevitably go downhill. Often, he would be in a dilemma and it would be easy for him to be at a loss. At this time, other than carefully considering his own gains and losses, and carefully weighing the options to break out of this situation, if he could also consider the people around him, he might not be able to get out of this situation. But he would not make a mistake on top of a mistake and continue to make a mistake. Chen Pinggan explained his purpose. The beautiful female cultivator smiled and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you really not here to be the ghost cultivator's lobbyist this time?" Chen Pinggan nodded and promised, "I'm really not." She was a little annoyed. She lightly stomped her foot and complained, "Mr. Chen, you made me lose 10 snowflakes and money." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "If I said you deserved it, would I still be able to meet your master?" The young female cultivator said reluctantly, "You can." Chen Pinggan then said, "You deserved it." In the distance, many female cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island who were secretly hiding in the dark laughed incessantly. Most of them were Liu Zhongruan's direct disciples, or some heaven's prides who had not been on the island for long. Most of them were still young, so they dared to do this. The young female cultivator said unhappily, "Mr. Chen, Can you go to the treasure-like pavilion on the mountain peak by yourself? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, sure. After passing through the mountain gate, she really did leave Chen Pinggan to the side. She ran to the side room of the mountain gate and whispered with the masters. Then, together with the female cultivators who had made the wrong bet like her, she obediently took out the snowflakes and gave them to the winner. A lucky young female cultivator who had won so much that she almost could not hold the money with both hands stuck her head out. She laughed loudly at the young accountant's back and said, Mr. Chen, thank you. The accountant who was slowly climbing the mountain did not turn his head. He only raised his hand and waved, probably indicating that there was no need for thanks. At the side room of the mountain gate, 7 or 8 young female cultivators, regardless of whether they won or lost, roared with laughter. At the treasure-light pavilion, he saw Liu Zhongruan, who was dressed in luxurious palace attire. The two of them sat opposite each other. The latter was skillfully brewing tea. Her every move was filled with a true air of wealth. No wonder they heard that Chunting Palace had invited Liu Zhongruan twice, but she had declined both times. Liu Zhongruan asked, Mr. Chen, are you not at all worried about your body's condition? Chen Pinggan went straight to the point and said, of course I am. That's why I came to Pearl Hairpin Island. I want to buy some elixirs that are suitable for nourishing Qi Palace from Island Master Liu. If I remember correctly, back in Island Master Liu's homeland, there was a water temple and a dragon boat that were personally built by Island Master Liu. Both items were famous in the central part of the Aquarius continent. Liu Zhongruan nodded and said, elixirs that are suitable for nourishing Qi Palace and natal items of Earth immortals. Not only do I have them, but I have more than one of them. But this is no longer a matter of price. In Book Lake, I don't dare to sell such precious treasures. Once they appear, unless I can continuously produce them, I will be dead. I believe that with Mr. Chen's intelligence, you can figure out the crux of the problem. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, if it were me, I would also feel that it is a hot potato. Unless I am at the end of my rope, I would not dare to sell it for Guyu money. Liu Zhongruan handed over a cup of Rainbow Drinking Island's immortal tea. Under the illumination of the Y-ray, a finger-sized rainbow appeared on the teacup. Liu Zhongruan smiled and asked, Mr. Chen is a reasonable person. Then tell me, why should I offer a price? Chen Pinggan thought for a while and said, then how can Island Master Liu be willing to offer a price? Tell me. Liu Zhongruan looked serious and said, Hairpin Island wants to move out of Book Lake. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Chen Pinggan asked curiously. Pearl Hairpin Island has never been involved in any disputes and has always remained neutral. It seems that you don't have any enemies. Therefore, whether Calligraphy Lake ultimately belongs to the Song clan of Great Li or the Zhuiying dynasty doesn't seem to have much impact on Island Master Liu. Pearl Hairpin Island won't get a share of the loot, but it won't get into trouble either. After that, Calligraphy Lake will become more orderly and the rules will become more and more similar to that of a vassal town. Island Master Liu happens to be most familiar with such rules. Liu Zhongruan held the tea with both hands and looked down. Steam from the tea stood on her eyelashes, making them look especially moist. Chen Pinggan held the teacup in one hand and the teacup in the other. He stared at the Island Master of Hairpin Island. There was no trace of evil or pity in his eyes. Liu Zhongruan raised her head slightly and looked into his eyes. After a while, she was the first to admit defeat. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. I am afraid that the Zhuiying dynasty's royal family will get Book Lake in the end. Some of the seemingly absurd secret history of the palace is actually the truth. Chen Pinggan began to flip through the past stories about the Zhuiying dynasty, Hairpin Island, and Liu Zhongruan's hometown in his mind. From Verdant Gorge Island to Book Lake, he was called the accountant. It was not a joke. However, many of the secrets of Book Lake Island that were secretly hidden in the cabinets in the house near the mountain gate, as well as some incomplete unofficial histories of the officials, were too fragmented. Many of the rumors would confuse the truth. Chen Pinggan thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't sort out the whole sequence of events. After all, Hairpin Island was not the key battlefield that Chen Pinggan needed to pay attention to. Chen Pinggan knew too little. Liu Zhongruan asked a question that she should not have asked at Book Lake. Can I trust Mr. Chen's character? Chen Pinggan shook his head and then nodded. He said slowly, don't trust my character. But compared to the usual business style of your Book Lake Island cultivators, such as the tendency to turn hostile and be good at dog-eat-dog behavior, doing business with me, Chen Pinggan, is definitely better. Liu Zhongruan smiled bitterly. Just based on the fact that Mr. Chen has never used his power to oppress others. Even after being rejected so many times at the ferry port, he never got angry out of humiliation. I am willing to believe in Mr. Chen's character. Chen Pinggan took a sip of tea and looked at Liu Zhongruan. Is it because the potential disaster of Hairpin Island is too great that it is beyond Island Master Liu's tolerance, so you have to bet on my character? Liu Zhongruan was a little embarrassed that her little plan was exposed. Chen Pinggan asked, do you want to move to the mountains west of Longquan County because you know where I come from? Chen Pinggan continued, Hairpin Island has very few cultivators. Island Master Liu is the only earthly immortal on the surface. If you move to Longquan County in Dali, which is rich in spiritual qi, you can use 1 or 2 small mountains to settle down. You can also count as joining the Song clan. Not only will you be able to leave Book Lake, but you can also use this opportunity to leave the center of Aquarius continent. Even if the Zhuang dynasty wins the war, it will be beyond their reach if they want to go to Dali to look for Island Master Liu. At first, Liu Zhongruan listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. However, as she listened on, her face was filled with embarrassment and anger. She glared at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was puzzled. What's wrong? Liu Zhongruan looked at the young man in a cotton robe. She stared into his eyes, as if she wanted to find some clues from his eyes. Then, she would turn hostile and ask him to leave. Liu Zhongruan could not find any clues. She tried to hold it in, but in the end, she could not hold it in. Chen Pinggan, have you really not heard of the secret history of the grudge between the Zhuang dynasty and my homeland? Chen Pinggan frowned. Most of what I know about Island Master Liu was told to me by Ma Yuanji of Zhuxian Mansion. Most of it is the glorious deeds of Island Master Liu in your early years. I have not heard much about the grudge between you and the Zhuang dynasty. I only know that the ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji is extremely hostile to the Zhuang dynasty. The last time he left Book Lake, he secretly sneaked into the border of the Zhuang dynasty and successfully assassinated several generals at the border. This has become one of the many unsolved cases in the Zhuang dynasty. However, I really do not know what kind of knot is hidden in this. Chen Pinggan asked, Island Master Liu, are you afraid of a certain influential person in the Zhuang dynasty? And it has something to do with the destruction of your homeland? Liu Zhongruan threw the teacup in her hand. It hit the ground and shattered into pieces. The plump beauty whose life was full of legends took a deep breath. Seeing that the young man in front of her was still as calm as ever, Liu Zhongruan sighed and said self-deprecatingly, I'm sorry, my cultivation heart is not enough. I lost my composure in front of Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Liu Zhongruan said slowly, there's an old earth god sword cultivator from the Zhuang dynasty. Back then, he came to our capital city as an envoy. Can you imagine? In his foreign country, I, Liu Zhongruan, was still a king who only lacked a dragon robe and a throne. He almost broke into the palace and raped me. From the palace guards to the court officials, no one dared to stop him. He did not succeed. However, when he slowly put on his jacket, he deliberately shook his t-shirt and said, sooner or later, I will understand what it means to have a whip within reach, and what it means to have a whip under your crotch that can cross the capital city of 2 countries. When our country was destroyed, this person was in seclusion. Otherwise, Mr. Chen, you wouldn't have been able to drink this tea at Bookslip Lake. But now, this person is already a powerful governor in the Zhuang dynasty. He's the retired emperor of a vassal state. Coincidentally, it's about the same as the Stonehair Kingdom. Damn it, it's right next to Bookslip Lake. Chen Pinggan said nothing. Liu Zhongruan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She lifted her t-shirt slightly and puffed out her chest. As long as Mr. Chen agrees to move to Longquan County and Pearl Hairpin Island, I, Liu Zhongruan, am willing to sleep with you. Today, as long as Chen Pinggan likes it, we can even do it right here and right now. She looked at Chen Pinggan openly. Chen Pinggan's eyes were calm and tranquil. Then, he asked something that was even more depressing than rejecting her. Why don't you look for Liu Zhimao or Liu Larocheng? Liu Zhongruan's face darkened. Then, her eyes regained her fighting spirit. She smiled coldly. If I look for Liu Zhimao, he'll sell me to the Zhuiying dynasty when he's tired of me. As for the elder Liu of Gongliu Island, I don't think I'll even be able to meet him. Even if Liu Larocheng is willing to meet me, he'll slap me into a pile of mush if I dare to ask. Chen Pinggan asked, Island Master Liu, have you ever liked a man? Liu Zhongruan shook her head. Never. If I have, even if I, Liu Zhongruan, die, and Pearl Hairpin Island is destroyed along with my country, I'll never recommend myself to sleep with you. Chen Pinggan nodded. I think you really haven't. Otherwise, if Island Master Liu really liked someone, you wouldn't say such shameful words to me. Liu Zhongruan said angrily, Chen Pinggan, don't push your luck. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Although I, Liu Zhongruan, am a woman, I won't fall to the point of being lectured and humiliated by you. Chen Pinggan sipped his tea and said helplessly, didn't we agree that even if we don't make a deal, we'll still be friends? Liu Zhongruan's anger subsided a little, but she couldn't keep her face. She angrily scolded, men are all bad. They're either full of dirty water and want all women to be their bed toys, or they're hypocrites like you. They're all hateful. Chen Pinggan handed over an empty teacup and gestured for another cup. Liu Zhongruan said unhappily, don't you have hands and feet? Chen Pinggan could only pour himself a cup of tea. He didn't forget to pick up a wine cup for her and poured a cup of tea. He gently handed it over. Liu Zhongruan took the porcelain cup and drank it like she was drinking wine. As long as one side remained calm, no matter how angry the other side was, it wouldn't be easy to add fuel to the fire. After Liu Zhongruan poured himself a cup of tea and slowly took a sip, Chen Pinggan asked, Island Master Liu, do you hate Ma Jiuan so much just because of his past identity as a menial laborer? I don't think so. Island Master Liu isn't that kind of person. Liu Zhongruan slowly said, he's ugly. I feel disgusted just by looking at him. It was like that in the past, and it's even more so now. His dog eyes like to look at women's breasts and PG. The bigger they are, the more he likes them. The more noble the woman's identity is, the more this Pac-Man covets them. Chen Pinggan didn't plan to say anything. He definitely wouldn't comment. And he didn't plan to get involved in this in the future. Liu Zhongruan put down the teacup and sneered, if a man doesn't do a lot of things for us women, then women must like him. There's no such logic in this world. However, Liu Zhongruan sighed. However, he has done so many things. Of course, I am aware of them all. Otherwise, do you think I would have tolerated him for so many years and allowed him to hang the plaque of Juxian Mansion? It's just that sometimes, thinking about these feelings, I can't help but be a little touched by the feelings between men and women. It's just that when I think about it a little too much, and then think about his mouth full of buck teeth and H teeth, I really can't eat. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. Liu Zhongruan didn't plan to let this young accountant go. She glanced at his thin and pale face from the corner of her eyes. If Mr. Chen looked as ugly as him, do you think I would be willing to show up at the ferry port so many times to see you once or twice at most? Do you think that the women in the streets and in the mountains like to look at ugly people but don't look at handsome men more often? This is the same logic as you men can't control your eyes and like to look at beautiful women more often. The only difference is whether the man can control his mind and his crotch. Liu Zhongruan lifted the teacup and slowly sipped the tea, then asked with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen can control his crotch, but can you control your mind? Chen Pinggan's eyes were clear, and said, don't worry about it. Liu Zhongruan saw that he didn't seem to be faking it, and also understood what he meant. She was a little depressed and discouraged. Are you really a clay Buddha? Or am I, Liu Zhongruan, already an old man? Chen Pinggan put down the teacup and said, since Island Master Liu has already made a price, I can try to contact Dali. Liu Zhongruan lowered his voice, Island Master of Grain Island? Chen Pinggan didn't deliberately mystify things, and nodded lightly. Both parties were discerning people in Book Lake. Liu Zhongruan reminded him, "Let's make this clear first, Mr. Chen. Don't try to be clever and end up making a fool of yourself. Otherwise, Pearl Island will be destroyed." Chen Pinggan smiled, "I'll be careful. Even if I can't solve Island Master Liu's urgent problem, I won't make things worse for Pearl Island." Liu Zhongruan said playfully, "I wonder where Mr. Chen's confidence comes from to say something like that." After a moment of silence, Chen Pinggan said straightforwardly, "Compared to what I'm doing right now, the fate of Pearl Hairpin Island is just a small bonus that all three parties can benefit from. It's just a small bonus." Liu Zhongruan's expression kept changing. Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with both hands. "You don't believe me? Pearl Island is taking a gamble, and since it's a gamble, there's no turning back. Even if you don't believe me, you can still believe me. Let's just make a Hail Mary effort. Just trust me, a lousy doctor, for now. Who knows, it might be an unexpected surprise. It's much better than me being the matchmaker." Liu Zhongruan suddenly put on a cute and naive look. "If I go back on my words now, I'll just pretend that I've just had a cup of tea with Mr. Chen. Is it too late?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Yes, it's not too late. I'm not Island Master Liu. I'm still a businessman, not a benevolent and righteous person." Liu Zhongruan was so angry that her teeth itched. This young man in front of her was really impenetrable. Liu Zhongruan raised both her hands, and intentionally or unintentionally, her elbows squeezed together to create a spectacular scene. She smiled at Chen Pinggan, clapped her hands, and then asked Chen Pinggan to wait for a moment. Soon, a doddering old woman came into the yard with a porcelain bottle in her hand. She respectfully handed the bottle to Liu Zhongruan, and then quietly walked out of the yard. Chen Pinggan knew that this old woman had hidden her abilities well. Even though she could not hide her rotten aura, she was the reason why Pearl Island was able to stand strong. Perhaps the reason why Liu Zhongruan was able to escape from the crazy Zhuang dynasty's earthly deity in the imperial palace was all thanks to this old woman. Liu Zhongruan tossed the bottle to Chen Pinggan. "Mr. Chen, please keep this carefully. This is one of the best pills in the water hall. It can replenish the spiritual qi in the water hall and repair the water element natal item. If you throw this bottle of pills into the Book Lake, it can create a 1,000-feet tall lake. Any golden core earthly deity would drool over it. This is the down payment, the sincerity of Pearl Island. Now, it's up to you, Mr. Chen, to see if you have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Once it's done, the 4 words you said earlier will still be in effect until I leave the Book Lake. When I move to Longquan County in the future, it won't work anymore. I won't wait for you anymore." Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to the latter part of the sentence. He opened the bottle and poured out a green pill. He closed his eyes for a moment, smiled at Liu Zhongruan when he opened his eyes, and popped it into his mouth. Liu Zhongruan asked curiously, "Of course, this bottle of pills was not tampered with. But how did you know?" Of course, Chen Pinggan would not tell her the inside story about the group of waterborne boys in green living in his aquatic mansion. He said casually, "Since I've come to the Book Bamboo Lake, I'll do as the Romans do. I'll gamble and win big." Liu Zhongruan raised an eyebrow but did not say anything. Chen Pinggan asked, "I'd like to ask about the history of Master Liu's homeland and the Zhuang dynasty. I might have to delay you for a while. Is that okay?" Liu Zhongruan asked curiously, "Why? Is it related to what you're planning to do next?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's not related at all. I just want to know more about the views of the people involved on some general trends. I've only watched and listened to similar scenes and questions before. Actually, I don't feel much about it. Now, I want to know more." Liu Zhongruan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Sure, I'll bring it up again. Although I'm not too happy about it, I've already told Mr. Chen about those filthy things. The other matters of the court and the battlefield are nothing." Chen Pinggan gave her a fist salute and thanked her. Liu Zhongruan rolled her eyes charmingly. Chen Pinggan turned a blind eye to it. For the next 4 hours, Liu Zhongruan narrated the general trend of her homeland, from the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, to its gradual decline, to its revival, to its eventual destruction. Liu Zhongruan was no longer the Princess Royal. Now, she was just a golden core cultivator of the book lake. She spoke frankly. Chen Pinggan listened attentively and silently noted it down. He benefited a lot. When he heard the key points, he took out a pen and paper from the nearby objects and wrote them down one by one. When Liu Zhongruan talked about something subtle or puzzling, Chen Pinggan would ask one or two questions. These made Liu Zhongruan very uncomfortable. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do I feel like I'm a teacher teaching a diligent student? Why do I feel like I'm here to teach him? This was the first time in her life that she felt this way. When Liu Zhongruan felt that she had nothing to say, Chen Pinggan said that the next time he visited the Sparkling Gem Pavilion, he would ask Island Master Liu in detail about the transport of grain and officials. Liu Zhongruan laughed angrily and said, "Chen Pinggan, aren't you annoying? If you want to sleep with me, can't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Is it fun? Why? You want to take both body and mind? Well, Chen Pinggan, your appetite is bigger than anyone else's. That earth immortal Zhu Ying and the food-carrying man added together can't be compared to you." Chen Pinggan's expression didn't change. He said slowly, "Island Master Liu, just now you said that the general trend of the mountains and rivers was very elegant. You were like an emperor of a fallen country who said that the crime is not on the king. You made me admire you from the bottom of my heart. But now, you are far inferior. So, don't say such strange things in the future, okay?" Liu Zhongruan seemed to be somewhat sad. She covered her collar with one hand and bit her lip. Chen Pinggan was unmoved. He was about to get up and leave. Liu Zhongruan suddenly called out in a soft voice, "Chen Pinggan." Chen Pinggan had no choice but to sit in the same place. He was confused. Huh! With lightning speed, Liu Zhongruan suddenly tore open his collar. Chen Pinggan was worthy of being called a veteran of the Jianghu who had experienced countless life and death battles. He also closed his eyes and stood up with lightning speed. "Don't do it again, otherwise, the deal is off." Liu Zhongruan laughed and looked at the back of the young man who left in a hurry. She was overjoyed and said, "Why don't you tell this to the guy in Zhuxian Mansion? See if he envies you." Chen Pinggan stopped and turned his back to her. He said softly, "Liu Zhongruan, this is not good." Liu Zhongruan stopped laughing and snorted, "Forgive me for not seeing you off." Chen Pinggan walked out of the top of the mountain and went to the ferry to return to Verdant Canyon Island. The old mammy walked into the yard and looked at Liu Zhongruan, who seemed to be distracted. She asked, "Princess Royal, do you really want to believe a foreigner who has appeared in Bookslip Lake for less than half a year? Moreover, he was still so young. Even if his thoughts were meticulous and he did things steadily, being young meant that his foundation was shallow. This was a principle that could not be changed through the ages. Otherwise, how could that little bastard who was personally carried onto the dragon throne by the eldest princess back then swallow his anger and deliberately play the fool for so many years? In the end, the little bastard almost did the disgusting thing that the Earth Immortal Sword practitioner failed to do." Liu Zhongruan returned to normal and said indifferently, "Do you know what kind of people are the most worth doing business with in the world?" The old mammy said, "Please tell me, Princess Royal." Liu Zhongruan stood up. She was slender and very imposing. Her face was as calm as water. She gritted her teeth and said, "Smart, good, with a bottom line, all three. In the past, if that little bastard hadn't been poisoned by someone and deliberately went against the flow, his only ability was to go against me. One by one, he killed all the people in the imperial court and the border army. How could our country be destroyed?" The old mammy did not comment on these past events. Even if she had left the palace for many years, she still adhered to the established principles of the palace. She did not talk nonsense and involve herself in the government affairs. Old mammy just said with a straight face, "Princess Royal, to say something disrespectful, you are really too shameless to say those words and do those kinds of things to such a smelly girl." Liu Zhongruan unexpectedly dashed over. She lowered her head and bent down to gently hold the old mammy's arm. She said coquettishly, "It's fun. It's just this once. It won't happen again." The old mammy nodded and said, "The loneliness in the boudoir is a common woman's worry. Princess Royal is now an Earth Immortal of Jindan. You shouldn't be as naughty as you were when you were young. Besides, it's not good for an old cow to eat NC. Liu Zhongruan blushed as if she was angry. She let go of the old mammy's arm and went to the sparkling gem pavilion to see no one. The old mammy waited until Liu Zhongruan went into hiding. Then, she smiled and put it away in an instant. Old mammy was well aware that it was not that Princess Royal had feelings for the young man or that it was love at first sight. It was just that the pressure on Princess Royal's shoulders was too great and she did not have a pillar to rely on. It was inevitable that she would do some excessive words and actions. Therefore, how many precious porcelain ware had been broken in the sparkling gem pavilion in the past 6 months? When a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared, it would make people's mind sway. Suddenly, they would feel great sorrow and great joy. It could also reveal their true nature. Earth Immortals of Jindan Realm were no exception. The Princess Royal, whom she had watched grow up, had been a naughty, and lawless girl since she was a child. In the early years, those mamas who taught etiquette in the palace were all heartbroken when they disciplined Princess Royal. She was the only one who had accompanied Princess Royal all the time. They depended on each other for survival and had come to this point. Her Jindan was decaying and on the verge of collapse. It became the last straw that almost crushed Princess Royal's state of mind. Watching one's loved one turn into a pile of bones was a pain that every Earth Immortal cultivator had to go through. Most of them were not parents or elders. They were master and disciple, Taoist companions, preachers, or guardians. The better the relationship, the greater the inner demon. It was just like Liu Larocheng when he left Gong Liu Island. He had no choice but to kill his true Taoist companion who had turned into a demon with his own hands. Although the rumor was not true, it was the first taboo in the Bookslip Lake. But this old mammy was convinced. It was already dusk when Chen Pingan returned to the verdant canyon island. After swallowing another pill that was hidden in the water hall, Chen Pingan picked up a purple bamboo pen, exhaled, and began to write the draft that he had accumulated in the Pearl Hairpin Island. The reason why he asked Liu Zhongruan about the general trend of the two countries was that this was the third line that he thought of at the Bookslip Lake. The occurrence of the matter was the furthest away from the present, but it might be useful soon. The first line was about Jiyu Kan and the people around him, which was the most complicated and difficult to understand. The second line was about the father and daughter who reunited in the Cloud Tower City, which was relatively simple and clear. The ins and outs. The vein. This was the biggest conclusion Chen Pingan came to from his trip to the blessed land of the Lotus Route under the S River. When encountering people, I will go straight to the point. For the time being, I will put aside all good and evil. I will only investigate why this person said such words, did such things, and had such thoughts. Once this was the case, even if everyone was like the infatuated sword, he could still use them. But in this long and exhausting process, Chen Pingan had to think more than before and walk slower. Chen Pingan temporarily stopped writing. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and put it down. Shense became more and more haggard. His cheeks were sunken and there was even some stubble on his face. But when he picked up the pen to write, his eyes were shining. At the peak of one of the most majestic mountains in the central region, a poor and pedantic old Confucian was pinching his fingers to deduce while twisting his beard with one hand. He had a bitter expression on his face as he grumbled, "This isn't too good." The burly golden-armored immortal sat not far away, overlooking the vast territory. "Since the situation is not good and you can't see this, why don't you sneak over? Anyway, no one will find it strange if you do this kind of thing. You have so much PDA that you don't even care if the juniors in the Confucian temple scold you." The old Confucian rolled his eyes and said, "Shut up. Talking to you is the same as that old guy from Donghai. It's like playing the lute to a cow." The golden-armored immortal did not care. If it were any other cultivator below the Ascendant Realm, would they dare to ask the immortal of the Central Region on this Sway Mountain? The head venerable of Sway Mountain shut up. He was probably half dead by now. As for the Ascendant Realm, it was not difficult for them to cut out the boundary of Sway Mountain with one sword. The old Confucian threw a handful of stones on the ground and muttered, "Do you think that the stinky cow's nose in the Taoist temple gave away the Tongya umbrella for free? That 300 years of light in the Long River for my last disciple to see? They all harbor evil intentions and have sinister intentions." The golden-armored immortal said sarcastically, "You asked for it." The old Confucian cursed, "Other than your brute strength, what do you know?" The golden-armored immortal said, "Then you should leave Sui Mountain." Didn't the quasi-saint send someone to tell you that he wants to have a talk with you at the Confucian temple? The old Confucian shook his shoulders and said proudly, "Hey, I won't. I'll wait. What can you do to me?" The golden-armored immortal glanced at the old Confucian and hesitated before asking, "That silver ingot sword pill, did you already know about the karma from before?" The old Confucian calmed himself down and nodded, "It's just a small matter." The golden-armored immortal laughed, "You're quite magnanimous." The old Confucian sneered, "If I wasn't magnanimous, would I be able to tolerate so many fake scholars in this vast world?" The golden-armored immortal asked, "Since Qi Jingchun is no longer here, aren't you afraid that the reclusive disciple who doesn't even acknowledge you as his teacher has gone astray?" The old Confucian stood up abruptly and strode to the golden-armored immortal who was sitting cross-legged. The old Confucian used his finger to hit the latter's head, poking and prodding while scolding, "You can insult my knowledge and cultivation, but you can't insult my taste and accepting disciple." The golden-armored immortal had his helmet poked 10 times in one breath. He said indifferently, "Why don't you try poking me again?" The old Confucian really did poke him again and then immediately jumped back, saying seriously, "You said it yourself, don't blame me." The golden-armored immortal sighed and turned his head, begging for the first time, "I'm begging you, hurry up and get out of my Sui Mountain." The old Confucian was angry for no reason. "Begging is useful. Do I need to hide in your house? Heh! I've already kowtowed to the old man and bowed to the sage of rights. Is that useful?" The golden-armored immortal turned his head, "If you're angry, don't vent it on me." The old Confucian rubbed his hands and laughed, "If I don't use you as a punching bag, do you think I'll really go to the old man and the sage of rights to make a scene? I'm not stupid." The golden-armored immortal couldn't take it anymore. He slowly got up and a huge sword appeared in his hand. He didn't expect that the old Confucian had already fallen asleep on the ground. "Ayo, the journey of divination is really exhausting and tiring. I'll take a nap. If I snore, you'll have to bear with it." The golden-armored immortal took a deep breath and sat back down. After a long silence, he asked, "Are we really going to leave the Grand Chancellor outside the gates of Sui Mountain to drink the northwest wind?" The old Confucian had his back facing the mountain god and was sleeping soundly. His fingers were constantly pinched together and he didn't forget to remind the big guy, "I'm already asleep, so if you ask me a question and I don't answer, it's understandable." The sea of clouds was vast and mighty. It could be even more vast and boundless than any canopy in the vast world, or even the 4 heavens. A tall woman was holding an oil paper umbrella in one hand and a sword in the palm of her hand on the Golden Bridge. The long sword was pressed against the railing of the Golden Bridge. From the tip of the sword, a bright light that was like the light of the sun splashed out. It was as if she was constantly sharpening the blade. It wasn't that she couldn't walk out. It was just that a few years ago, a person who was about to die stood on this golden arch bridge and said something from the bottom of his heart to her. The best sharpening stone in the world isn't the dragon-slaying platform. For a kind person, it's the purest evil thoughts in the human heart. Vice versa, it can sharpen the purest heart of the sword. The thousands of sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Aura are neither good nor evil, but their sword auras are still like rainbows. This is proof. Before Chen Pinggan grows up, you can only use your sword once at most. This time, it's just right. And I hope that this time, the later the better. It's best if it's after the formation of the Aurus core and before the jade pupa. After that, it'll be invalid. If there's a second time, it won't be some Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace, the Vice-Hierarch of the Confucian Temple, or the secondary saint who has returned to the vast world. The white-haired Confucian pointed to the sky back then. The Sage of Right's rules are the biggest and the most stable. Once he shows up, whether you're afraid or not, whether you're worth it or not, it's not the same. That's why I implore you to think more, think more. After these words, there were some more. One of the words moved her the most. Senior, you chose Chen Pinggan, who you didn't have a bad impression of, to be your new master because I, Qi Jing-chun, persuaded you to bet on the 1 in 10,000 chance. But senior, don't you want to confirm whether Chen Pinggan is worthy of all your hopes? You won't be disappointed even after 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. However, the following 2 sentences made her feel a little moved, and her expression was also moved. Senior, you definitely didn't want to do it at that time. But senior, you must know that Chen Pinggan, more than anyone else, wanted to prove that he didn't let me, Qi Jing-chun, down. Even if Chen Pinggan was already disappointed in himself at that time. Thinking of this, the tall woman pressed the long sword in her hand lightly. The tip of the sword and a large part of the sword were nailed into the railing of the Golden Arch Bridge. 4:40. On this day, the sun was setting in the west. The sky was full of golden carp spots, just like a huge golden carp swimming in the sky. The mortal world couldn't see its whole body. The manager of the fishing house of Verdant Canyon Island, a senior cultivator of the Dragon Gate, personally led a timid young man down the boat and went to the mountain gate. The Chi cultivator of the fishing house of the Verdant Gorge Island was similar to the clingy men of the Great Li dynasty. The old cultivator's name was Zhong Yi. It was a very strange name, but he was the real henchman of Liu Zhimao, the lord of the river Severing. Zhong Yi was the first cultivator to follow Liu Zhimao. At that time, Liu Zhimao was only a wild cultivator in the sea viewing realm, but Zhong Yi was a real immortal master of archives and was already in the sea viewing realm. The story inside could be talked about several times by the older generation of Verdant Gorge Island. The young man was named Zheng Yi, a good seedling that was just discovered in the Misty Moon Island. He was born to cultivate the ghost path, but a good aptitude didn't mean a good future in the Book Lake. If the fishing house of Verdant Canyon Island didn't interfere, the young man would be used to raise the poison spirit and cultivate the ghost fetus. The young man's early realm would be improved rapidly, as if he was a god's favored child cultivated by the Misty Moon Island. In fact, when Zheng Yi reached the middle 5 states, his soul would be cut open and the young man would know what it meant to be a man's fate. Zhong Yi was an indifferent cultivator who didn't like to talk to others. Even on Liu Zhimao's side, Zhong Yi didn't talk much, but it was a matter of great importance, so he had to remind him again, Zheng Yi, you've heard a lot about our consecrator Mr. Chen. He's a very powerful man. He now lives near the mountain gate. When you see Mr. Chen later, you don't have to say good things about me and Verdant Canyon Island. Just tell the truth. On Reed's Moon Island, you've heard your master and ancestral master's plan with your own ears. So, in the end, it was Mr. Chen who saved your life. Moreover, I know what you're worried about. Are you going to enter the tiger's den after getting out of the dragon's den? I don't mind telling you that Mr. Chen won't harm you. You'll only die a miserable death if you stay on Reedy Moon Island. But here on Verdant Gorge Island, it's a real opportunity for cultivation. To tell the truth, even I envy you. In the immortal abode, even those immortal masters of the ancestral hall's direct line wouldn't be as lucky as you. Zheng Yi had a weak temperament. He had been scared out of his wits on Misty Moon Island and his heart had been broken by his master. He was still a little dazed at this moment. He just kept nodding, thinking that no matter how bad the situation was, it wouldn't affect Misty Moon Island. After a moment of silence, Zhong Yi said slowly, but don't forget your roots after you've become successful. After all, it was Verdant Canyon Island that pulled you out of the fire pit. No matter where you go with Mr. Chen in the future, you have to remember that Verdant Canyon Island saved your life. Zheng Yi, what do you think? Zheng Yi swallowed his saliva and said, I know. I will never forget your great kindness. Zhong Yi smiled. I'll only hear you say these words once. In the future, I'll just keep it in my heart. Don't always talk about it. The more you talk, the more you talk. It's like a jar of wine. One sip today, another sip tomorrow. Very soon, you'll see the bottom. Zheng Yi was just an orphan brought back to Misty Moon Island by his master from the market of Shahao country. His master was blind and only saw some clues. However, the Dragon Gate ancestral master of Misty Moon Island had a unique insight. He saw Zheng Yi's rare bone structure at first glance and planned to use the evil Ghost Dao secret method to empty Zheng Yi's bone structure and primordial qi to cultivate 2 or 3 ghosts of the middle 5 states. The ancestral master of Misty Moon Island had confessed in front of Zheng Yi that if he had the foundation of Verdant Canyon Island, he wouldn't have drained the pond to fish. Maybe Zheng Yi would have become the first Golden Core Earth Immortal of Misty Moon Island. He really didn't have that much money to waste. Naturally, Zheng Yi felt a chill down his spine. Everything that needed to be said and done was almost done. Zhong Yi led Zheng Yi to the door and knocked gently. "Mr. Chen, I've brought the right person for you." Zheng Yi suddenly felt a huge surge of fear in his heart. He felt like he was drowning in the tide and his legs were weak. Just like what the old immortal said, how could he not be afraid of jumping into another pot of oil from a fire pit? Then, for the first time in his life, young Zheng Yi saw the man named Chen Pinggan. The door was opened. Although Zheng Yi was only 14 years old, he was tall and strong. He didn't lose to a strong young man, so he could see the man's face clearly without looking up. The man wore a thick green cotton robe with a white jade hairpin on his head. He was tall and slender with a thin face. He didn't look like an old immortal like Zhong Yi, nor did he look like a nobleman like Lu Caisang or Yuan Yuan. Then the man smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Chen Pinggan. What about you?" Zheng Yi wanted to speak, but his whole body was tense. His limbs were stiff and his lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Zhong Yi was a little helpless. He could only answer the accountant's question on behalf of this dumb goose. "Mr. Chen, he's called Zheng Yi, the Yi from Yiting. He's a poor guy I found on Marrow Yu Island. He meets Mr. Chen's requirements. His body is naturally suitable for ghost cultivation. He's the best choice for otherworldly items and ghosts to live in. Walking together in the world of the living won't harm the young man's origin." Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled at Zheng Yi. "I know a little bit about the Jin method. You just need to stand still. I'll see how strong your backbone is." Zheng Yi was stunned and didn't respond. Chen Pinggan didn't make a move. Zhong Yi patted Zheng Yi gently and smiled. "You can't even talk anymore. Now you can't even nod." Zheng Yi finally came back to his senses after Zhong Yi patted his shoulder. He nodded vigorously. Chen Pinggan grabbed the young man's shoulder and gently lifted him up. Zheng Yi tiptoed but didn't leave the ground. Chen Pinggan let go and nodded. "It's not particularly heavy. I'll pay attention to the signs of your soul from now on. If there's anything wrong, I won't let you force yourself." Zheng Yi still didn't speak. He didn't dare to speak, and he didn't know what to say. It was as if he had lost his soul again. After all, on the gloomy reedy Moon Island, Zheng Yi was used to being bullied by the inner disciples before he was chosen by the ancestor. For Zhong Yi, an old immortal of the Verdant Canyon Island who was high above the masses, and a young immortal who seemed to be even more powerful than the old immortal, Zheng Yi had tried his best not to let anyone support him. Zhong Yi said helplessly, "Mr. Chen, isn't this young man's temperament a little too bad? Why don't I go and look around Bookslip Lake?" Chen Pinggan had been paying attention to Zheng Yi's expression and eyes. He shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. I think it's quite good." Zhong Yi sighed in relief. He had completed his task. Although Marrow Yu Island didn't dare to ask for an exorbitant price, they wouldn't give it away for free. This was the unwritten rule of the Bookslip Lake. Either the Verdant Gorge Island went to the Bookslip Lake and snatched the person directly, and then annexed the Reed's Moon Island together. Not to mention Zheng Yi, all the people and property of the Reed's Moon Island could be taken for free. However, since the Verdant Gorge Island chose to make money peacefully, they had to act like a business. Therefore, after the Reed's Moon Island offered a fair price, Zhong Yi gave the immortal money without bargaining. Chen Pinggan was no stranger to this. He asked, "What's the price Marrow Yu Island offered?" Zhong Yi hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "According to Marrow Yu Island's ancestor, Zheng Yi could eventually raise a ghost fetus and a nether spirit. In 20 years, it would be equivalent to at least 2 cave-dwelling realm cultivators. After deducting the cost of cultivating Zheng Yi to the middle 5 states, Maroyu Island offered 10 pieces of grain rain money. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. When it comes to me, I have to add the labor cost of Mr. Zhong and the fishing room of Verdant Canyon Island. Then, I'll take it as 15 pieces of grain rain money and put it on Verdant Canyon Island's account. I'll pay it together with other expenses later. Zhong Yi nodded. No problem. Whether it was his family's devil incarnate Jiyu Kan, Jiyu Ming Island's Lu Saisang, or Huangyong Island's Yuan Yuan, the current batch of most outstanding young cultivators were vastly different from the older generation's scholarly and humble cultivators. Every one of them took pleasure in breaking the old rules, using this as the foundation to gather the people's hearts. Zhong Yi didn't dare to say that they were definitely wrong. After all, he had to smile when he saw these little bastards. But in the end, Zhong Yi felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was just that these young people who didn't care about any rules seemed to be doing better. This made Zhong Yi, an old man of Bookslip Lake, feel a little helpless. Therefore, Chen Pinggan's behavior made Zhong Yi have a good impression of him. Otherwise, with the prestige accumulated by this person in Bookslip Lake, Zhong Yi and Verdant Canyon Island would have to pinch their noses and accept it if he didn't pay a single piece of snow money. However, this little bit of good impression wasn't of much use. When Zhong Yi thought of this, he felt even more upset. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out why. This was the case in Bookslip Lake. He was a Dragon Gate cultivator with no hope of achieving Taoism. He didn't have any extravagant hope of core formation at all. Liu Zhimao had done everything he should do in private. In Bookslip Lake, where everyone was energetic and vigorous, Zhong Yi was no different from an old man in the marketplace. Compared with the latter, Qi trainers had a keener sense of the decay of their bodies and the withering of their souls. That kind of dying feeling as if one was buried inch by inch deep in the ground. If Zhong Yi wasn't open-minded and his temperament wasn't extreme, he would have done something crazy. Anyway, in Bookslip Lake, where evil was unscrupulous and good was courting death, there were plenty of ways to vent. The young man Zheng Yi stayed in Verdant Canyon Island in this way. In the room next to Chen Pinggan's. When the young man of Reed's Moon Island closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed, he only felt that it was a lifetime ago. He didn't sleep well the whole night and fell asleep in a daze. He didn't wake up until late the next day. When Zheng Yi opened his eyes, he looked at the extremely strange residence with a blank face. It was not easy for him to remember that he was no longer a cultivator of Reed's Moon Island. He thought about it and kept encouraging himself. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw a guy in a dark green python robe sitting at the door next door. The guy was eating melon seeds on a small bamboo chair and was looking at him. Zheng Yi was so scared that he almost ran back to the room and hid under the quilt. Jiyu Kan asked, "Are you Zheng Yi? Are you from Reed's Moon Island?" Zheng Yi's forehead was already sweating. This little devil had caused a lot of bloodshed at Bookslip Lake. Although Zheng Yi hadn't seen Jiyu Kan in person and only saw his appearance on Katkin Island's bulletin, the contents of the bulletin and the tone of Reed's Moon Island's cultivators when talking about Jiyu Kan were still fresh in Zheng Yi's memory. Zheng Yi originally thought that he would never have a chance to see Jiyu Kan in this life. Zheng Yi didn't want to see him. Otherwise, it would most likely be the day when Jiyu Kan brought that big loach to flatten Reed's Moon Island. Jiyu Kan said unhappily, "So you're a fool." Zheng Yi didn't dare to talk back. Zheng Yi almost wanted to kneel down and thank Jiyu Kan for not smashing his head with a slap. The heavy atmosphere that almost suffocated Zheng Yi was suddenly swept away. It turned out that the man in the blue cotton robe had walked to the door. He said to Jiyu Kan, "Your body is weak now and belongs to the category of decline after the peak of prosperity. Compared to ordinary people, it's easier for the cold evil spirit to penetrate your Qi residence. Quickly return to Chunting Mansion to recuperate." Jiyu Kan nodded and looked at the small pile of melon seeds left in his hand. He handed it to Chen Pinggan and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Chen Pinggan took the melon seeds and picked one up. He said, "When Charcoal Snow can return to the shore, tell her to come find me. I have something to give her." Jiyu Kan smiled brightly. "Okay." After Jiyu Kan left, Chen Pinggan handed the melon seeds to Zheng Yi. The latter quickly shook his head. Chen Pinggan turned around and went inside the room to get a chair. He handed it to Zheng Yi and sat on Jiu Kan's bamboo chair. Zheng Yi nervously put his butt on the chair and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Chen Pinggan cracked the melon seeds and said with a smile, "You may need to stay with me for 2 or 3 years at least, or 7 or 8 years at most. You can call me Mr. Chen. It's not that my name is precious and can't be called, but it's not appropriate for you to call me that." Now everyone in Verdant Canyon Island is watching us. You may as well stay as you are now. Don't change. Watch more and talk less. As for doing things, you don't have to do more for the time being except what I tell you. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. Zheng Yi nodded silently. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Zheng Yi wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pinggan said, "Zheng Yi, then I'll tell you one more thing. You don't have to be afraid of saying the wrong thing with me. Just say what you think." Zheng Yi said, "I'm not afraid of ghosts. I've been able to see dirty things since I was a child. I followed my master to Reed's Moon Island. There were many grandmasters and senior brothers and senior sisters who raised ghosts." Chen Pinggan asked casually, "Do you hate your master?" Zheng Yi pursed his lips and stopped talking. There was sadness and a trace of stubbornness on the honest young man's face. Chen Pinggan nodded. "Then there's some hatred, but there's more sadness, right? And after thinking about it, my master is actually not a bad person. If it weren't for him, I might have died long ago. So, whether it's my master or Reed's Moon Island, I'm willing to treat it as a family and a real home." Zheng Yi lowered his head and nodded. With tears in his eyes, he said vaguely, "I know I'm stupid. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I won't be able to help you much in the future. Maybe I'll make more mistakes. When the time comes, you can beat me or scold me, I'll take it." Chen Pinggan looked into the distance while eating sunflower seeds. He said softly, "Is this what you call stupid?" "I don't think so." Zheng Yi was so sad that he didn't hear it clearly. He remembered that when he was sitting next to a Qingxia Island consecrator, he should have listened to all the golden rules. Zheng Yi felt more and more that he was useless and deserved to suffer. Chen Pinggan said, "But it's not that I want to criticize you, Zheng Yi. It's true that you're too timid. When I was your age, I could be considered to be independent. I've never felt guilty or fearful when meeting a so-called big shot." Chen Pinggan finished eating sunflower seeds and rubbed his chin with his palm. He said self-deprecatingly, "It's a little shameless to talk like that. I might as well go back to Purple Bamboo Island and ask for a bamboo pole to make a bamboo knife for myself. Plus, I bought a big imitation Chu Huang from Ape Whaling Street. I can learn from my first disciple and use the wrong knife and sword to scare people." Zheng Yi was a little slow. He said, "How can I compare to Mr. Chen?" Chen Pinggan smiled and stood up. "Can you read? If you can, I'll teach you 2 secret techniques. They're not too high quality, but if you cultivate them, they won't be any worse than when you were on Reed's Moon Island." Zheng Yi quickly stood up. "I can read, but I'm always called stupid by my master." Chen Pinggan picked up the chair and said, "It's okay. Ask me if you don't understand anything." Chen Pinggan stepped over the threshold and turned to look. Zheng Yi followed carefully behind him, his hands empty. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Your master called you stupid. I don't think he wronged you. Pick up the bamboo chair." Zheng Yi suddenly understood and immediately ran to pick up the bamboo chair. Chen Pinggan smiled knowingly. He finally had a normal child by his side. Pretty good. When he thought about it, the bookkeeper didn't realize that he was only 3 years older than Zheng Yi. In the next few days, apart from sleeping and returning to the next room, Zheng Yi spent most of his time at Mr. Chen's place. He repeatedly flipped through the few pages and wrote in regular script. As a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, Zheng Yi certainly knew how to read. However, Mr. Chen said that the secret skill of the Ghost Dao was not too high in rank. Every word seemed to have no intention of recognizing him. Almost every 2 or 3 sentences, Zheng Yi would meet a stumbling block and ask a question. At first, Zheng Yi wanted to bite the bullet and skip a few paragraphs. He wanted to finish reading the secret technique before asking questions. However, the more he read, the more his head hurt. He was sweating profusely, so much so that he showed signs of losing control of his soul. Zhang Yi was immediately horrified. He had heard of some rules and taboos regarding the cultivation of immortal secret techniques. The better the secret technique, the more one couldn't immerse their mind in it. If they couldn't extricate themselves and didn't have a protector, it would hurt the foundation of their Tao. Mr. Chen had been sitting beside him. At first, he didn't deliberately remind Zheng Yi until Zheng Yi hurriedly put down the pages that weighed thousands of pounds and gasped for breath. Chen Pinggan nodded secretly. Not having good talent was not the most terrible thing. If Zheng Yi's mind was too shallow, it would be the biggest obstacle for him to cultivate this ghost Tao secret technique. Once Zheng Yi didn't even have this kind of willpower, following him to do that thing would only push Zheng Yi step by step to the side of Qigong deviation. Chen Pinggan wouldn't drive him away, but he would never let Zheng Yi continue to cultivate. He would just treat Zheng Yi as a neighbor, similar to the old cultivator who guarded the mountain gate. Chen Pinggan would rather waste 15 grains of grain rain money and let Zhong Yi and the fishing house of Qingxia Island find another suitable candidate. After Zheng Yi suffered, he no longer pretended to be fat. Whenever he had doubts, he would ask Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan answered his doubts one by one. Firstly, Wei Pai had made detailed notes at that time. Secondly, Chen Pinggan had many exchanges with Ma Yuanji of Zhuxian Mansion, Yu Hui of the Earth Immortal, and the great cultivators of the school of Yin Yang. As for why he didn't directly give Zheng Yi an annotated version of the secret technique, or tell Zheng Yi all the subtle details and things to take note of. This involved the cultivation of Tao of the young man beside him. It was fate that brought them together. Chen Pinggan hoped that Zheng Yi could really benefit from this deal and find the foundation to enter the middle 5 states in the future, and even the future cultivation of Tao. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. That was how Alliance treated him in the past. Chen Pinggan was also willing to treat a 14-year-old boy from the Bookslip Lake in the same way. Because Zheng Yi was a simple boy who had not been completely tainted by the Bookslip Lake and changed his nature. The rank of Wei Pai's secret technique was definitely not low. Then, Chen Pinggan took it out and Zheng Yi reached out to take it. Whether or not he could hold it in the future was not as simple as whether he could learn it or not. How did Zheng Yi learn it? How much effort and perseverance did he put in? If it was so easy to obtain, how could one truly cherish such a great fortune? How could one constantly ask oneself in the long path of cultivation in the future, ask oneself the original intention, and tell oneself that it was not easy to obtain all those years ago? Chen Pinggan didn't care what other sects, immortal caves, or 100 sects on the mountain used to impart Tao to their disciples. As long as it was him, it could be slow, but it had to be steady. However, Chen Pinggan soon had a headache. Because Zheng Yi was really too ignorant. Chen Pinggan used to think that his talent was mediocre because the one who taught him mountain-shaking fist manual was Ning Yao. When it came to reading, he traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom and had Li Baoping, a little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket, by his side. He was able to draw inferences by analogy. When it came to cultivation, there was Lin Shuyi. When it came to martial arts, the one who taught him was the invincible old man surnamed Kui. Later, he met his peer Cao Ci at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was so talented that Chen Pinggan lost 3 times in a row. Finally, there was Pei Qian, who practiced 18-stop Sword Qi like it was a game. Most importantly, this charcoal girl was his first disciple. When it came to romantic spirit, there was Lu Tai and Liu Qingshan. Even though Chen Pinggan began to reflect on himself and no longer belittled himself after experiencing the situation in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, it was easy to change a person's nature. It was inevitable that there would be some repercussions. In the end, when he met the blockhead Zheng Yi, Chen Pinggan felt that he was actually a cultivation genius. He almost sighed with emotion. No wonder Sword Immortal Boss revealed the secret of heaven, saying that if he didn't break his natal porcelain and break the longevity bridge, he would have the Earth Immortal talent. Because Zheng Yi was really too stupid. Often, it was just a sentence of pithy formula. He repeated it over and over again in detail. Chen Pinggan explained it for a long time, But Zheng Yi only understood half of it. When Ning Yaro imparted the essence of the mountain-shaking fist to him at the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pinggan felt that he actually understood it. However, when he really practiced the 6-step stance walking, he swayed and made a fool of himself. However, he soon gained some insight. However, he didn't know how lucky he was back then. He didn't realize that the fist intent that a martial artist strived for had already flowed through his body. Although the fist intent wasn't strong, from nothing to something, it was crossing the first big threshold of martial arts. It was equivalent to a chi cultivator reaching the sky in one step. It was very difficult. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan wasn't an impatient person. Since Zheng Yi learned slowly, he taught even slower and more meticulously. There were 3 pages. Zheng Yi learned 1 page a day, but it was still very difficult. Therefore, the young man felt guilty every day. He felt that he had let Mr. Chen down. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. He didn't comfort the young man. He also didn't say anything about Zheng Yi's talent being good. The world was complicated. One's heart was sincere. They were originally 2 contradictory things. Sooner or later, they would collide. More often than not, the latter would lose more. The more Zheng Yi experienced and sharpened today, the more solid his foundation would be. In the future, he wouldn't be defeated before a fight or admit defeat in a few moves if he encountered a really big problem. Living on Qingxia Island in Book Lake, Chen Pinggan now had a lot of time to look back on the past. Unconsciously, he chewed on many afterthoughts that he didn't have time to think deeply about before. For example, the barefoot old man on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building in Luopa Mountain once said that the so-called pure martial artist didn't rely on the fist techniques. Even if you learned thousands of fist techniques in the world, it wouldn't affect the word pure. The real purity was in the fist intent and the temperament. It was very simple. Chen Pinggan was a beginner in boxing. When he was faced with a level 4, level 5, level 8, level 9, and even level 10 martial artists, deep in his heart, he knew that he would lose without a doubt. However, once he was in a desperate situation where life and death were determined, would he still dare to throw out a punch? Would his fist intent not decrease at all? Would his fist intent be purer and move forward with indomitable will? When fighting against a strong opponent, in terms of temperament, one must first put oneself in an invincible position to have a chance of winning, even if it was only 1 in 10,000 chance. The fist intent didn't waver at all. There wasn't even that 1 in 10,000 chance. Just accept your death. Why practice boxing? Why suffer? 3 days later, Zheng Yi reluctantly learned this secret skill and then began to practice officially. Chen Pinggan reminded Zheng Yi that he didn't need to be greedy for speed. As long as Zheng Yi was slow and didn't make any mistakes, Chen Pinggan could wait. Otherwise, if he made a mistake and corrected it, it would be a real waste of time and money. In order to make Zheng Yi feel more deeply, Chen Pinggan's method was very simple. Once Zheng Yi's spirit was damaged because he wanted to cultivate faster, he would have to take immortal elixirs to repair his body. He would pay for the elixirs, but the cost of each elixir, even if it was just one, would be recorded in Zheng Yi's debt account book. Chen Pinggan finally showed a serious expression for the first time. He stood at the door of Zheng Yi's room, who was about to go into seclusion, and said, "The relationship between you and me is a business transaction. I will try my best to achieve mutual benefits for both of us. One day, we can part on good terms. But don't forget, I'm not your master, and I'm not your protector. You must always keep this in mind." Zheng Yi was a little afraid of Mr. Chen's demeanor and quickly nodded. If it wasn't for this, after 3 days of interaction, the youth had almost forgotten the first time he met Mr. Chen. He had almost forgotten his embarrassment and fear at that time. On the contrary, Jiyu Kan, whom Zheng Yi had only met once, left a deep impression on him. One night, he had a nightmare. He dreamed that a little devil in a dark green robe cut open his chest with one hand, cut out his heart and liver, and swallowed it. Jiyu Kan was full of smiles and said that it was delicious. Zheng Yi looked down at the bloody hole in his chest and then woke up with a start. He sat on the bed and was scared half to death. At that time, Zheng Yi couldn't calm down for a long time. When Zheng Yi was officially cultivating the secret method, Chen Pinggan went to the Moonhook Island and the Jade Pot Island. He paid Yu Hui and the yin-yang cultivator to put the remnant souls and the otherworldly items that had turned into malicious ghosts into a ghost Dao magic treasure called Yama Palace that Chen Pinggan bought from the secret storehouse of the Verdant Gorge Island. It was a gloomy wooden pavilion that was about the height of an arm. It was built and divided into 365 extremely small rooms. It was a place for otherworldly items to stay. It was very suitable for keeping and detaining otherworldly items. Yu Hui and the yin-yang cultivator had seen Chen Pinggan's fight with Liu Larocheng on the Verdant Gorge Island, so the total price was lowered by 20%. Of course, the two old foxes, as generals under the command of immortal Jie Jiang, would not say that they were so generous because they were afraid of Chen Pinggan's combat power. It was not easy for the seller to raise the price and make the buyer pay more money. However, it was not difficult for the seller to find an excuse to lower the price and give the buyer a profit. Chen Pinggan naturally would not expose it. He thanked the two cultivators. After a while, there was an insignificant relationship between them. When Chen Pinggan went to the two islands to discuss the transaction, he carried the bamboo box that he had not used for a long time. It was used to store the magic treasure called Yama Palace that all the ghost cultivators in the world dreamed of. Yu Hui and the yin-yang cultivator saw it, but they did not show any abnormality and deliberately ignored it. As far as they were concerned, Chen Pinggan and Liu Larocheng had fought to the death that night, and the fact that Chen Pinggan was still alive and kicking right now was already something that even nascent soul stage cultivators would admire. Therefore, the fact that Chen Pinggan was unable to refine the King of Hell's palace meant that he was in a precarious situation right now. Most importantly, his Qi residence was unstable, so it was not strange that he was unable to put away this ghost cultivator's supreme treasure. The minor refining of the immortal spiritual weapons and magic treasures was to turn real objects into virtual objects and hide them in the Qi palace. The technique itself was not too difficult and the threshold was not high. However, it occupied the Qi palace and constantly nibbled away the spiritual Qi. The better the object was, the more spiritual Qi it could absorb. Therefore, when the guard at the Great Wall of Sword Qi handed over the golden demon binding rope, he also taught Chen Pinggan an incantation for refining items. Chen Pinggan learned it very quickly. Secondly, the success of the minor refining depended on the quality of the spiritual weapon and magic treasure. Generally speaking, Earth immortal cultivators could not even control a half-immortal weapon, let alone minor refining. One of the reasons for the deterrence of the Fu family in the old Dragon City was that they could completely control a half-immortal weapon with their Earth immortal cultivation. Therefore, not only Yu Hui and the yin-yang cultivators, but also all the cultivators on the Verdant Canyon Island, including Liu Zhimao, were surprised that Chen Pinggan could use the sword that was very likely to be a half-immortal weapon. A young accountant, who could control an unknown immortal sword, fight with the cultivators of the military school, and have two natal flying swords. These unreasonable points were precisely the reason why Chen Pinggan could be reasonable in the Book Lake. However, if he were an ordinary Book Lake cultivator or individual immortal, he would probably be even more unreasonable once he was faced with these unreasonable points. Wasn't it to be unreasonable to have a strong fist and powerful ability? Otherwise, what was the point? Was it to be kind to others? The Book Lake never had such a principle. 4 generations, thousands of cultivators on the thousands of islands had long been used to it. Perhaps in the Book Lake, Liu Larocheng, who had the highest cultivation, was the only exception. It was a pity that Liu Larocheng did not even want to meet any of the cultivators in the Book Lake. The only cultivator who went to the Palace Willow Island was the Lord of the Grain Island, whose real identity was a spy of the Song clan. Otherwise, he would not have the ability to go to the island. Chen Pinggan returned to the Verdant Canyon Island and went to the Zhuxian mansion. On the Pearl Hairpin Island, he learned about the potholes of the two countries from Liu Zhongruan. This time, when he looked at the plaque of the Zhuxian mansion hanging high up, Chen Pinggan felt a little emotional. Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin, wondering if it was time to shave. Otherwise, would he really have to learn from Xu Yuanxia and show others with a big beard? The ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji appeared at the entrance of the mansion and cursed, telling Chen Pinggan to scram. Chen Pinggan did not scram. They had not even discussed the matter yet. After Ma Yuanji finished cursing, he asked, "The bulletin of the Catkin Island said that the last time you went to the Pearl Hairpin Island, you went to see Liu Zhongruan surrounded by women? The bulletin also said that Liu Zhongruan is most likely fond of you. Maybe one day, you will be the consecrator of the Pearl Hairpin Island." Chen Pinggan rolled his eyes. Ma Yuanji asked suspiciously, "Is there really nothing wrong?" Chen Pinggan did not say a word. Ma Yuanji immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you are such a noble person and a gentleman. Of course, you will not fight with me for Liu Zhongruan. It's my fault for being rude. Come, let's go. As long as Mr. Chen can promise me that you will not have anything to do with Liu Zhongruan in this lifetime, especially not having any relationship with her, we will make the deal at half price." Chen Pinggan asked, "I don't have any improper thoughts about Island Master Liu. But what if Island Master Liu pesters me? What should I do?" Ma Yuanji laughed and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be such a funny person. Her Royal Highness will like you. She is not obsessed with you. It's impossible." Then, Ma Yuanji said softly, "If there really comes a day where Her Royal Highness does something stupid, I hope Mr. Chen can remain calm. Show some of the strength of a gentleman. You should not covet your friend's wife." Walking with Ma Yuanji in Zhuxian Mansion, Chen Pinggan's scalp tingled as he listened. He almost couldn't hold himself back and wanted to expose Liu Zhongruan's opinion of Ma Yuanji. But when he finally managed to hold himself back, he could only sigh at the story of the Pac-Man and Liu Zhongruan. Chen Pinggan's head hurt even more when he thought about the fact that he would have to go to Pearl Hairpin Island again. Chen Pinggan could only promise Ma Yuanji that he would not mess with Liu Zhongruan and would not have any improper thoughts about her. Ma Yuanji was satisfied. Before he sat down in the main hall, he glanced at Chen Pinggan and said, "If it was when we first arrived at Verdant Canyon Island, I would have been worried. But look at you now. You are not much better looking than me. I can rest assured." Chen Pinggan took off the bamboo box on his back and took out the Yama's palace. He said helplessly, "Thank you for your trust." Then the two sides began to trade. Ma Yuanji clicked his tongue in wonder at the King of Hell's palace with the word prison engraved on its base. He stared at the small wooden attic without blinking and said bluntly, "I've been fighting for so many years in the Verdant Canyon Island, hoping that one day I can exchange my merits for this reward from the immortal. If it doesn't work, I'll save up enough money and buy it even if I have to sell my pots and pans. You must know that the Yama's palace is the most precious treasure of ghost cultivators. Those ghost cultivators and earth immortals would be too embarrassed to go out and greet their peers without a Yama's palace. However, the King of Hell's palace is also divided into different grades. This is the lowest grade, but it is already quite an impressive treasure. I heard that the nascent soul ghost cultivator with the highest cultivation in the Aquarius continent has a King of Hell's palace that looks like a great prison. It is as big as a real skyscraper and has 3,600 buildings. The cultivator can split his yin spirit to travel far away. When he walks in there, he can feel the chilly wind blowing and ghosts crying. Chen Pinggan said, "Maybe I will sell it to you when I leave Bookslip Lake one day." Ma Yuanji turned to look at Chen Pinggan and chuckled. "I've been waiting for you to say that." After paying the immortal money, Ma Yuanji led Chen Pinggan to the well at the bottom of Zhuxian Mansion and asked Chen Pinggan to put the attic on the ground. Ma Yuanji took out the soul summoning banner and activated the star steps. He chanted and circulated his spiritual energy. Wisps of green smoke drifted out from the soul summoning banner and turned into otherworldly items when they landed on the ground. Pale white arms crawled out of the well and slowly crawled out. It was obvious that the pressure of the well on the ghosts was stronger. Even after leaving the well prison, the ghosts were still confused and had difficulty standing. Ma Yuanji didn't care about this. He ordered the ghosts to move or crawl. One by one, they turned into the size of mustard seeds and entered the King of Hell's palace. Chen Pinggan stood at the side and watched all this. Yu Hui and the yin-yang cultivators had seen the same scene twice. It looked like a cold wind and rain, but it was actually the pain of being exposed to the sun. Before Chen Pinggan left Zhuxian Mansion, the ghost cultivator did not send him off. He stood beside the well and suddenly said to Chen Pinggan, "Why did you come? You exhausted your mind, body, and spirit. You didn't gain anything." Chen Pinggan said softly, "I lost. I definitely lost. I just wanted peace of mind." Ma Yuanji sneered, "Just for peace of mind? Don't you think you took out too much immortal money from your pocket?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "The one who gave you peace of mind was Liu Zhongruan. For her, you secretly went to the border of Zhuying dynasty and the vassal state of that person who was the retired emperor. You even sacrificed your life. Why don't I see any heartache or regret?" Ma Yuanji was stunned and speechless. He suddenly smiled and said, "It's not the same. I'm doing this to please Her Highness the eldest princess and hope that we can become Dao companions. Even if it's only a few times, it's fine. After all, Her Highness the eldest princess is my biggest pursuit in this life." "What about you? What do you get?" Chen Pinggan laughed, "Our paths are different. Let's not talk about it." Ma Yuanji sighed, "We're brothers in the same boat. Fortunately, we're both ugly monsters that women don't like. We're in the same boat. Come to Zhuxian Mansion often when you're free. I feel better when I see you." This time, it was Chen Pinggan's turn to be speechless. Chen Pinggan carried the bamboo box and left Zhuxian Mansion where the owner's eyes were not very good. He was not handsome and was still unkempt. But how could he be reduced to the same situation as Ma Yuanji? Chen Pinggan agreed. His parents did not agree. Chen Pinggan smiled as he walked out of the mansion. Hong Su was no longer in Zhuxian Mansion. Liu Zhimao had the steward arrange for her to be a servant girl in his Hengbo mansion. It was said that she also had the status of a female official, with more than 10 servant girls under her command. Ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji was probably at a loss, but he definitely did not dare to refuse such a small task from the island master's trusted aide. Chen Pinggan had gone to see Hong Su once. That was the first time Chen Pinggan had visited Hengbo Mansion. At that time, Hong Su was not very interested. Chen Pinggan knew that it was because she was an outsider from Zhuxian Mansion. She was like a nameless local official who was suddenly promoted to the central government office of the capital. Most importantly, she was actually a minor official. Naturally, she would be severely ostracized by her colleagues and subordinates. However, Hong Su was still very happy to see Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan politely declined the steward's good intentions. He only allowed Hong Su to show him around Hengbo Mansion before taking his leave. After that, Hong Su asked for a 2-hour leave from the steward one day. She left the strict and cautious Hengbo prefecture and went to the mountain gate to look for Mr. Chen. The door was shut tight. Hong Su stood outside the door and even ran to the ferry. In the end, she still did not see the thin figure of the accountant. Hong Su could only return to Hengbo Mansion with some disappointment. She saved up the gratitude in her stomach. However, she did not know that Chen Pinggan had been sitting behind the desk in the room the entire time. Just like when he boiled medicine when he was young, besides the quality of the ingredients, the most important thing was the heat. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Chen Pinggan naturally appreciated Hong Su's gratitude. However, he had to consider his own status and the situation that Hong Su was in. When Liu Zhimao visited the other day, he deliberately mentioned that Ji Yukan had single-handedly created a prostitute. In Chen Pinggan's eyes, this was very unprofessional behavior. Therefore, he used the fact that the perfected lord was good at brewing tea to remind Liu Zhimao not to have such thoughts again. Liu Zhimao, of course, understood immediately. He no longer intentionally or unintentionally fanned the flames between Chen Pinggan and Ji Yukan. In the bookslip lake, a sincere friend had appeared out of nowhere. How much effort would he have to expend, and how much would he have to pay for it in the future? Chen Pinggan knew. However, Chen Pinggan also knew that having a friend like Hong Su on Verdant Gorge Island was very important to his state of mind. Like the water reflected by the bright moon in the ditch, the trickling water was of no help to a dry heart. However, there was a world of difference between having such a clear and shallow ditch and not having such a clear and shallow ditch. In order to repay the kindness, Chen Pinggan had done many small things for Jiyu Kan's family back then. One of them was robbing water in the middle of the night. He knew that during a drought, even if he couldn't get the water and couldn't beat the young men who were patrolling in the middle of the night, as long as there was water flowing in the ditch, there was hope. There were always times when others relaxed and wanted to go back to sleep. At that time, Chen Pinggan, who was hiding in the dark, could run over and dig up the small mud dam at the edge of the field upstream of the water source. Listening to the sound of water flowing, he ran down the field happily until he reached the edge of the field where Jiyu Kan's family lived. Then, he squatted down and built a small dam. The water in the ditch would flow into the field. He watched the water level rise bit by bit and waited slowly. When the water was full, he would dig up the small dam and let the water flow down. During those years, Jiyu Kan's family had never had to worry about stealing water. They had never quarreled with their fellow villagers or quarreled with them. Chen Pinggan never felt that he was repaying a favor. That was what he should do. It was hard to settle things in the world. If things couldn't be settled, he would settle his own heart first. Then, he would be able to live on and wouldn't even feel that it was too hard. Zheng Yi staggered open the door with a face full of blood. Chen Pinggan was already standing outside the door. He helped him back to the table and took out a bottle of elixirs. The quality was not high. It was an ordinary elixir from the secret vault of the Verdant Gorge Island. It was worth a small sum of money. Usually, cave abode and sea viewing cultivators would buy it in bulk from the secret vault. For a third realm Qi refinement warrior like Zheng Yi, it was more than enough. Qi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms could not keep the superior grade elixirs that were too rich in spirit energy. They did not have the ability to refine and convert them into cave of Qi. After Zheng Yi took the elixir, his face was pale and he felt guilty. He almost cried. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I was too impatient." Chen Pinggan waved his hand and explained to the youth, "You can't take things to the extreme. You weren't impatient today, but you had to grit your teeth and overcome one of the obstacles. It's just that you didn't succeed, so I won't record these pills. You have to distinguish the difference between being greedy and not moving forward because of fear. You have to pursue the centrist Tao heart. You have to think clearly in the process of cultivation. Otherwise, you will instinctively retreat and shrink back when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation. It will only hinder your progress." Zheng Yi wiped his face and smiled. "I'll remember it." Chen Pinggan said, "Remember, you have to think more. Otherwise, it will never be the step for you to go up. Since you admit that you are stupid, you have to think more. You have to spend more effort and suffer more hardship on stupid things that smart people don't have to stop." Zheng Yi nodded. The logic was simple. He could understand it. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He hesitated for a moment. "Only after you do your best and work hard will you have the right to blame the heavens." If it was in the past, Chen Pinggan would definitely say that he could not blame the heavens. At this moment, Chen Pinggan would not say such words. Chen Pinggan let Zheng Yi heal himself and digest the spirit qi of the elixir. Chen Pinggan had just stood up when he suddenly turned around. Zheng Yi followed Chen Pinggan's gaze and looked out. The lake outside the window was bleak and there was nothing unusual. Chen Pinggan frowned and said, "Don't be distracted." Zheng Yi immediately held his breath and focused. Chen Pinggan stood up and helped to close the door. He hesitated for a moment and did not go to the ferry to enjoy the scenery. Instead, he returned to his room. He took out the Yama Palace from the bamboo box and threw snow into it. The reason why the immortal money could be called immortal money was because of the purity of its spirit qi. Cultivators and ghosts could use it. The Tao was impartial. The 4 seasons rotated: birth, old age, illness, and death. Yin and yang were separated, and time passed. Chen Pinggan sat at the desk and flipped open an account book that was filled with manuscripts by the shore. He took out a secret elixir from the Pearl Hairpin Island's water hall and swallowed it gently. He then closed his eyes to rest. When the spirit qi slowly flowed into his water residence, there was a slight surplus. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and looked at the names on the first page of the account book, their birthplace, and their life stories. There were a total of 9 people recorded on this page. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath before he started to recite the incantation in his heart. He formed a sword seal with his fingers and pointed at the King of Hell's hall on the table. He used the Ghost Dao Edict to summon the 9 yin spirits and ghosts with incomplete souls. The room had already been pasted with talismans and formations, forming a land suitable for ghosts to stay in the world of the living. The 3 talisman were the Cloud and Water House Guarding Talisman from the Authentic Alchemy works. In the center of the talisman, there was a taboo of Mr. 3 Mountains and 9 marquises. The last one was the Cedar Tree Talisman. If the chi of the house was like smoke and fire, it could be used to suppress or summon ghosts. It all depended on the intention of the person who pasted the talisman. The last one was the Peachwood Talisman, a talisman given by the Yin-Yang School's cultivators. It could restrain the ferocious nature of ghosts and otherworldly items and restore their clarity of mind. As for the formation that provided a foothold for the weak otherworldly items in the world of the living, Chen Pinggan learned it from the Moonhook Island's Earth Immortal Yu Hui. He asked someone to help move a huge bluestone from the bottom of the Bookslips Lake ashore, cut it into a bluestone slab, and carved it with talisman characters before embedding it into the ground to pave the floor. In addition, under the ground near the bluestone slab, he also buried the natal earth of blessing that he had entrusted to the Verdant Canyon Island cultivators to buy from other islands. Every time Chen Pinggan reported a name, an otherworldly item would walk out of the Yama Palace and stand on the bluestone slab that occupied half of the room. These 9 otherworldly items all came from the 2 mansions of the Verdant Canyon Island's chief minister and senior brother Ji Kan. There were girls and servants in the mansions. Previously, Chen Pinggan had become the temporary master of the Yama Palace through the secret method of ghost cultivation. At the same time, he also told all the otherworldly items and ghosts in the attic who he was, what his relationship with Ji Kan was, why he was in the Verdant Canyon Island, what he was going to do, and what he would do in the future. At this time, the 9 otherworldly items had been brutally killed and suffered after death. There was anger, sorrow, confusion, bitterness, hatred, suspicion, surprise, indifference, and fear. Chen Pinggan said slowly, "Do you have any last wishes? Do you have any unfinished business that you must do? For yourself, for your family, and for your sect, you can say that I will do my best to help you fulfill your wishes." In addition to the mountainous pile of account books on the table, there was also a blade-strengthening gourd that could be used to refresh one's mind, and 6 talisman paper dolls that were carefully made by the Breeze Paper Shoe family. The talisman dolls could allow otherworldly items to live in them. With the dolls' appearances, they could travel freely in the world of the living. Chen Pinggan paused for a moment. "If we trace back to the source, I do owe you because I gave Ji Kan, that little loach, to him. That's why I found you one by one and talked to you. In fact, I don't owe you anything because both of us are in this Bookslip Lake. Of course, I have Buddhist karma, but it's not big. This life is bitter because of the cause of the previous life. This is what the Buddhist scriptures say. According to legalism, it has nothing to do with me. According to Taoism, one only needs to cut off the mortal world, stay away from the secular world, and quietly pursue the Tao. This shouldn't be the case. But I don't think it's right, so I will do my best." No one spoke first. Inside the room, the living and the dead fell into a long silence. No matter what the otherworldly items were feeling at the moment, when they looked at the young man sitting behind the desk, they saw the accountant in his eyes. Somehow, they saw different emotions in him compared to the otherworldly items around them. It was like a reflection in a mirror. Joy and sorrow were connected. A young woman suddenly said with a stern face, "I want you to pay with your life. Can you do it?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "Of course not." She grinned. "Then why are you pretending to be a good person and a hypocrite? You deserve to die. You deserve to die with that bastard Ji Kan. You deserve to die without a proper burial." Chen Pinggan looked at her. Her face was distorted with deep hatred. She dashed forward, but as soon as she was about to get out of the bluestone board, she bumped into a wall and was sent flying backward. She fell and struggled to get up. She came to the invisible barrier and spread her fingers. She looked like a madwoman, crazily scratching the invisible threshold with her nails. If I die, you won't have a good death. You're pretending here. You deserve to die the most. You deserve to die more than that bastard Jiyu can. In the end, she slumped to the ground and sobbed. Chen Pinggan stood up. On the bluestone board, the other 8 otherworldly items took a step back almost at the same time. Chen Pinggan walked around the desk, came to the bluestone board, and squatted. She lifted her head. I don't want to die. I want to live. Is that wrong? Chen Pinggan shook his head. No. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged and said softly, Your name is Bai Litzao, originally by my When you were alive, you were a cultivator of the third realm. You were born in Bottle Alley in Gusu County of Stonehair Country. You were betrothed when you were a child. When you were 14, you were discovered by a cultivator in the fishing house of Verdant Gorge Island that you had the potential to cultivate. He bought you from your parents for 300 taels of silver. Your parents changed their minds at the last minute and wanted to ask for an extra 300 taels of silver. In the end, they were all killed on the spot in front of you. When you arrived at Verdant Gorge Island, you were chosen by the island's chief consecrator and were taken in as a maid. You didn't like the name Bai My so you changed your name to Bai Litzao. For this reason, you even spent 12 more snowflakes in the incense room. In the end, you were killed by Jiyu Kan's dragon retinue. Your body was too horrible to look at. Then, I took you out of the well and into the King of Hell's palace. She wiped away her tears. You can do whatever you want to me. But if Jiyu Kan doesn't die, I won't die in peace. Life or death, I will remember him, Jiyu Kan. Her eyes were firm. And you? Aren't you powerful? Why don't you just destroy my soul? Then you won't be annoyed if you don't see me. Chen Pinggan shook his head. He stood up. A young otherworldly item who was also a maid said timidly, Even if I have to stay in this world as an otherworldly item, I'm willing. Also, can I not suffer the pain of my soul being tortured in the future? Chen Pinggan nodded. Yes. If you have any other wishes, you can tell me. She jumped up in joy, her appearance graceful as she curtsied to Chen Pinggan. A female otherworldly item with a cold face pointed at the King of Hell's palace on the table. I want to be reincarnated. I don't want to be imprisoned in this damned place anymore. Can you do it? Chen Pinggan said, It's not hard to let you reincarnate. But I can't guarantee that you can be reborn as a human. I can't even guarantee that you can enjoy happiness in your next life. I can only promise that when the time comes, I will hold a Daoist ritual and a Buddhist water and land ashram for otherworldly items who have made the same choice as you to pray for blessings. Also, I will do some rules on the mountain to increase your blessings. For example, I can open a porridge stall in the war-torn Stonehow country to help the refugees. I can do a lot of things. She was bewildered. Then, she seemed to change her mind. Let me think about it. Is that okay? Chen Pinggan nodded. Of course. She suddenly asked, You know my name too? Chen Pinggan said softly, Yes, and I know that you wrote many spring festival couplets in the unimportant places in the mansion. I went there to look for them. Unfortunately, the place that was renamed Spring Court Mansion has been replaced with new couplets. She suddenly burst into tears. Chen Pinggan said, I'm sorry. She didn't say anything and just cried. One of the otherworldly items who was the first to panic was a middle-aged man who was used to bending down when talking to others. He said with a trembling voice, Immortal Master, my name is Jiao. It's okay if you don't know my name. You don't need to remember it. I just want to go to my parents' graves to burn incense. But it's a bit far. It's not in the Stonehow country. It's in the small vassal country of the Zhuiying dynasty, Spring Flower. Guo, if Immortal Master thinks it's too troublesome, then forget it. I just want Immortal Master to open the Daoist ritual and land ashram and help us accumulate some merits so that we can reincarnate smoothly. Then, I won't blame Jiyu Kan. Chen Pinggan nodded. I know where you're from. Spring Flower. Guo will go there too. I'll ask you to come out then. Jiao burst into tears and bowed to thank him. I'll have to trouble Immortal Master to pay for the grave expenses. I'll pay you back in my next life. Chen Pingan turned around and picked up the blade-strengthening gourd. He took a big gulp of wine and walked back. That's it. That's all. The middle-aged otherworldly item wiped his face. That's enough. Chen Pingan's lips twitched. He pulled a long face and didn't say anything. Suddenly, another otherworldly item rubbed his hands and smiled. It was a middle-aged man. He flattered, Immortal Master, I don't want to be reincarnated, and I don't dare to ask Immortal Master to do those strenuous things. I just have a small wish. It won't cost Immortal Master a single snow, and it won't distract Immortal Master. Chen Pingan squinted and said with an emotionless face, Zhao Shi, tell me about it. The man who used to be the manager of Spring Court Mansion glanced at the otherworldly items next to him. He grinned and said, my only wish is to stay in Immortal Master's immortal mansion. Then, I can continue to take care of the ladies like I did when I was still alive. But now, I want to visit them and do some manly things. When I was alive, I could only sneak a few glances at them. I didn't even dare to look at them. Today, Immortal Master, please do me a favor. If you don't, I won't be able to rest in peace. The girl named by Li Kao, who was the first to speak, had a cold smile on her face. Chen Pingan nodded and curled his lips. Okay. It's just a small matter. The man bowed and said, Immortal Master is wise. Chen Pingan didn't need to check the account book. He said slowly, Zhao Shi, like your ancestors, you were born in Verdant Canyon Island. You used to be the second-class manager of Flower Lantern Mansion. In addition to taking care of the basic necessities and salaries of more than 10 ladies, you have 2 opportunities to leave Bookslip Lake every year and go to the Stone Hair Country to look for Handaman disciples for Flower Lantern Mansion of Verdant Canyon Island. According to the records of the Incense Chamber, there is only one thing about your life, which is probably your greatest achievement in your previous life. You once had a conflict with a foreign female cultivator in Cloud Tower City. Using the name and connections of Verdant Canyon Island, you asked the local cultivators in Cloud Tower City to humiliate her to death and throw her body into the lake. The man looked embarrassed. Immortal Master, please don't laugh at me. Chen Pingan stepped onto the bluestone floor and grabbed the otherworldly item's neck. He said expressionlessly, laugh? I don't think it's funny. Chen Pingan gripped the otherworldly item's neck tightly. The otherworldly item felt like it was being boiled in a pot of oil. It screamed painfully, Chen Pingan, you didn't keep your word. I curse you. Chen Pingan raised his arm and suspended the otherworldly item in the air. He didn't want the dying otherworldly item to say more. He said slowly, keep your word. In your next life, you can deal with the young female cultivator in Cloud Tower City with your own ability. You can reincarnate yourself into a good body. As for whether you will have the chance after your soul is gone, I don't care. By the way, do you remember the name of the female cultivator? I remember that she was called Wei Qingyu. The otherworldly item in Chen Pingan's hand turned into ashes and scattered. Chen Pingan stepped back from the bluestone floor. He coughed a few times and walked back to the desk. He looked at the bluestone floor. A man and a woman, who were secretly happy and suspicious at first, began to kneel down and kowtow. 2 hours later, Chen Pingan opened the door and walked out of the room. Zheng Yi was already standing at the door. When he saw his figure, he turned his head and said in surprise, Mr. Chen, it's snowing. It's snowing heavily. It's the first heavy snow in our Bookslip Lake this year. However, Zheng Yi quickly shut his mouth and was a little resentful. For a great cultivator like Mr. Chen, what was the point of whether it snowed or not in the human world, whether it was heavy or light? Chen Pingan raised his head. His hands were wrapped in his sleeves. The snow was vast. However, when the snow melted, it was the coldest time. After the snow melted, the roads would be muddy. 6. For 41, even a bookish old man like Zhong Yi didn't expect the snow to be so heavy today, and for such a long time. That ferocious aura seemed to want to raise the surface of the Bookslip's lake by a foot. Heavy snow foretold a good harvest. It was not just a common saying, but it was also applicable to the tens of thousands of cultivators in Book Lake. Rain, snow, and morning dew were rootless water. Naturally, the more the better for Book Lake's spiritual chi and water luck. The islands probably wished that the heavy snow only fell on their heads. It was not the snow that fell, but the snow was spending money, a lot of immortal money. In fact, many Earth immortal cultivators had already gone to the sky and used all kinds of supernatural powers to seize real benefits for their islands. On the winter solstice, according to the custom of their hometown, Chunting Mansion made dumplings. The day before, Little Loach finally suppressed its injuries and was able to quietly return to the shore. Today, Ji-yu consented to ask Chen Pingan to come to the mansion to eat dumplings. While they were talking, Ji-yu Kan and her mother were busy at the kitchen. Now, the kitchen of Chunting Mansion was bigger than Ji-yu Kan and Chen Pingan's two ancestral houses in Mud Bottle Alley combined. On the way to the mountain gate, Little Loach was also very curious. Ji-yu Kan said that Chen Pingan might give it something. What was it? It was said that Chen Pingan had been living in seclusion for the past 10 days and almost never went out. Occasionally, he would only open the door and look at the snow-covered lake. It was very different from before when he was wandering around Book Lake. She was still a little afraid of Chen Pingan. At first, when she returned to Pond Water City, it was the instinctive fear that involved the root of her great Tao. After the battle between Chen Pingan and Liu Larocheng, Little Loach, who was named Charcoal Snow by Chen Pingan, was even more afraid. She still liked Ji-yu Kan from the bottom of her heart. She had always been glad that Chen Pingan gave her to Ji-yu Kan. Now, she would be reserved around Chen Pingan. She went to the house and gently knocked on the door. Chen Pingan's hoarse voice came from inside. "The door is not locked. Come in. Be careful not to step on the bluestone floor." She opened the door, and the cold air accumulated by the heavy winter snow rushed into the house. She didn't notice it at first. She was naturally fond of the coldness of the 4 seasons. However, when she saw the pale-faced Chen Pingan start coughing behind the desk, she immediately closed the door and walked around the limestone slab that was as big as the lichen in Ji-yu Kan's study room. She timidly stood near the desk and said, "Teacher, Ji-yu Kan asked me to call you over to Chunting residence to eat dumplings." Chen Pingan had already stopped writing. There was a self-made bamboo copper cage on his knees. His palms were warm by the charcoal fire. He said apologetically, "I won't be going. Help me apologize to Ji-yu Kan and Auntie later." She said gently, "If Sir is worried about the wind and snow outside, Charcoal Snow can help a little." Chen Pingan shook his head. "Forget it." She still wanted to say something, but when she saw Chen Pingan's eyes, she immediately dismissed the idea. Chen Pingan asked, "Do you know why I named you Charcoal Snow?" She shook her head. Chen Pingan said slowly, "Ice and charcoal are not in the same furnace. This is a principle that even children understand, right?" She nodded. Chen Pingan said, "That's why charcoal and snow are in the same furnace and can still be close to each other. This is one of the most precious things. The other thing is that I have selfish motives. When I see you, I remind myself that giving you to Ji-yu Kan was indeed an act of sending charcoal in snowy weather. If..." Chen Pingan stopped talking. He raised a hand from the charcoal cage and picked up a carving knife on the table. This action made Charcoal Snow, a seriously injured nascent soul cultivator, whose eyelids couldn't help but tremble. There was a bamboo scabbard and a bamboo knife that had just been made last night on the table. Originally, he wanted to ask Sengyi, who liked the snow scene, to help him go to Purple Bamboo Island to ask for or buy a bamboo pole. However, when he thought that green bamboo looked better and the purple bamboo scabbard and knife hung on his waist looked a little fancy, he changed his mind and asked Sengyi to cut a green bamboo pole from Verdant Gorge Island and bring it back. Chen Pingan made the knife and scabbard overnight. There were many leftover scraps, which he cut into a pile of small bamboo slips for Chen Pingan. There were a few blank bamboo slips on the table that had not been engraved. However, unlike the bamboo slips that had been engraved in the past, these newly made bamboo slips of Verdant Gorge Island were not of the same size, but of different lengths and thicknesses. At this time, Chen Pinggan picked up the carving knife that came as a gift from the shop in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He picked out the longest bamboo slip and gently cut it near the end of the bamboo slip into 2 sections of different lengths. Then, he cut the longer section again and again. The gaps were like the joints of a bamboo pole. In the small alley where smoke rose in spirals, the sun shone high above the fields, between the 2 ancestral residences in Mud Bottle Lane, the resplendent Spring Court Palace, and the lawless Bookslip Lake. Although she didn't know what Chen Pinggan was doing or what he was blindly thinking about, Charcoal Snow was still frightened by this scene. This descendant of the true dragon, who didn't fear Liu Laocheng, was like a child who was about to be punished for making a mistake. Facing a teacher who was about to settle accounts, she waited for the plank to fall into her hand. Chen Pinggan didn't raise his head. He just stared at the bamboo slips that were being cut again and again. There's a saying in my hometown, lotus root can't cross the bridge, bamboo can't cross the ditch. Have you heard of it? Charcoal Snow hesitated for a moment, then said softly, when I was in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, I didn't gain sentience. It was only when I came to Verdant Gorge Island that I began to truly remember things. Later on, when I was in Spring Court Palace, I heard Jiyu Kan's mother casually mention it. Chen Pinggan finally raised his head and said with a smile, your temper is the same as Jiyu Kan's. But the knowledge of these words, did you learn them from Auntie? Charcoal Snow was silent. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, looking delicate and pitiful. Chen Pinggan said, I've already felt guilty twice over Jiyu Kan's matters. As for Auntie's matters, I've already paid it off. Now, you're the only one left, little Loach. Charcoal Snow slowly raised her head. Her pair of golden vertical eyes stared fixedly at the accountant sitting behind the desk. The murderous aura in the room was so heavy that it caused the wind and snow to howl outside. She was extremely weak now, but how good was he? He was even more sickly than she was. When it came to the great Tao and life and death, she wouldn't be careless in the slightest. Apart from that, she could even be at Chen Pinggan's beck and call. She treated him as half a master and was extremely respectful to him. She and Jiyu Kan were also born to hit it off and were compatible with the great Tao. Chen Pinggan coughed. With a flick of his wrist, he placed a golden rope on the table. He sneered, Why? Are you trying to scare me? Why don't you take a look at the fate of your own kind? Charcoal Snow saw through the roots of the golden rope at a glance. She immediately felt like her liver and guts were about to burst. For the rest of the cultivators, even Golden Core Earth immortals like Yu Hui wouldn't be as frightened as she was when they saw this magic treasure, let alone nascent soul great cultivators like Liu Zhimao. Chen Pinggan put down the carving knife in his hand and picked up the demon binding rope that was refined from the whiskers of the old nascent soul flood dragon. He walked around the desk and slowly walked towards her. Of course I didn't kill this old nascent soul flood dragon with my own hands. Even the demon binding rope was refined by a friend at Inverted Hanging Mountain. The one who killed the old flood dragon was a great sword immortal. The one who asked someone to refine it was another great sword immortal. This was the fate of the old flood dragon who oversaw the small world and was about to enter the unpolished Jade Realm. Jiyu Kan may not know, but don't tell me you don't know that the calligraphy lake is too small for you. It will only get smaller and smaller. Chen Pinggan stood in front of her. You help Jiyu Kan kill this and that. You kill to your heart's content. What do you want? Of course, the two of you are closely related to each other. Apart from the fact that you won't harm Jiyu Kan, you just follow your heart and do whatever you want every day. Aren't you also foolishly trying to help Jiyu Kan gain a foothold and then help Liu Zhimao and the Verdant Gorge Island take over the entire Bookslip Lake so that you can take half of the water luck of the Bookslip Lake as the foundation for your bold gamble to reach the unpolished Jade Realm? Chen Pinggan held the demon binding rope in one hand and stretched out a finger to poke her forehead. The bigger the bowl, the bigger the rice. Don't you know this? Aren't you afraid that you will die from overeating? Her face was full of anger and her whole body was trembling. She really wanted to reach out with her claws and cut out the heart of this sickly person in front of her. But she didn't dare to. One of the most important reasons was the half-immortal weapon that was now hanging on the wall. It wasn't because of any affection or affection. Even in the depths of her heart, she sensed a trace of a strange aura from Chen Pinggan that was naturally oppressive. At first, she mistakenly thought that it was because of the chants of Tao. Later, she realized that it wasn't just that. Because of her experience and age, she was far inferior to someone of the same kind in this matter. Wu Yi, the founder of the Xiang Mansion in the Huangting country. Wu Yi was only an earth immortal of gold core, but she could see the truth at a glance. Chen Pinggan was entangled with the karma of killing the flood dragon. As for why it was so heavy, Wu Yi didn't know and couldn't figure it out. The only one who could guess the general situation was her father, the 10,000-year-old flood dragon who went to the Deer Academy in the Cloud Forest to be the deputy head. Unfortunately, he would never tell his daughter. Chen Pinggan poked her head again and again. You don't even know how to be a smart bad person. Do you really think you can live for a long time? Go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and take a look. Every 100 years, how many Earth Immortal sword cultivators die? Have you seen the sword of the Wei and Jin dynasties in the Wind Snow Temple? Have you seen the Alliance who was punched back to the righteous world by Tao number 2 and then punched him back into the green netherworld by Tao number 2? Have you seen a sword cultivator flattening a flood dragon's ravine with a sword? Have you seen how the number 1 cultivator in the Tongya continent, Ascendant Realm Du Maro, died? Chen Pinggan retracted his hand and coughed continuously. He said hoarsely, "You've only seen the Jade Primitive Realm Liu Larocheng, and he almost died." She flew into a rage out of humiliation and gnashed her teeth. That pair of golden flowers. The murderous intent in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. She didn't hide it at all. The corners of Chen Pinggan's mouth twitched as he stared at this so-called descendant of the true dragon who was going so smoothly. What exactly is it that makes you and Ji can think that there's nothing wrong with killing others, and that you can die without regrets even if you're killed? People like Ji can, a flood dragon like you, and Ji Can's mother seem to be smart. If I didn't know you, do you know that even if I passed by the calligraphy lake, even if I only had this little cultivation base, even if I didn't punch or use my sword, even if I only drank tea with Liu Jimao, Liu Larocheng, and the Lord of Grain Island and made deals with them, how many times would you die if I stayed in the calligraphy lake for a few years? She sneered and said, "Then why didn't you kill them? Why didn't you kill them?" She seemed to become very happy in an instant. She smiled and said, "I know that you, Chen Pinggan, were able to get to where you are today because you're so much smarter than Ji can. You're so meticulous. Every step you take is calculated. You're even probing into the most subtle of people's hearts. But so what? Didn't the great Tao collapse? Chen Pinggan, do you really know how Ji can felt that night? You said that something went wrong with your cultivation and that's why you vomited blood. Ji can isn't as smart as you, but he's not stupid. Does he really not know that you're lying? I'm in the nascent soul realm after all. Does he really not see that there's a huge problem with your body? But Ji can is soft-hearted. He's still a young child after all. He doesn't dare to ask. As for me, I'm not willing to say it. If you're weaker, I'll be less afraid of you. Facts have proven that I'm right. You're just strong enough to stop Liu Larocheng. I survived, and you were seriously injured. Because of this, I can kill you with a slap right now. It's exactly the same as killing those ants that can't be used as nourishment." Chen Pinggan casually threw the demon-binding rope on the table. He put his palms together and smiled. "That's right. If you don't say these words, I'll feel tired for you. You're really not good at pretending. I can see it clearly. Both of us are tired. Now, we're actually on the same line." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't pretend to be mysterious here." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. "Including Zheng Yi, you and I, just the 2 of us. In fact, we can be considered as separate and become the 5th line." She sneered and said, "Chen Pinggan, have you lost your mind after dealing with those otherworldly items for too long? Have you gone mad? Have you turned to the demonic path without turning your head? Are you ambitious? Do you want to learn from the City Lord of White Emperor City? Do you want to start by becoming the co-owner of the Bookslips Lake? It's not impossible. Mr. Chen knows so many powerful people. What can't he do by relying on them? I'm just a little loach that even Mr. doesn't care about. I'm just one of Mr.'s powerful backers behind the scenes. They can crush me with just one finger. Chen Pinggan smiled. He really felt that these words were very interesting. It provided him with another possibility. In this way, the line between the two sides would be clearer. With his smile, the tense atmosphere in the room lightened a little. Chen Pinggan gestured for her to sit down and talk. He turned around and walked straight to the desk. His back was left to her. She neither made a move nor moved. Since Mr. Chen is a scholar who likes to follow the rules, I'll just stand and talk. Chen Pinggan sat back in his chair. Holding the charcoal cage, he stretched out his hands to warm them. After rubbing his hands, he exhaled. Let me tell you something. Years ago, when I had just left the Pearl Grotto Heaven and traveled to the Great Sui dynasty, not long after I left Red Candle Town, I met an old scholar on a ferry. He also spoke up for me once. It was obvious that other people were being unreasonable first, but he tried to stop me from being reasonable later. I couldn't understand it at that time, and I had doubts in my heart. Now, thanks to your book, Lake, I can understand his thoughts. He might not be right, but he was definitely not as wrong as I thought at first. At that time, I was at most not wrong, but I might not be right. Chen Pinggan smiled and drew a circle with his finger. In the Jianghu, drinking is the Jianghu. Committing murder is the Jianghu. Upholding justice is the Jianghu. On the battlefield, you kill me and I kill you. The capital temple is the Jianghu temple, the hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers are the Jianghu temple, and the ancient battlefield ruins where the heroic spirits are unwilling to retreat are still the Jianghu temple. On the court, helping the country and helping the people is the Jianghu temple. Interfering in the politics of the country is also the Jianghu temple. Ruling the country is also the Jianghu temple. Someone told me that in the hometown of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, someone called his friends and killed all the soldiers in order to save his father who broke the law. In the end, he was regarded as a man of great filial piety. In the end, he even became a high-ranking official and left his name in history. Another person heard about the death of his friend and traveled thousands of miles. In one night, he killed his friend's entire family. In the moonlight, he returned. In the end, he was regarded as a chivalrous hero of the time and was chased by the government for thousands of miles. Everyone saved him on the way. This person was admired by countless people when he was alive. After his death, he was even included in the ranger biographies. Chen Pinggan drew a bigger circle. In the beginning, I didn't think much of it. I thought that if I met such a person, I would rather kill him with 2 punches. But now, I understand that at that time, this was the culture of the whole world. It was the aggregation of all the knowledge, just like the collision, fusion, and manifestation of the knowledge in the Clay Bottle Alley, Red Candle Town, and Cloud Tower Town. This was the universally recognized family discipline and good customs of that era. However, as the river of time continued to move forward, everything changed with the passage of time. If I lived in that era, I would also admire such a person. Not to mention killing him with 1 punch, I might even have to salute him with cupped fists when I see him. There was an old Taoist who schemed against me the most. He only showed me the river of time for 300 years. And I dare to say that it was a part of time that passed slowly. It was a part of the river that was complete compared to the world. It was just enough for me to see, not more, not less. If it was less, I wouldn't be able to see the subtlety of the knowledge that the old Taoist admired. If it was more, I would have to return to the knowledge of the old Taoist. Chen Pinggan seemed to be very cold now. His shoulders drooped and his hands didn't leave the charcoal cage for a moment. He smiled and said, whether it is you or Liu Jimao, compared to him and another young Taoist, these Taoist immortals who really stand at the top of the mountain are more than 100,000 miles away. Chen Pinggan lifted his chin and pointed at her side. In the nature of the heart, there should be a piece of the heart that is the most muddy. No matter how clear the water is, it is like the water in a ditch. As long as it flows into the field, it will become muddy. For example, almost everyone, deep in their heart, will contradict themselves without knowing it. The calligraphy lake is the best example. Compared to the battle of the 3rd and 4th Divisions, the White Snow Continent's worry-free village is just the opposite. Why, do you not understand? Then I will say something that you can barely understand. When there is a distinction between right and wrong, when a person stays out of the matter, many people will not ask about right and wrong, but blindly favor the weak. They will innately dislike the strong and hope that they will fall from the altar. They will even criticize good people and hope that a moral saint will have flaws. At the same time, they will admire the occasional good deeds of the wicked. The reason is actually not complicated. This is because we are fighting for the small one, trying to be balanced and not let a small group of people occupy too much. This has little to do with good and evil. To take it a step further, this is actually beneficial to all of us. We will share the big one more evenly. No one will go too high or too far, and no one will stay in a position that is too low. It is like a grasshopper on a string. The bigger one will jump high and far, while the weaker one will be dragged forward. Even if they are dragged by the string until they are bruised and bruised all over, they will not fall behind. They can hug each other for warmth and will not be easily pecked by the birds. That is why there are so many people in the world who like to be reasonable, but when the people around them are unreasonable, they will still secretly rejoice. It is because of the nature of the heart. When the world starts to become reasonable, you will have to pay a higher price. Being unreasonable will become the capital to settle down and get on with life. By staying by the side of such strong people, you will be able to fight for more material things together. This is the so-called helping one's family and not helping reason. Jiu Kan's mother, staying by Jiu Kan's and your side, or even staying by Liu Jimao's side, will instead make you feel safe. This is also the reason. This is not to say that she is wrong in this matter. It is just that if a vein is not wrong at the beginning, if it continues to spread out, like lotus flowers and bamboo, all kinds of conflicts with the established rules will appear. However, you will not care about those minor details at all. You will only think about breaking the bridge and filling up the ravine. That is why I told Jiu Kan that the many innocent people he killed were actually me, Chen Pinggan, and Jiu Kan from Mud Bottle Alley back then. He will not listen to me, either. I have done so much here. Sooner or later, the truth will come to light. I want Jiu Kan to open his eyes wide and watch carefully. If he doesn't listen to reason, then so be it. But I, Chen Pinggan, am here. Other than helping him and helping myself correct and make up for my mistakes, I will also let him understand a truth beyond the books. In Book Slip Lake, in 2 years at most, when a cultivator stands at a high position, there is no need for him to establish his prestige by killing the innocent. I will still be able to live a more stable life and stand at a higher position than Jiu Kan. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "What? Are you going to say that I have too many backers and too many magical treasures in my hands? That you and Jiu Kan can't compare to me? Then have you ever thought about how I have grasped all of this? Even if I tell you word by word, you won't understand. Because if I tell you the truth, you will understand it, but you will not be able to do it. Isn't it very interesting? That is the nature of your heart. When your temperament is like a porcelain embryo, there is no one around you who can persuade you to change. However, that is not important. Even if there is such a person, I think it is a waste of effort. There was no point in saying all this. What is important is that you do not even know how to be a smart bad person. Therefore, you are even more unwilling and do not know how to be a smart good person." The little loach bit her lips. After a moment of silence, the first thing she said was, "Chen Pinggan, don't force me to kill you today." Chen Pinggan tilted his head slightly and asked with a smile, "Why do you want to kill me? If you kill me, won't you, Jiu Kan, and the Spring Court Palace lose one less backer? Look, I just said that you are stupid. You are so bad that you are stupid, but you still don't want to admit it." The sound of boots rubbing against the ground could be heard under her feet. Chen Pinggan turned a blind eye to it. He pointed to the room next door where the young man, Zheng Yi, lived. "There is a good person over there. He is also young, and he learns everything very slowly. However, I still hope that he can live well in Bookslip Lake as a good person. It will not be easy, but there is still hope." Of course, if I find that I can't change him, or if I find that my shrewdness and schemes still can't guarantee his survival, I'll let him be. I'll let him run his own course at Bookslip Lake in the way he used to be best at. There was once a detail. When Chen Pinggan picked up a stool, Zheng Yi did not notice and forgot to pick it up and enter the room. If it was said that Zheng Yi did not understand the ways of the world, was young, had a simple temperament, and could not see anything in his eyes. However, when he was cultivating, he was distracted and followed Chen Pinggan's gaze to look outside the window. This made Chen Pinggan feel somewhat helpless. However, it could also be explained. Because he was young and inexperienced, he lacked enough training. He could also wait for Zheng Yi to grow. On the chessboard, every move was slow and flawless. There was no need to think too much about victory or defeat. In the end, the chances of winning were higher. However, if the heavens really wanted someone to die, then it could only be fate. Just like what Chen Pinggan said to Zheng Yi, when that time came, he only needed to have a clear conscience and complain to the heavens and others. However, there was one thing that made Chen Pinggan sigh with emotion. He needed to notice the signs and had to make things clear. For the first time, he had to secretly knock on the young man's heart. He told Zheng Yi bluntly and without mistake that the two of them were only business partners, not master and disciple. Chen Pinggan was not his preacher and protector. It was definitely not to the extent that Zheng Yi's nature was bad. On the contrary, after going through a life and death situation, he still had feelings for his master and Reed's Moon Island. This was one of the fundamental reasons why Chen Pinggan was willing to keep him by his side. It was no less important than Zheng Yi's foundation in cultivation and talent in the path of the ghost. However, even so, Zheng Yi was able to make Chen Pinggan vaguely see himself in the past. When he looked carefully, he could not stand up to a little more scrutiny. Zheng Yi's personality seemed to be the complete opposite of Ji Yukan's. Zheng Yi's following words and actions were originally the fourth line that Chen Pinggan wanted to observe carefully. However, when it really came down to it, Chen Pinggan still went against his original intentions. He still hoped that Zheng Yi would not stray. He hoped that he could find a place where his mind would not sway and waver between the two sides of the ruler of snatching and giving. However, it did not matter. When he interfered, he changed the path of that meridian. The line was still the same line. He only changed the trajectory slightly. He could still continue to observe the direction it went. It was just that there was a slight deviation from his expectations. Compared to the woman in front of him who was drenched in blood, she would most likely walk the same path to the end. Zheng Yi's line was filled with countless possibilities. There were still opportunities for him to do good. As for whether Zheng Yi's heart would encounter a calamity one day and flow from a kind place to an extreme self that was tit for tat, Chen Pinggan would not force him. Within the rules, everyone had to obey. Everyone would and should pay the price for their actions. There was always a limit to one's strength. Even on Ji Yukan's side, Chen Pinggan had admitted defeat. He could only make a relatively thorough cut and draw a line with Ji Yukan under the premise of stopping killing and stopping mistakes. He began to do those things for himself. So what if there was an additional Zheng Yi? Chen Pinggan's expression was absent-minded. Back then, in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, on the other side of the small town's wooden fence. Inside the door was a bumpkin youth who was still wearing straw sandals. Outside the door were Cai Qinqian, Fu Nanhua, the Shu family of Qingfeng City, the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain, and the girl who was clamoring to move the cloud-splitting mountain home as a small garden. That was the first time Chen Pinggan came into contact with people who traveled far away from the small town. All of them were mountain dwellers, immortals in the eyes of mortal teachers. Fortunately, among those people, there was a girl who said, "The great Tao should not be so small." Chen Pinggan arrived at the Bookslip Lake. When his good and evil collided into a bloody mess, he realized that there were so many flaws in his heart mirror and it was so broken. For example, he had to start admitting that he was a mountain dweller, at least half a mountain dweller. Otherwise, just because of the existence of the mountain-moving ape, he would always reject himself in his heart. This was the flaw of the great Tao. Therefore, back then in the lotus flower-blessed land, He built a long golden bridge in the river of time. However, Chen Ping'an's heart clearly told him that, as long as he really walked on it, the bridge would collapse and he would definitely fall into the river. Chen Ping'an sighed. The first time you turned around, this time you were distracted. Little Loach, I gave you 2 chances. In the end, you still don't dare to kill me. She said coldly, isn't this still within your calculations? According to what you said, rules are everywhere. Here, you are hiding your rules. It could be a hidden array formation secretly set up, or it could be the demon binding rope that naturally restrains me. Anything is possible. Besides, you said it yourself. What good would it do me to kill you? I would lose a backer and a protective talisman for nothing. Chen Ping'an smiled. Does this count as me convincing you? Her face was full of sarcasm. Then are you going to say that a person like me only chooses the principles that I want? Chen Ping'an shook his head gently. She said with a fake smile, Sir, how do you teach me? Charcoal Snow is all ears. Chen Ping'an said, You're not human. You're just an animal. If I knew this, I wouldn't have given you to that slug back in the Pearl Grotto heaven. I would have cooked you and eaten you. Then, there wouldn't be so many problems now. She smiled and said, I'm not angry. If I don't do as you wish, I won't give you a chance to cut me off. Chen Ping'an clicked his tongue and said, You've improved. But you don't suspect that I'm bluffing? She shook her head and said, Anyway, I've learned a lot from our frank talk. There's another principle that I've heard. Mr. Chen, you're doing good deeds for yourself. I can't do that. However, I can stay on your side and be obedient. I won't continue to make mistakes. Anyway, I won't give you any reason to target me. Isn't that even more disgusting to you, Mr. Chen, who's smart but likes to follow the rules and be reasonable? If you kill me, Jiyu Kan's Dao will be damaged and his longevity bridge will be broken. He's not as resilient as you. He won't be able to climb up step by step. I'm afraid he'll be a cripple for the rest of his life. Mr. Chen, can you really bear to see that? Chen Ping'an nodded and said, Indeed. How can that slug compare to me? He doesn't even know what kind of person his mother is and what kind of animal is thinking. Even Liu Zhimao doesn't know how to control people's hearts other than his iron fist. Even LV Tsaisang doesn't know how to rope him in. Even the fool Fan Yang doesn't want to think about whether he's really stupid. He doesn't even think about the worst-case scenario. How can someone like Jiyu can compare to me? He's young now, but at Bookslip Lake, he'll still be the same in 10 or 20 years. He won't think about it. His words were spoken in a casual manner. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his chair and his hands were warm. The world is so strange. I killed the Eel River Demon, but I got karma. Jiyu Kan killed so many innocent people at Bookslip Lake, but he also killed some right people. Of course, it's only a small group of people. Besides the big karma, he added a little bit of good karma. Your Bookslip Lake is really a place where people don't know whether to laugh or cry. If you don't target those ordinary teachers and only kill the mountain and lake cultivators, you'll probably kill all of them. At the very least, your merits will offset your demerits. Of course, I don't dare to say for sure. It's just a guess when I'm bored. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This saying fell on Bookslip Lake and could be repeated over and over again. The living were like this, and the dead were no exception. She still smiled and said, I'm not Mr. Chen. I don't care about these messy things. As for calling me a beast, it's fine as long as Mr. Chen is happy. Besides, Charcoal Snow is a beast. Chen Ping'an smiled brightly and said, In the past, when I was in my hometown, I didn't think of myself as a good person even when I traveled thousands of miles of Jianghu twice. Even when 2 very important people said that I was a good person, I didn't believe it at all. Now that I'm at Bookslip Lake, I'm about to become a moral saint. Asterisk 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 the way of the world and the bullsh asterisk T rules of Bookslip Lake. Are you addicted to eating shit? The young accountant didn't speak quickly. Although there were doubts in his words, there was almost no fluctuation in his tone. He still said it as if he was telling a small joke. She covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Chen, if you have the ability to talk to Jiyu Kan, I won't listen. I'll just treat it as a passing wind. Ji Yukan's mind is unstable now. Why don't we pick a sunny day after the snow? Mr. Chen and the little slug will sit on a small bamboo chair. One will talk and the other will listen, just like at the dinner table. Ji Yukan is most likely willing to listen now. She might not take it seriously, but at least she's willing to listen. Chen Pinggan nodded. I'll think about it. After chatting with you for so long, have we both forgotten the earliest things? Charcoal Snow nodded and smiled. Today is the winter solstice. I'm here to invite Mr. Chen to eat dumplings for a family reunion. Chen Pinggan nodded again. As for me, I promised Ji Yukan that I'll give you something. Take it. It was the jade pendant with the words I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit. She frowned. She didn't reach out to take the charcoal. Instead, she let it hover in front of her with a puzzled look on her face. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. As expected, a subtle change appeared on the bluestone slab on the ground. Not only that, the demon binding rope flashed and wrapped around her waist. She sneered. Then, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She looked down, then looked up. An extremely thin golden line extended from the wall all the way to her chest. Then, an extremely sharp half-immortal weapon pierced through her body. Chen Pinggan took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a pill from the water hall's secret collection. He swallowed it, then gently placed the bottle on the table. First, he put a finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. I advise you not to make a sound. Otherwise, you'll die immediately. Chen Pinggan saw that she didn't dare to move at all. Her heart was pierced by a half-immortal weapon. Even if she was in the peak state of nascent soul, she would still be severely injured. Chen Pinggan was indifferent to her miserable state. He silently digested and absorbed the spiritual qi of the pill. Then, he slowly said, Today is the winter solstice. It's a custom in my hometown to eat dumplings together. Based on what I said to Ji Yukan before, I calculated the approximate recovery speed of you nascent soul flood dragons. I also kept an eye on Ji Yukan's physical condition to judge when you could go ashore. I remembered that it was dinner time in the Spring Court Mansion, and I thought that you probably didn't want to show up in front of the cultivators of Green Gorge Island and would only come here with the Earth Immortal's divine sense. Therefore, I took 3 pills of chi replenishing elixir half an hour before you knocked on the door. As for you, you don't know my real background. Relying on your nascent soul cultivation, you don't want to carefully explore my natal water residence. Therefore, you don't know that I can control this sword fairy with all my strength. It's just that the price is a little high. But it's worth it. For example, just now when I said that you would die if you moved, I was just scaring you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to replenish my spiritual chi. However, it's worth it. As for now, you will really die. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked around the desk. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the jade tablet to fly up from the ground and gently held it in his hand. As if he was not afraid of the loach's dying struggle and counterattack, Chen Pinggan directly walked to a few steps away from her and asked with a smile, You're just an empty shell of the nascent soul realm and an earth immortal of the gold core realm. I really don't know who gave you the courage to kill me so openly. It's fine if you have the intention to kill, but do you have the ability to support this killing intent? Look at me. I've been scheming against you since I landed on Green Gorge Island. It wasn't until the battle with Liu Laocheng that I realized that you were even more ignorant than Ji Yukan that I started to make the real plan. In the room, from the beginning to the end, I've been trying to reason with you. So, it's necessary to reason with you. Is it useless? I think it's very useful. It's just that the way good people and bad people reason is different. Many good people don't understand this point, that's why they suffered so much and let the world owe them for nothing. Chen Pinggan stretched out a hand, but he did not hold the sword immortal. Instead, he used his palm to hold the sword hilt. Bit by bit, inch by inch, he pushed it forward. The sword continued to move forward. Chen Pinggan said, Actually, even if I ate that pill, I couldn't really kill you. But now, it should be true. If you don't believe me, why don't you try struggling? Don't you people from Book and Bamboo Lake like to gamble with your lives? Chen Pinggan waited for a moment and smiled. You're not smart at all, but your luck is not bad. Do you know why I never told you and Gu Can the name of this sword? It's called Sword Immortal, the Sword Immortal of the Land Sword Immortals. So I purposely didn't tell you. Think about it, in the ancient times of our Aquarius continent, where did sword immortals appear the most? Gu Shu. Why so many sword immortals? Because there were many flood dragons there, it was the most suitable place for sword immortals to sharpen their swords. Chen Pinggan finally said, so, you were right not to gamble with your life. This sword, in fact, even if I didn't eat the last pill, after tasting your heart's blood, it would have already become restless, itching to immediately destroy your heart's acupoint. There was no need for me to waste my spiritual energy and mind to control it. The reason why I took the pill was to control it, to prevent it from killing you immediately. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cave, her face was filled with pity and pleading. Chen Pinggan listened attentively. You have a reason to speak. He stopped his action and stood up straight. He covered his sleeves with his hands and laughed. But did you ask me if I wanted to hear it? "442. Madame Xiao Luan and the other three took their seats. As expected, the seats closest to the entrance of the vast snow hall were suitable for admiring the night scenery outside. As for Madame Xiao Luan's personal maidservant, who was respectfully called Little Water God by all the spirits in the 800 miles of White Swan River, the Purple Sun Mansion didn't even give her a seat. The maidservant could only stand behind Madame Xiao Luan with a frosty expression. Ever since she drowned and became a water ghost, Madame Xiao Luan promoted her step by step to become the hunting envoy of the White Swan River God Mansion. She could kill all the spirits in the lower 5 realms who were causing trouble in the territory. She had never been humiliated like this before. This visit to the Purple Sun Mansion could be considered as throwing away all the glory she had accumulated in the past 200 years. Anyway, she wouldn't be able to pick it up in the Purple Sun Mansion. Fortunately, she was influenced by Madame Xiao Luan and knew the importance of the situation. She didn't need Madame Xiao Luan to remind her to pay attention to the situation. She had already lowered her eyes and tried her best to make her expression as natural as possible. She didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Previously, Madame Xiao Luan and the current mansion master of the Purple Sun Mansion, Huang Mang, were talking about important matters in private. Madame Xiao Luan's mood was still not relaxed. She reminded the 4 of them that there were still variables before they returned to the White Swan River God Mansion. She begged everyone to bear with it. At that time, Madame Xiao Luan was quite guilty. Her expression was bitter and there was a hint of pleading in her words. The maidservant felt sad and almost shed tears. At this moment, Madame Xiao Luan's appearance, clothes, and sitting posture were almost flawless. Only her eyes were a little gloomy. She was able to hold down the fort at White Swan River and maneuver freely to forcefully stretch the White Swan River, which was originally only 600 kilometers long, to almost 900 kilometers long. Her authority was so great that it even surpassed a feudal official of the imperial court of the mortal world. Moreover, she had a close relationship with the numerous immortal masters of Huangting Kingdom and the supreme grandmasters of the martial Dao like Sun Dengxian. It was naturally not something that could be accomplished by relying on fighting and killing. She was the first of the 2 groups of people to step into the banquet. The hall was full of immortals, and there were only 2 empty seats. She was a guest of the White Swan River God Mansion. Since she had been informed that she would be sitting in the cool seat near the entrance, then the remaining few most honorable seats on the left were reserved for her. Madame Xiao Luan knew at a glance who they were. As expected, they saw Chen Pinggan walking into the boundless snow hall and Wu Yi lazily sitting on the main seat. This was the Purple Sun Manor's ancestor that even Madame Xiao Luan wasn't willing to meet. She stood up with a smile and walked down the stairs towards Chen Pinggan's group. She grabbed Chen Pinggan's arm and laughed, "Young Master Chen, if you don't come to the vast snow hall, we won't dare to serve the dishes without your permission." Chen Pinggan, whose fist intent had long been innate, suddenly had his arm held by a woman who could be considered a stranger. His body stiffened for the first time, but he couldn't break away from Wu Yi's intimate action in front of so many people. It was really torturous. All the great cultivators of the Purple Sun Mansion, including Mansion Master Huang Liang, felt their hearts wavering. They increasingly felt that the young man with the surname Chen was either the patriarch's lover or a lover. However, the possibility of this was not high. After all, ever since the patriarch established the Purple Sun Mansion, he had never had a Daoist companion. The patriarch was obsessed with the great Tao and had never felt anything for relationships. Otherwise, could it be a member of the Song clan's royal family who had traveled here? Otherwise, the patriarch Wu Yi's various behaviors at this banquet were too strange and abnormal. Fortunately, after Wu Yi brought Chen Pinggan to his seat, she let go of his hand without a trace and walked to the main seat. She still looked at Chen Pinggan with a familiar attitude and said loudly, "Young Master Chen, not to mention other things in our Purple Sun Mansion, the old dragon covets wine and is famous everywhere. It's not an exaggeration. Even an old emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom's Guiyang Jiao family had privately begged the Huangting country's Hong family to ask for 60 jars of wine from our Purple Sun Mansion every year. Now, the wine has been prepared on a few tables. When you finish drinking, the servants will serve it. We won't let anyone have an empty cup. Everyone, just drink to your heart's content. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk." Dozens of beautiful young female cultivators of the Purple Sun Mansion were serving as maids who served the dishes and wine. They wore new and bright-colored clothes and poured out from both sides of the vast snow hall like colorful butterflies. It was very colorful. Wu Yi was the first to stand up and raise her cup. "This first cup of wine is to young Master Chen for coming to our Purple Sun Mansion. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling." As a result, everyone had to stand up and raise their cups together to toast Chen Pinggan. In the Huangting country, this was more important than the sky. Perhaps even if the emperor of the Hong family came to the Purple Qi Palace in person, he might not be able to make Wu Yi use such words. After Chen Pinggan and the others sat down, Sun Dengxian didn't come back to his senses for a while. He sat in his seat in a daze. Fortunately, he was kicked by a friend and quickly stood up. Chen Pinggan could only thank him and drink a cup of wine. On the smallest and most exquisite table in front of Pei Qian, there were also 2 jars of wine coveted by the old dragon. However, the Purple Sun Mansion was very considerate and prepared a sweet and refreshing jug of fruit wine for the little girl. This made Pei Qian, who stood up to raise her cup, very happy. The Purple Sun Mansion was really a good place. Pei Qian made up her mind that when she returned, she would definitely nag at her master and grind his ears. In the future, they would often come to the Purple Sun Mansion as guests. Although that Wu Yi wasn't handsome and was much worse than Huang Ting and Yao Jinji, she was a good person and treated guests warmly. She really couldn't find any fault with her. Anyway, she didn't want her master to marry her and become her master's wife. Looks and whatnot weren't important. After that, Wu Yi didn't stare at Chen Pinggan too much. It was just a sumptuous banquet of ordinary immortals on the mountain. All kinds of exotic delicacies were served to the vast snow hall by those young female cultivators with graceful figures like colorful butterflies. The mansion master, Huang Liang, was indeed the second-in-command in the Purple Sun Mansion who was responsible for public appearances. He was a good talker and took the lead to propose a toast to Wu Yi. Wu Yi was a man of few words. However, compared to his usual attitude at the banquets in the Ziyang Mansion, he was much more approachable tonight. He was like a different person. He even took the initiative to tell a few interesting stories about the mountain. Naturally, the people in the Ziyang Mansion laughed. In fact, Wu Yi was a serious person. If Huang Liang were to tell those stories, he might not be worse than a storyteller. However, when it came from Wu Yi's mouth, Chen Pinggan didn't think it was funny at all. Nevertheless, the laughter in the vast snow hall was more sincere and natural than the other. Perhaps this was the Jianghu. In fact, the first time Chen Pinggan felt this was in the illusory lotus flower-blessed land. After the battle, he met the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom in the restaurant. Madame Xiao Luan slowly stood up with a wine cup in her hand. Everyone had a tacit understanding and stopped the noise. For a moment, There was complete silence. Madame Xiao Luan smiled and said, "I, Xiao Luan, propose a toast to ancestor Yuan Jun on behalf of the White Swan River God Mansion." Wu Yi turned a deaf ear to her, but her eyes stayed on Madame Xiao Luan. It was obvious that Wu Yi didn't want to give any face to the White Swan River God Mansion. Xiao Luan, on the other hand, didn't have any face in the Purple Sun Mansion. Sun Dengxian was so angry that his chest almost exploded. He clenched his fists and put them on the table, trembling all over. Intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Yi glanced at Chen Pinggan from the corner of her eyes. The latter was talking to Pei Qian in a low voice, as if warning the girl that she was a guest in someone else's house. She had to sit properly and eat properly, and she shouldn't get carried away. Fruit wine was not wine, so there was no excuse for her to get drunk and ignore everything. Pei Qian straightened her back, shook her head, and said with a smile, I know. As a result, she was hit by Chen Pinggan. When Wu Yi saw that Chen Pinggan didn't want to get involved, she quickly retracted her gaze and yawned. With one hand, she twisted the neck of a special jug of wine coveted by an old flood dragon and gently shook it. Languid, she asked, "White Swan River? Where is it?" Then, Wu Yi turned to Huang Liang and asked, "How far is it from the Purple Sun Mansion?" Huang Liang quickly got up and answered respectfully, "Ancestor, the White Swan River God Mansion is only 300 miles away from the Purple Sun Mansion through the Iron Ticket River." Wu Yi pretended to be enlightened and said, "That's not far." Although it was not far, it was still a close neighbor. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. 300 miles was indeed a short distance in the blink of an eye. It was equivalent to the walk of a mortal teacher after a meal. In that case, the White Swan River God Mansion had put on a posture of not having any contact with the Purple Sun Mansion for hundreds of years. In Wu Yi's eyes, it was no different from Madame Xiao Luan's provocation. However, Wu Yi had her own plans regarding this matter, which was why she allowed the White Swan River Immortal Abode to expand their territory without asking the cultivators of the Purple Sun Mansion and the Iron Ticket River Incense Temple to stop them. The vast snowy hall was filled with a murderous aura in an instant. Madame Xiao Luan held the wine cup in front of her with both hands. A tranquil smile remained on her delicate and flawless face. "Please forgive me, progenitor cave spirit. I, Xiao Luan, will punish myself with a cup of wine." Just as Madame Xiao Luan raised her arm, Wu Yi suddenly stretched out her palm and pressed it twice. "Xiao Luan, how can a small Purple Sun Mansion bear the punishment of a river god? Huang Liang, how can you be a mansion master? If Xiao Luan doesn't come to visit, won't you take the initiative to visit the Water God Mansion? Must Madame Jiang take the initiative to see you? I see that your arrogance as a mansion master is comparable to the emperor of the Hong clan. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Take the initiative to toast Madame Jiang. Forget it, Huang Liang, punish yourself with 3 cups of wine." Huang Liang didn't say anything. He faced Madame Xiao Luan and drank 3 cups of wine in a row. The atmosphere in the vast snowy hall was so solemn that one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Luan was still holding the cup of wine that she didn't have the chance to drink. She bent down and put down the cup. Then, she did a strange thing. She went to the tables of the old man and Sun Dengxian and took 2 jars of wine and placed them in front of her. The 3 jars of wine were side by side. She picked up one of the jars, opened the mud seal, and hugged the wine jar that weighed about 1.5 kilograms. She said to Wu Yi, "The Water God Mansion of the White Swan River has drunk 3 cups of wine from Mansion Master Huang. This is because the Purple Sun Mansion is magnanimous and doesn't haggle with a woman like me. However, I would also like to drink 3 jars of wine as an apology to Progenitor Cave Spirit. At the same time, I wish Progenitor Cave Spirit to ascend to the upper 5 realms and establish a sect in the Purple Sun Mansion." Then, Xiao Luan deliberately suppressed the operation of the golden body, which was equivalent to removing the cultivation of the water god of the White Swan River. For the time being, she drank 3 jars of wine with the body of an ordinary martial artist. Xiao Luan's face was flushed. She raised the jars of wine 3 times and drank with her head tilted back. It was inevitable that some of the wine would leak out. Her gorgeous palace dress was slightly soaked. She turned her head and covered her mouth with her hand. Pei Qian's mouth was wide open as he looked at the heroine in the distance. If it were him, she wouldn't even be able to drink a small jar of huagua wine, let alone 3 jars of wine. She quickly picked up the wine cup and poured herself a cup of fruit wine to calm her nerves. Chen Pinggan smiled at Pei Qian and said, "That's enough." Wu Yi, who was sizing up Chen Pinggan again, narrowed her eyes. She turned to look at the water god of the White Swan River, who still didn't dare to sit down, and nodded. "You've drunk the wine as well as the wine as punishment. That's good. We're all family. In the future, your water god mansion and our Purple Sun mansion can be considered half relatives. Remember to visit us more often during festivals. But let me remind you again, Madam Xiaoluan, you have such an opportunity today thanks to young Master Chen. Don't you think that's a good idea?" Madam Xiaoluan was obviously feeling uncomfortable. Her breathing was hurried, but she still smiled and said, "Of course. Then let's drink another jar." Just like what progenitor Dongling said, this is a rare opportunity. We won't go home until we're drunk. I, Xiaoluan, dare not disappoint a hero on such a beautiful day. I just hope that progenitor won't laugh at me if I lose my composure after getting drunk. As she spoke, Xiaoluan picked up another jar of wine. Her fingers that opened the mud seal were already trembling slightly. After Chen Pinggan got up, he held the wine cup in his hand and looked at the water god of the White Swan River at the door. He lowered his head and looked at his wine cup. Suddenly, he turned to Wu Yi on the main seat and said with a smile, "Progenitor, my alcohol tolerance is average. Why don't Lady River and I drink with a cup? Otherwise, I would have a cup of wine and the river god would have a jar of wine. Logically speaking, I wouldn't be able to hold my ground. Otherwise, I would have to disturb the Purple Sun Manor again. When I pass by the Water God Manor, I wouldn't dare to visit the Water God Manor anymore." Wu Yi's eyes were deep. She shook the wine jar and said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, this won't do. Xiaoluan offered me 3 jars of wine, but she only drank 1 cup with you. What's going on? It's too outrageous. Why? Does young Master Chen have feelings for her? If that's the case, it's a coincidence. With the wine as a matchmaker, our Madam Xiaoluan has been single for many years. Young Master Chen is a dragon among men." Chen Pinggan quickly interrupted Wu Yi's words that were getting more and more ridiculous. He picked up a jar of wine and opened the mud seal. He seemed to be begging Wu Yi for mercy. "Progenitor, I can't win against you. I'll accept the punishment. Half a jar of wine as punishment. The remaining half will be my return to Lady River." Wu Yi suddenly laughed loudly. Thus, the vast snow hall once again resounded with earth-shattering laughter. Chen Pinggan faced the main seat and drank half a jar of wine in one breath. He then turned to Madam Xiaoluan and raised the remaining half jar of wine high, to Lady River. Madam Xiaoluan drank it again. This time, she didn't care about her etiquette. She quickly sat down, turned her head and used her arm to cover her mouth. After the farce, the banquet became lively again. The female cultivators in colorful clothes were busy. Some people had already left their seats and came and went to toast each other. After all, this time, the cultivators of the 5 realms of Purple Sun Manor were gathered. Many of them came from the cultivation caves near the Purple Sun Manor. The cultivation of the Ocean Viewing Realm and the Dragon Gate Realm paid particular attention to the importance of dripping water to penetrate a stone. This kind of cultivator could be said to have reached a high level of cultivation. It was very normal for them to not see each other for decades. If they reached the legendary nascent soul realm, it would be even more peaceful. The maid bent down and lightly patted Madame Xiaoluan's back. In the end, she was shaken away by Madame Xiaoluan. The maid quickly withdrew her hand and kept quiet out of fear. The drunken Madame Xiaoluan became even more beautiful and dazzling. She said to Sun Dengxian softly, "Dengxian, why don't you go and drink with your friend?" Sun Dengxian's expression was difficult. Madame Xiaoluan didn't know if it was because she was drunk, but she was very different from her usual graceful and dignified appearance. At this moment, she actually had the appearance of a little girl and looked pitifully at Sun Dengxian. Sun Dengxian was a little helpless. He only had respect for this goddess Jiangshan and did not have any feelings for her. However, how many heroes in the world could have a heart of stone when they saw the charming and gentle scene of a beauty frowning and her amorous eyes flowing? Sun Dengxian could only nod. He stood up with a cup and was about to go over to Chen Pinggan to toast. Sun Dengxian had such a stubborn temper. If he didn't know that Chen Pinggan was the noblest person in the Purple Sun Manor, an esteemed guest that even old ancestor Wu Yi had to curry favor with, he would only have the impression of a third or fourth realm young ranger. They had met in the martial world, and since they met again in the martial world, forget about Chen Pinggan. Even if he didn't come over to toast, Sun Dengxian would have taken the initiative to toast him and chat a little. But now, Sun Dengxian felt uncomfortable all over. His heroic spirit was completely gone. Sun Dengxian was stunned. He saw that the young man in white carrying a sword was followed by a charcoal girl who was bouncing around beside him. Chen Pinggan walked in front of Sun Dengxian. "Great hero Sun, let me toast you." Although Sun Dengxian was a little bashful before, he was still happy that Chen Pinggan had come. He also felt that his face was shining. It was rare that he could have such a small moment of comfort in this stifling and vexing trip to the Purple Sun Manor. Sun Dengxian smiled and stood opposite Chen Pinggan. After clinking their cups, they both drank the wine in their cups. When they clinked their cups, Chen Pinggan lowered his cup slightly. Sun Dengxian felt that it was inappropriate and lowered his cup as well. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan lowered his cup again. Only then did Sun Dengxian let it go. Sun Dengxian finished his cup of wine. He had been drinking alone tonight and was a little tipsy. He blurted out some words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Chen Pinggan, where did you learn the rules of the wine table? It's so tacky. Besides, I don't deserve such courtesy." Madame Xiao Luan had already stood up. The old man's two friends from the Water God Manor saw that Sun Dengxian didn't care about trifles and were a little speechless. Chen Pinggan's eyes brightened. "Great hero Sun, you deserve it." Sun Dengxian was amused. "Didn't I just catch a fox demon? Is there a need to keep you in mind?" Chen Pinggan didn't speak about his feelings about the martial world. He only picked up a wine jar from a nearby table and poured himself a cup. He also filled Sun Dengxian's cup and smiled. "The road of the mortal world is narrow and the wine cup is wide. Let's drink another round with great hero Sun." The two drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Sun Dengxian laughed heartily. "Good fellow, your ability to persuade others to drink is not small." Chen Pinggan smiled. He drank a jar of wine that the old flood dragon coveted in one gulp and his face was flushed red. He bid farewell to Sun Dengxian and didn't chat for a long time. He also didn't chat with the water god of the White Swan River. Before Chen Pinggan left, he looked toward the entrance. The steward who could only wait outside the door had been looking at Chen Pinggan and Madame Xiao Luan. When he finally saw Chen Pinggan's line of sight, he immediately lowered his head and bowed. Chen Pinggan smiled. He raised his empty cup and returned to his original position. After the steward who had been terrified for a long time received this gesture, he was so excited that he almost cried. Madame Xiao Luan sat in her seat and lowered her head. She gently wiped the wine stains on her clothes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and the smell of wine. What was even more frightening than this kind of drinking to the death was that even if you wanted to drink 1,000 catties of wine, the other party wouldn't even give you the chance to raise your cup. The maid looked at the back of the young man who was walking away. After thinking for a while, she felt somewhat grateful. Pei Qian raised his head and asked curiously, "That old man, does he look down on people?" "Sigh, master, you're not angry?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "What's there to be angry about?" Pei Qian whispered, "Master, you're thinking for the good of Hiro-san and the others, right?" Chen Pinggan patted her head. "You're smart." When they were only a few steps away from their seats, Pei Qian grabbed Chen Pinggan's gentle hand. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian giggled. "I'm taking advantage of good master's immortal aura and Jianghu aura." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Yes, to be able to eat and drink along the way. Where can you find such a master?" Pei Qian carefully asked, "Master, can I drink a little of the wine that old flood dragon covets?" It's so fragrant, I'm dying of thirst. Chen Pinggan asked, what do you think? Pei Qian nodded. I think I can drink a small cup. I also want the world to be narrow and the wine cup to be wide. Chen Pinggan pulled her ear and threw her on the small embroidered stool. Drink your fruit wine. When Chen Pinggan was about to sit down, Wu Yi had already walked down from the main seat and came to him. She waved her hand, indicating that the momentarily quiet vast snow hall should continue drinking. When the banquet returned to its noisy state, Wu Yi asked telepathically, Child Chen, have you killed a lot of flood dragons? Chen Pinggan shook his head. In the Battle of Flood Dragon Gully, he did not kill the Yuanying old flood dragon with his own hands. Suddenly, he remembered that the eel monster on the border of the Great Spring Dynasty in the Tongye continent was killed by Chen Pinggan from the beginning to the end. Chen Pinggan frowned and asked, Did you see anything? When Wu Yi saw Chen Pinggan shake his head, she was a little unhappy. However, when she thought of the 2 letters from home that were more useful than imperial edicts, she had to patiently explain. It's not good for me to ask about your past, but I can see that you have a lot of karma on you. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, what do you mean? Wu Yi smiled. There are some monsters in the world that can be killed with merit or karma. This unusual rule has always been closely guarded by the Confucian school, so Child Chen may not be too clear about it. Chen Pinggan asked directly, is there a way to break and get rid of it? Wu Yi kept him in suspense. There's no hurry. You have to stay in Xiang Mansion for a day or 2 anyway. When you're sober, I'll talk to you about this. Tonight, we'll just drink and not talk about these disappointing things. All good things must come to an end. Wu Yi left first. Chen Pinggan also quickly brought Pei Qian and the others out of the vast snow hall and went back the way they came. Pei Qian was still very excited. She did not forget to take the mountain walking stick. Along the way, she hummed a self-composed song. It was a saying from her hometown in Longquan County that she had heard from her master. Today, the thunder god sings. Tomorrow, it'll rain but not much. Swallows fly low and snakes walk the path. Ants move the mountains and wear their hats. The moon grows feathers and the rain rushes the trenches. The sky is full of carp spots. Tomorrow, the valley doesn't need to be turned over, she just did not stop. Zhu Lian had heard this song so many times that his ears were getting calluses. He persuaded, Heroine Pei, can you do me a favor and let go of my ears? Pei Qian sighed. She was in a good mood tonight, so she just went along with the old chef. She rushed forward a few steps on the quiet road and waved the mountain walking stick. The world is full of wild dogs and wolves. That's why the Jianghu is so dangerous and everyone is in danger. But I still haven't mastered the peerless sword and knife techniques. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Zhu Lian kicked her in the butt. Pei Qian staggered a few steps but still stood firm. She turned her head and said angrily, what? Zhu Lian was about to laugh at her when he suddenly exclaimed. He looked up and stretched out his hand. It's raining. Chen Pinggan nodded. It was really drizzling. The group quickened their pace and returned to the treasure pavilion. Sharu was an otherworldly item, so she did not need to sleep. She stayed on the 1st floor. Zhu Lian and Pei Qian stayed on the 2nd and 3rd floors respectively. Chen Pinggan stood alone in the corridor on the 4th floor. The rain was not heavy tonight. He walked in the corridor for half an hour to get rid of the smell of alcohol on his body. Chen Pinggan went back to his room to sleep. He slept very lightly. After all, he was in the Purple Sun Prefecture and had an unpredictable master, Wu Yi. In the middle of the night, there was a soft knock on the door. Chen Pinggan got dressed. When he opened the door, he saw someone he never expected. It was the water god of the White Swan River, Madame Xiao Luan. She had a complicated look in her eyes and was very shy. She seemed to have changed into a fitting dress. She turned her head and bit her lips. She gathered her courage and whispered, Young Master Chen. Chen Pinggan slammed the door. Madame Xiao Luan stood outside the door, her face full of shock. She heard the young man angrily say, Madam, please behave yourself. For 43, Chen Pinggan looked up at the night sky and did not retract his gaze for a long time. He stood under the roof with a charcoal cage in his hand. Ji Yu Kan's cries were heart-wrenching, just like an injured cub. Chen Pinggan looked at Ji Yu Kan again, but he still did not speak. He let Ji Yu Kan wail with tears and snot all over her face. Ji Yu Kan cried until her body convulsed. She cried until she had no strength left and began to whimper. She gathered some strength and began to howl again. Just like that, it was as if she had cried all her heart out. Chen Pinggan asked slowly, "Why didn't you plead with me? Is it because you know it's useless?" "I don't want to lose my last chance. Because I helped Charcoal Snow, not only am I done with Spring Court and your mother, but I'm also done with you, Ji Yu Kan. The last bit of connection between us is gone, right? You finally know that even with Charcoal Snow around, you might not be able to survive in Calligraphy Lake. If you replace Charcoal Snow with me, Chen Pinggan, as the door god of your Spring Court residence, you too might still be able to continue living like before. It's just that you won't be able to confidently tell me that I like to kill, right? But compared to being randomly slapped to death by a cultivator you've never met before for no reason, and having no enmity with him, and having your whole family run to the underground for a reunion, that's still worth it." Ji Yu Kan did not speak. She did not wipe the tears and snot all over her face. She just stared blankly at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan sighed. He walked in front of Ji Yu Kan and bent down to pass the charcoal cage in his hand. Every step he took in the snow made a squeaking sound. Ji Yu Kan did not take it. Chen Pinggan squatted down and looked at Ji Yu Kan face to face. "Little snot, it's all right. Tell me the truth. I'll listen." Ji Yu Kan grabbed a big handful of snow and turned around to smear it on her face. Then she turned back and said in a choked voice, "Chen Pinggan, you're the worst person." Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. He hesitated for a moment. "In Bookslip Lake, I'm indeed a good person. Either a good person is smart, or a bad person." Ji Yu Kan's tears immediately burst out of her eyes. "Your Calligraphy Lake, your Spring Court residence, you too. Chen Pinggan, you like to say such things. Let's not be like this, okay?" Ji Yu Kan covered her face with the back of her hands and sobbed. Chen Pinggan said, "You can go back now." Ji Yu Kan punched Chen Pinggan in the chest, causing Chen Pinggan to fall into the snow. Ji Yu Kan stood up and staggered away. After running for a dozen steps, Ji Yu Kan stopped. Without turning around, she sobbed, "Chen Pinggan, you're more important than Little Loach. You've always been like this. But from now on, that won't be the case. Even if Little Loach dies, he'll still be better than you." Chen Pinggan sat in the snow and looked at the Bookslip Lake. His heart was as calm as water. Standing up and shaking off the snow on his clothes, Chen Pinggan walked to the ferry and waited for the arrival of Grain Island's Tan Yuan. With Liu Jimao's swift and decisive style, he would definitely send a message to Grain Island as soon as he returned to Hengbo Prefecture. But Chen Pinggan suddenly remembered that the spy leader of Dallas Greenwave Pavilion in Aquarius Continent would most likely not come by boat. Instead, he would inform Liu Jimao beforehand and secretly sneak into Azure Gorge Island. Chen Pinggan then turned and went straight to Hengbo Prefecture. Spring Court residence. The woman was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, waiting anxiously. Seeing Ji Yu Kan's figure, she quickly ran over and asked, "How is it? Where's Charcoal Snow? She didn't come back with you?" Previously, when the mother and daughter were making dumplings in the kitchen, Ji Yu Kan's expression suddenly changed. She fell to the ground and clutched her chest, as though she was seriously ill. At that time, the woman knew that something was wrong. Most likely, something happened to Charcoal Snow outside Spring Court residence. Ji Yu Kan raised her head and said in a daze, "Dead." The woman was stunned, thinking that she heard wrongly. Can, what did you say?" Ji Yu Kan repeated, "Dead." The woman said sternly, "Dead? Just like that? Charcoal Snow is a flood dragon of the nascent soul realm. How could she die? Other than that old bastard Liu from Willow Palace Island, who else in Book Lake can kill Charcoal Snow?" Ji Yu Kan looked at her mother's face and said, "There's also Chen Pinggan." The woman said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Chen Pinggan kill Charcoal Snow? What right does he have to kill the little loach that no longer belongs to him? Is he crazy? That heartless little bastard should have starved to death in Clay Bottle Alley back then. I knew that he didn't come to our Verdant Canyon Island with good intentions. That bastard. Ji Kan suddenly said. Chen Pinggan might be able to hear us. The woman immediately shut her mouth and looked around in panic. Her face was as pale as the snow on the ground and the fox fur coat on her body. Ji Kan was silent. The woman hugged him and cried, "My poor son." Ji Kan's face was expressionless. His body and spirit were extremely weak now. After going back and forth between Spring Court Prefecture and the Mountain Gate, his hands and feet were already cold. Returning to Hengbo Prefecture again, Liu Zhimao hesitated for a moment and asked his trusted butler to invite Zhong Yi. He then went to the secret small sword tomb that was similar to the sword room and stored the upper-grade messenger flying sword. After carefully thinking about the wording, he sent a message to Tan Yueni, the island master of Grain Island. Finally, Liu Zhimao came to the hall that was covered with a special lichen of the colorful clothes nation. He waved his hand and scooped up a cloud of mist. He sprinkled it on the ground and a picture of the mountain gate of Verdant Canyon Island appeared. The snow had stopped and the picture seemed to be dead silent. Liu Zhimao looked down at the picture formed by the mist. He looked up at the door several times. Liu Zhimao smiled helplessly. There were nearly 1,000 cultivators on Verdant Canyon Island now, and only Zhong Yi dared to receive the edict of Hengbo Prefecture. He still came here leisurely and would never rush on the wind. As for whether Liu Zhimao, the island master, would be angry or not, Zhong Yi never cared. Liu Zhimao sighed. Almost all of his old brothers who fought side by side in the beginning were dead. They either died on the battlefield of expanding the territory or died in the endless sneak attacks. Some of them were rebellious and were killed by Liu Zhimao himself. Of course, most of them died of old age. In the end, only Zhong Yi, the last old friend of Verdant Canyon Island, was left by his side. Liu Zhimao went straight through the picture scroll and came to the gate. He hesitated for a moment and stepped over the threshold to wait for Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi was a Dragon Gate cultivator below the Earth Immortal realm. Even without considering his friendship with Liu Zhimao, it was more than enough for him to take over Bookslip Lake, which had more than 1,000 islands. In fact, after Liu Zhimao had annexed the dozen or so large islands including Whitescale Island, Liu Zhimao had intended to let Zhong Yi, a subordinate who supported the dragon, choose one of the large islands to set up his mansion. However, Zhong Yi had declined twice, so Liu Zhimao no longer insisted. When they first met when they were both in the sea-viewing realm, Zhong Yi, who was born as an immortal master of archives, was not only Liu Zhimao's friend, but also Liu Zhimao's behind-the-scenes military counselor. It could be said that in the early days of the Verdant Gorge Island, Liu Zhimao led a group of ministers gathered around him and struck ruthlessly to eliminate the enemy, which deterred the heroes, and Zhong Yi's strategy was very important. The reason why Liu Zhimao had always been courteous to Zhong Yi was that after Zhong Yi gained a firm foothold in the Verdant Canyon Island, especially after Liu Zhimao climbed higher and higher on the path of cultivation and left him far behind, Zhong Yi never hesitated to say many things that he thought he should say. Zhong Yi simply turned a founding hero who should be enjoying a happy life on the merit book into a reckless and annoying court official. Liu Zhimao was really annoyed several times that Zhong Yi did not care about his dignity at all. How could the rules be the same when one was fighting for the country and when one got off the horse to defend the country? But Zhong Yi still did things his own way. After Liu Zhimao reached the Yuanying realm, he became more and more alienated from Zhong Yi. He just let him be in charge of the fishing department and the secret warehouse department. Zhong Yi's unlikability was obvious, so it was hard to say that he was in a difficult situation these years. But compared with Yu Hui and other people who came from Verdant Canyon Island, Zhong Yi's opportunities to show up in Verdant Canyon Island were getting fewer and fewer. He attended many celebration banquets, but he never spoke. He neither flattered Immortal Intercepting River nor poured cold water on him. When Liu Zhimao thought of these old events, he actually felt a sense of nostalgia that he hadn't felt for a long time. Finally, he came. When Zhong Yi saw Liu Zhimao, he still walked at a steady pace. Not only that, he even squeezed a solid snowball in his hand. It could be seen that on the way here, Zhongyi walked leisurely and how anxious the person who called him was. The housekeeper of the Hengbo prefecture, who was also a dragon gate cultivator, was indeed vexed when he went out to look for Zhongyi. However, when he saw the perfected lord waiting outside the door, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately regretted it. He had urged Zhongyi too many times along the way. Fortunately, he did not complain, otherwise, he would have most likely suffered. Liu Zhimao waved to the housekeeper, motioning him to stay away from the hall. The housekeeper immediately bowed and left. Zhongyi cupped his fists and saluted, "Greetings, Island Master." Liu Zhimao smiled and raised his hand, motioning Zhongyi not to be so polite. The two of them crossed the threshold one after the other. Zhongyi looked at the picture scroll floating above the splendid lichen and remained silent. Liu Zhimao went straight to the point. "Back then, you and the fishing room spent 8 years to help me find the reincarnation of the female Jindan cultivator. At that time, you advised me to detain her on Verdant Gorge Island, but not to do anything to her. In the future, when Liu Larocheng returned to Gongliu Island and finally shed all pretense of cordiality, you revealed this matter. With this, maybe I, Liu Zhimao, could save my life. I didn't believe you at that time, so you argued with me. I even said that you were soft-hearted and that your analysis of Liu Laocheng's temperament was ridiculous. Now it seems that you may not be right, but I am definitely wrong." Zhongyi said expressionlessly, "It's rare that Island Master is willing to admit his mistake. I wonder if the sun will rise from the west tomorrow morning." Liu Zhimao reached out and pointed at the old man, laughing angrily, "With your bad temper and foul mouth, if it were someone else, I would have killed you 10 times over." Zhongyi made a no sound, "Then I thank Island Master for not killing me." Liu Zhimao was about to speak when he suddenly pointed at the picture scroll and said, "Look carefully." In the picture, Ji Yukan was kneeling in the snow outside the door. After the accountant pushed the door open and said those words, he raised his head, holding the charcoal cage with both hands, and looked up just like that. Liu Zhimao's face was cloudy and uncertain. Zhongyi said, "I advise Island Master to withdraw it, but I think it's useless." Liu Zhimao first stretched out a finger and gently pointed at a certain part of the picture scroll, then waved his sleeve and really withdrew the picture scroll. Liu Zhimao said, "What do you think of this Chen Pinggan?" Zhongyi thought for a moment, "He's very scary. If he was a scholar, Hai Xiu, Island Master shouldn't have anything to do with him." Liu Zhimao nodded and said, "I won't tell you some of the secrets between me and him. It's not that I don't trust you, but it might be better if you don't know. But there are some small things that don't affect the big picture that I can tell you." Zhongyi no longer deliberately used words to stab Liu Zhimao. Liu Zhimao's so-called small things were certainly not small. Liu Zhimao then recounted in detail the conversation he had with Chen Pinggan after leaving the mountain gate, as well as how they ate the winter solstice dumplings together at Chunting restaurant. After that, they went their separate ways and did their own things. Liu Zhimao said, "Why do you think Chen Pinggan deliberately brought me along to scare that woman and did me a big favor for nothing? Why did he have to hide the truth from that woman and let me, Liu Zhimao, be the good guy for once?" Zhongyi thought for a moment and said, "It's not complicated. From the moment Chen Pinggan moved out of Chunting restaurant, he drew a clear line between himself and Ji Yukan's mother. It's just that his method was gentler and both sides had a way out, so it wasn't too bad. But at that time, the woman would only feel relieved and not be able to guess Chen Pinggan's intentions. After that, Chen Pinggan would go to Chunting restaurant from time to have a meal to pacify her. The woman gradually felt at ease and was in a state of mind that she thought was the most comfortable state of mind. Chen Pinggan would not have abducted Ji Yukan and caused her to go astray and become a good guy who would seek death. Moreover, Chen Pinggan stayed on Verdant Canyon Island, which was a protective talisman for Chunting restaurant. It was like having an additional door god guarding the door. Of course, she liked it. After that, Chen Pinggan went to Chunting Palace less and less, and he did not leave any traces. This was because this accountant was indeed very busy, so the woman was even happier. Until tonight. When she met the island lord, they sat at the dining table and ate dumplings together. Only then did she realize that they were already strangers. After Zhongyi finished speaking these words that were almost the truth, he asked, "An outsider like me only paid a little more attention to Chen Pinggan. Even I can see through him, let alone the island master. Why do you need to ask? What? Are you afraid that after sitting on the cold bench for so many years without using my brain, I've become rusty just like this woman from Spring Court who likes to call herself a lady? Besides, even if his brain wasn't good enough, he should still be able to help the island master manage the secret storehouse and fish, right? Could it be that he felt that I have the secret storehouse in my hands and was not at ease, afraid that I would see the verdant canyon island disband when the tree falls, so he would roll up his things and run away with a lot of treasures? Tell me, who do you want to give the secret storehouse to? Island master, don't worry, I won't be reluctant to go. But if the person is not suitable, I will pour cold water on the island master for the last time." Liu Zhimao laughed and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense here." Zhongyi slowly said, "Then what is it? It's not that I look down on myself, but in the current situation, I really can't help much. If you want me to be a death soldier, I will not agree. Even if I know that I don't have long to live, but at least I still have 60 years, which is the lifetime of a mortal teacher. For so many years, I have enjoyed the good things, and I have suffered a lot. I don't owe you and the verdant canyon island anything." Liu Zhimao didn't answer Zhongyi's question. Instead, he sighed with emotion for no reason. "Tell me, if Book Lake is full of people like Chen Pinggan, how can we, a bunch of old farts who are cursed by people on one hand and worshipped by people on the other hand, survive? How can he be so successful?" Zhongyi laughed and said, "Island master, there are not many people like him." Liu Zhimao turned his head and looked at the old cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm whose soul had decayed and wandered for a long time. Zhongyi just did not speak. Liu Zhimao said, "Zhongyi, find a good day, and then at the end of this year, don't wait until spring, quietly leave the Book Lake. Go farther away, find a place with beautiful scenery, and live the last 60 years of your life in peace." Zhongyi frowned and wondered, has the situation become so bad? Liu Zhimao hesitated and said frankly, "At present, it's not the worst, but things are unpredictable. The Song clan will take over the Book Lake. If one day Dali has a cramp in his brain, or feels that he has divided too much for Liu Laocheng and wants to make up for it from me, the verdant canyon island will be punished. At that time, Dali will find an excuse to kill me, which will not only make the people of the Book Lake happy, but also get the property of more than a dozen big islands. If I were Dali, I would definitely do it. Maybe now I'm sharpening my knife." Liu Zhimao patted Zhongyi on the shoulder and said, "I'm not deliberately buying people's hearts. If you are not Zhongyi, a mediocre cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm is nothing. I, Liu Zhimao, don't need to be so wishy-washy and long-winded. If I have the time, can't I cultivate in seclusion? If I accidentally cultivate to the pure jade realm, let's see if Dali still dares to sharpen his knife and kill the donkey when the millstone is no longer useful. We are both in the pure jade realm, but Ruan Cheng is almost praised to the sky by the Song clan. I'm only half a step away from the nascent soul realm. Compared with Ruan Cheng, the gap of half a realm is really annoying. By the way, it was you who taught me how to buy people's hearts back then." Liu Zhimao withdrew his hand from Zhongyi's shoulder and helped him tidy up his lapel. He smiled and said, "I hope that among the old fellows by my side, at least one of you will have a good ending. Anyway, it's nothing. Don't thank me, or you'll be treating me as an outsider." Zhongyi suddenly began to curse, "You old bastard, there will be a day when you'll be beaten to death by Dali or Liu Laocheng. Then I'll hide. 60 years have passed. How can I catch up with you on the road to the Yellow Springs and talk to you?" Zhongyi shook his head and said softly, "I'm not going." Liu Zhimao looked at this stubborn guy and said something off-topic, "You can be friends with that accountant of ours. When he's smart, he's so smart that he doesn't seem like a good person at all. When he's strong, he's like a fool with water in his head." Zhongyi said, "Your temperament is not right now. It's not beneficial to your cultivation. When you walk 100 miles, you're halfway to 90. If you fall at this time, it'll be difficult for you to pick it up again in this lifetime. How can you enter the upper 5 realms? We've been through so many storms and waves. Don't you know that many of our opponents who died in our hands were just one breath away? Liu Zhimao exclaimed, Zhongyi, you're good. You're starting to lecture me again. You dare to talk about cultivation with me. Do you really think that we're still two hotheads in the sea-viewing realm? Zhongji said with a smile, when I entered the cave-dwelling realm, I was considered a hothead. At that time, you, Liu Zhimao, were not young anymore. It can't be helped. Wild cultivators like you who only know how to hunt for food are much worse than us, the Register Master. Liu Zhimao mocked, you've been a wild cultivator in the Bookslip Lake for so many years. In the end, you're still willing to call yourself Fuxian Master? Zhongyi murmured, there's something that I've always kept in my heart and never told anyone. I followed that guy called Liu Zhimao to the Bookslip Lake. From the first day I came to the Bookslip Lake, I hoped that one day I could see Liu Zhimao establish a sect as a wild cultivator in the Bookslip Lake with my own eyes. So these years, I often wandered to a place. That was the first place where Liu Zhimao and I set foot in the Bookslip Lake. It was a small island with the same name as the Hengbo Prefecture, the Hengbo Island. It was only the size of a palm. Later on, it was destroyed by an invincible Jindan enemy with his natal magic weapon. I was so angry. At that time, I carried Liu Zhimao, who was not discouraged at all, and rowed a boat over there. I cried silently over there. Chen Pinggan and Tan Yuani arrived at the Hengbo Prefecture almost at the same time. One was in the light and the other was in the dark. Liu Zhimao personally went out and led the accountant who was holding a charcoal cage to a secret room. The four walls and the floor were actually made of snow. Then, there were only 4 chairs placed. Tuan, the Lord of Grain Island, Tan Yuani, was already sitting on one of the chairs. On the Tuan, he was resting with his eyes closed. After Liu Zhimao and Chen Pinggan walked in side by side, he opened his eyes and stood up. He smiled and said, Mr. Chen's name is like thunder to my ears. Chen Pinggan asked a question that came out of nowhere. Island Lord Tan, your colleague in the Green Wave Pavilion, Li Baozhen, who is now in the Qingwan Kingdom, can know about the recent situation of the Bookslip Lake? Tan Yuani said, every once in a while, there will be an exchange of some key intelligence reports. If Mr. Chen doesn't want to be mentioned too much in the intelligence reports, I can personally write a few words. Chen Pinggan naturally had to cup his hands and thank him. Tan Yuani said some polite words, saying that Mr. Chen Pinggan was the Mountain King of Longquan County and was also a close friend of the North Mountain god, Wei Pai. Inside the Green Wave Pavilion, everyone had long heard of Chen Pinggan's name. In reality, not only was Chen Pinggan not surprised and grateful, he began to worry about tonight's secret meeting. The Dali bureaucracy, especially the spies planted outside the Dali dynasty, attached the most importance to rules and laws. Tan Yuani's so-called writing brush was an exception. If it were the mountain and swamp cultivators of the Bookslip Lake, of course, it could be understood as the foreshadowing and sincerity of the two sides doing business. However, Chen Pinggan just happened to be someone who was extremely familiar with some of the operating rules of the Dali dynasty. There was no helping it. His former mortal enemy just happened to be the original owner of the Green Wave Pavilion. That imperial concubine was the most powerful woman in the Dali dynasty. Since Tan Yuani dared to break the rules, even if it was just a little, it meant that he needed to secretly make up for it from Chen Pinggan. This was also an internal matter of doing business. Business was business. Many friends were ruined by money and turned against each other. It wasn't necessarily because those so-called friends were unkind, but because they themselves were ignorant. As for the order, the magnitude of right and wrong should also be talked about. Often, because of blindly acting on emotions, it would hurt others and hurt oneself, and both sides would suffer. The 3 of them sat down together. One was the head of the Dali spy, a dragon crossing the river. One was a nascent soul cultivator of the Bookslip Lake, a local snake. One was not only a native of the Dali Longquan County, but also an accountant of the Verdant Gorge Island, a passerby. Chen Pinggan sat down cross-legged and placed his hands on the charcoal cage. He asked straightforwardly, because of the incident in Old Dragon City, the Song clan of Great Li owes me copper coins. Is Island Master Tan aware of this? Tan Yuani nodded his head. This is the top secret of the Green Wave Pavilion, all of the Green Wave Pavilion hidden in the center of the Aquarius continent. Only I am able to come into contact with some of them, and it belongs to the part of the Great Li document that was intentionally not detailed, so the specifics are not clear. However, I still don't have the qualifications to know. Chen Pinggan asked again, Dallas military, such as the 2 cavalry units that arrived at the border of the Zhuiying dynasty, are they very dissatisfied with Island Master Tan? Tan Yuani's face changed slightly. Dali worshipped martial arts, from the palace to the Jianghu to the marketplace, it was the same. The valiance of the people was not a lie, so they had always been ridiculed by the Aquarius continent as northern barbarians. Most of the surnames of the pillars of Great Li had their roots in the military. They each controlled a border army that was used to fighting old wars. No one could completely control a border army. Usually, it was 2 or 3 great clans that kept each other in check and formed alliances. Of course, there were also surnames like Yuan and Cao that hated each other. If it were not for the Dali imperial tutor Kui, Dali's civil officials would not have a day of success. Even though Xiu, who had been running the court for 100 years, he still made a big joke last year. One of Dali's southern cavalry sent a message to the Ministry of Revenue in a threatening manner to ask for money. The Ministry of Revenue's assistant minister, whose rank was higher than this person's, personally went to receive him. In the end, the Ministry of Revenue had to follow the procedure. First, he complained, then he said that he was poor, and finally he spread out his hands and said that he had no money. If there was some relationship between the officials, at most they would say some heartfelt words in private. If there was no relationship between them, then they would say whatever they wanted. That fellow who had come to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money had an ordinary relationship with the Ministry of Revenue. After listening for a long time, he stubbornly endured until the end and finally exploded. He slapped the table and glared, pointed at the nose of an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and cursed him to his heart's content. He recounted the achievements of his cavalry on their journey down south, laying out the facts one by one, and then recounting the tragic casualties of his soldiers in which country and which battlefield. According to State Preceptor Kui, in the end, he asked the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue whether or not his conscience had been eaten by a dog. He actually dared to stutter and pretend to be a big shot when it came to the pay of the soldiers. He then told the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue exactly how much money the Ministry of Revenue had saved up. This made the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue sigh that he should have just come to work for the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, that person naturally returned with a full load. There was also an unexpected surprise. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue had allocated a sum of money that was not considered urgent and given it to the cavalry that had deep roots in the capital. However, before that person could leave the capital with the good news, he was dragged back. Not only that, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and his immediate superior, the minister who was known as the god of wealth of Dali, the 3 of them were gathered together. On the main seat sat an embroidered tiger, the imperial tutor Kui. At that time, Kui drank tea and smiled. The little bit of money that was given to our Dallas poor teacher, your Ministry of Revenue has the nerve to delay? Aren't you all scholars as well? If I remember correctly, you, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Song Yang, was also a village tutor. Are you really willing to use your pen and knife? Is our Dali already so poor? Ignoring the trembling assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Kui, he turned his head to look at the white-haired but hale and hearty Minister of Revenue. God of Wealth Han, who is to blame for Dali being so poor? Blame me? Or blame you? Unexpectedly, the old minister was not afraid at all. He pointed at Song Yang. How dare I blame Imperial Tutor Daran? I am old, but I am even more addicted to being an official. Besides, our Ministry of Revenue is not poor. We have a lot of money, but we are not willing to spend it carelessly. So, you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Song Yang. That sum of money, from beginning to end, our Ministry of Revenue followed the imperial tutor's request. It was done cleanly, not a copper coin more, not a copper coin less. It's just that Song Yang ruined things. A hero will take responsibility for his own actions. Song Yang, quickly, show some backbone as an official of the Ministry of Revenue. The money man from the border army widened his eyes. Mother *K, is this the conduct of a high-ranking official of the 6 departments? They're not any better than the rough men from our border army. It seems that all the shameless people and words in the world are actually the same. Qui. Drinking tea, he smiled at the old minister. Okay, don't beat around the bush here to beg for a way out for your subordinates. Song Yang's mistake is not small, but it's not to the extent of losing his official position. His several evaluations in the capital are not bad. Take out 3 years of salary and put it into that sum of money. Song Yang, whose knees were weak, felt as if he had been granted amnesty. This subordinate is willing to take out 10 years of salary. The old minister slapped his head. Cowardly idiot, you're courting death. Qui. Still not angry, he held the cup of tea in one hand and the cup lid in the other. He waved his hand at Song Yang. This is not the rule of an official. After you go back, calm down and ask the old minister for advice on the way of being an official. Don't always think that your immediate superior relied on his ability to earn money to be able to establish himself in the center of the court. The old minister left the hall with the assistant minister, who had survived the disaster. The two of them wiped their sweat together. The old minister was so angry that he kicked the assistant minister's leg and scolded in a low voice. If I were 30 or 40 years younger, I would kick the shit out of you. The latter smiled bitterly. Is this still the old minister who likes to be arrogant? The guy who made a scene in the Ministry of Revenue swallowed his saliva. In the end, he was a smart person who could get money from the Ministry of Revenue. He learned from the old minister and acted shamelessly. Imperial tutor, you can't kill me. I'm doing my duty. Qui. Nodding his head, what you did is not only right, but also very good. I will remember your name and work harder in the future. Maybe you will have a good future. At least you don't have to go to the Yamen and buy a new set of clothes that won't lose the face of the border army. After leaving here, you can go to the Ministry of Revenue and ask for the money to buy the clothes. This is not the money you should spend. It's the civil officials of Dali Imperial Court who owe you. The military funds you asked for from Song Yang, except for the money that should be allocated to the teacher, the rest can be taken out of the capital. The guy's face was full of disbelief. Imperial tutor, is this really all? As for why the great imperial tutor of Dali would know about such a trivial matter as buying clothes, he did not have time to think about it. Qui. Since I can't blame you, the errand boy, and Minister Han is so slippery that he didn't give me a chance to make the Yamen of the Ministry of Revenue suffer some losses, I can only use your general as an example. On the way to the south, he has some loose ends that I plan to settle with Su Gaoshan. Tell him that the Imperial Court has deducted his merit for annihilating the Night Travel Kingdom, so the position of hunting inspector that should have been in the bag is a little uncertain. Next, you will advance side by side with Cao Gui to attack the Zhuang dynasty. Remember to put in more effort. If you can lead the army into the capital city of the Zhuang dynasty, it will be a great achievement. As a woodcutter, doesn't he like to chop the dragon chair and use it as firewood? I can promise him that chair today. As long as Su Gaoshan is one step ahead and sees the high walls of the capital, the most valuable chair in the central part of the Aquarius continent will be his firewood. If he swallows the fire of the chair, the fire python that he raises will have hope of entering the gold core stage. The border soldier man's face was extremely ugly. This was obviously forcing General Su to risk his life to break into the hinterland. Qui. He put down the teacup. I still have things to do. You too, I won't treat you to tea. 1 or 2 cups of tea won't be able to make you not anxious. The man wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he gave up the idea of discussing with the imperial tutor. He dared to cause trouble in the Ministry of Revenue because the situation forced him to do so. There was no point in doing so here. Before the man left, he mustered up his courage and said, Imperial tutor, can you delay a little longer? Let me say something, just 1 sentence. Qui. He smiled. Yes, 2 sentences. The man smiled straightforwardly. In the past, I always heard that the big shots in the imperial court liked to say nonsense that was in the clouds and had to rely on themselves to guess. Imperial tutor also spoke in a roundabout way, but not much. Although today's matter made imperial tutor somewhat vexed, but to be honest, I still feel quite happy. Qui. He waved his hand. In the future, you can boast to others, but don't go overboard. Let's not talk about holding arms and calling each other brothers. The man was sincerely impressed. He clasped his hands and said, Imperial tutor is really a deity. It was hard to imagine. A border soldier asked for money from the Ministry of Revenue at the end of last year. Such a trivial matter that had nothing to do with the bookslip lake would ultimately affect the general trend and fate of tens of thousands of wild cultivators in the bookslip lake. The general of Adali cavalry, Su Gaoshan, had only one feeling from last year to the end of this year. I have no money, I need money. Especially when they marched straight into the central region of Shuhao Kingdom, which was a vassal of the Zhuang dynasty. Taking down Shuhao Kingdom was not difficult at all. However, after considering Cao Gui's troops, Su Gaoshan was worried. No matter how he looked at it, that pretty boy had a better chance of winning and taking the first credit of breaking into the capital of the Zhuang dynasty. A man could not be stifled to death, especially a high-ranking general like Su Gaoshan. Therefore, within all the rules, he needed money, and even more so immortal money. Therefore, he set his eyes on Slip Lake, which was south of Shuhao Kingdom. He personally sent someone to Pond City to meet with Tan Yueni of Grain Island. He, Su Gaoshan, did not care whether it was Liu Zhimao or Ma Zhimao, or who was the leader of the alliance at Calligraphy Lake. He did not care, as long as he was paid. As long as he had enough money, he could speed up his journey to the south. If he supported this person, those wild cultivators who were like rats crossing the street would not be convinced. That was good. This time, when Su Gaoshan went south, not to mention those wild cultivators, he had even leveled more than 40 mountains belonging to those immortal masters. Now, not to mention Secretary Wu, who was assigned by the Great Li, he had recruited more than 200 cultivators along the way. And this was only the cultivators whom he was satisfied with. Otherwise, his number would have already exceeded 1,000. On top of that, as long as he planned to carry out a large-scale battle on the mountain, he could summon another 300 to 400 immortals and immortals caves of immortals, who were standing right behind his army, whose kingdoms he had wiped out, or were recognized as vassals by the Great Li, and who bowed and bowed before him. At the very least, they would have to ride on clouds and mist obediently to come to the rescue of Calligraphy Lake. Moreover, in the army, there was a giant sword boat specially designed to deal with the cultivators on the mountain. It was a big guy built by the school of Moism's mechanical master. When it rose into the sky and shot at the same time, thousands of flying swords would fall like rain. It was eating money, and it was a lot of immortal money. Every time it was used, Su Gaoshan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, as if he was cutting a piece of flesh from his heart. Every time he heard the civil official's abacus over there, saying that the loss outweighed the gain by using the sword boat, and finally telling Su Gaoshan how much money they had lost, Su Gaoshan wished he could tear down the old beams of the Hall of Patriarchs and sell them to destroy the mountain gate. Then, he would send people to dig 3 feet into the ground and search again. If by any chance they found a secret treasure, they might be able to break even, or even make a profit. This kind of thing did happen on the way to the south, and it happened more than once. Those old cultivators on the mountain were like king rats digging holes, each one hiding deeper than the other. When he thought of the hundreds of years of wealth and savings accumulated by those wild cultivators at Slip Lake, Su Gaoshan almost wanted to be thick-skinned and ask Cao Gui, that pretty boy, to borrow a few more sword boats from him. Su Gaoshan had Dallas momentum, and he himself was a general who controlled a large army. The simpler he did things, the better. However, for Grain Island's Tan Yueni, a great spy who was used to calculating gains and losses on the edge of a knife, he was really happy to meet such a powerful general like Su Gaoshan, a real big shot who could be ranked in the top 10 in Dallas Border Army, and a future hunting inspector. Tan Yueni was both happy and troubled. The surplus of Grain Island over these years, and the little divine money that they had earned from Green Tomb and Tianlao Island, was just a drop in the bucket for the military expenses of the rapidly expanding steel horse cavalry. Su Gaoshan could no longer sustain the war by using the war to support the war. After all, on the way to the south, other than the thunderous hooves of the Dali steel horse cavalry, there were also Dalis army supervisors and a group of civil officials who were responsible for cleaning up the mess. The latter would try their best to prevent the military from exploiting the defeated land too heavily. Inside this imperial tutor qui? It did not matter if the generals of the border army did not want to look at it, and whether it was good or not, they had their own advisors to help them. Moreover, if they violated the rules, they would have to pay the price, which could be offset by military merit. As long as they had enough military merit, if they encountered a stubborn city, they would suffer heavy casualties after a long period of attack. Finally, if they succeeded in breaching the city, the general could even order a massacre. Not to mention the two-legged people, he could even kill all the pigs and dogs. However, this kind of action that violated the rules and regulations of the southern expedition to vent his anger, Dalis army supervisors and civil officials who stayed behind to guard the city would at most give some advice. They would not advise against it. Because this kind of situation was also within the rules set by Imperial Tutor Daran. As long as they took out the book and flipped through it, the military merit accumulated from killing enemies along the way as well as the military merit of breaching the city would be enough to pay the price of massacring the city. If they were willing to have their military merit wiped out and not be able to get a new post of hunting envoy from Dali, they could just do it and the Dali Imperial Court would definitely not punish them. However, if they did not have enough military merit and still dared to wantonly massacre the city or kill the defeated soldiers, it was even simpler. They would be beheaded. The army supervisor could directly order all the military secretaries in the army, even the confidants of the general, to listen to the command token handed to them by Dali Imperial Tutor. The general who gave the order to massacre the city would be beheaded on the spot, and then the head would be transferred to the various Dali border army units. If one head was not enough, the Dali Imperial Tutor would help to make up for it until it was enough. If killing all of them was not enough, it did not matter. Dali Imperial Tutor had said that Dali would make an exception for your years of military service. But if Liu Larocheng did not appear, this deal would be a win-win situation for Tan Yuani, Liu Zhimao, General Su Gaoshan, and Dali. In the end, Liu Larocheng, who had not shown up in Gongliu Island for 200 years, popped out. Therefore, the appearance of Liu Larocheng, the troublemaker, caused Liu Zhimao to lose control of Calligraphy Lake overnight. Tan Yuani's fate was no better than that of Jiyu Kan and the Beast on Verdant Canyon Island. Both of them were undeserved disasters. At this moment, Liu Zhimao was like an old monk in meditation. Chen Pinggan slightly raised his hand and rubbed his palm. Island Master Tan, how is your relationship with Dali General Su Gaoshan, who attacked Shahao Kingdom? Tan Yuani was very frank. Our relationship is very ordinary. What Su Gaoshan wants is the filial piety money and the life-risking money of the thousands of islands in Calligraphy Lake. If he can't take it out, he may turn hostile at any time. Even half of his family like me is no exception. Although a general can't interfere with the affairs of Greenwave Pavilion, there are more than 10 spies like me in Greenwave Pavilion alone. Not to mention that there are similar cattle and horse bars and bronze people holding the balcony, which are not inferior to Greenwave Pavilion. Chen Pinggan smiled. What's worse is Greenwave Pavilion. It was originally built by the Empress herself. Although it has become Dali Imperial Tutor's adopted son, it is not his biological son after all. The worst is that Li Baozhen, who is also a spy in Greenwave Pavilion, is destined to have a smoother road of promotion. Instead, it is a senior official of the previous dynasty like Island Master Tan who has a lot of experience in Greenwave Pavilion. It is a bit difficult. Tan Yuani smiled. Imperial Tutor won't be biased towards the cattle and horse bars and Greenwave Pavilion. Chen Pinggan hit the nail on the head. Of course he won't be biased towards the cattle and horse bars and Greenwave Pavilion. But will he be biased towards each of the trusted subordinates promoted by the Empress in Greenwave Pavilion? Maybe the Imperial Tutor is very magnanimous. No. Maybe he is not so magnanimous. Maybe he will not be biased towards talents in troubled times today. Maybe he will when the world is peaceful tomorrow. Maybe he will present his proof of allegiance today and draw a clear line with the Empress. Maybe tomorrow he will suddenly fall from the sky and be implicated by someone who is not so smart. Everything seems possible. Tan Yuanyi sighed and did not refute. Liu Zhimao still had a nonchalant look on his face. Chen Pinggan also sighed in his heart. On Tan Yuanyi's side, whether or not he could untie the dead knot was meaningful, but not very significant. But even so, before he had even started the business, he already knew that the result would not be satisfactory. Tonight's meeting was still a step that had to be taken. Chen Pinggan needed to use all of Tan Yuanyi's details to reveal small truths one by one to settle the doubts in his heart. Then he would gather and separate the seemingly vague but traceable network of the general trend. Chen Pinggan smiled. The situation is indeed not very good, but friendship is born from adversity. Island Master Tan, Island Master Liu, why don't we be sincere allies for once? Start talking about the detailed steps. The three of us will check and fill in the gaps. Tan Yuanyi sat up slightly and said in a low voice, if Mr. Chen is willing to give us a peach, Tan Yuanyi will definitely return the favor. Liu Zhimao even said with a smile, that's great. Late at night, Chen Pinggan left the Hengbo prefecture alone and returned to the mountain gate of the verdant canyon island. He put the extinguished charcoal cage back into the house and hung up the blade-strengthening gourd. He changed into the golden robe and put on a thick green cotton robe. He pulled out the sword ferry from the door and put it on his back. He walked straight to the ferry, untied the rope of the small ferry, and headed to the Gong Willow Island. The waterway was far away. But Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry. He rode the ferry and it broke through the water like an arrow. The Book Lake was too vast. Even though the ferry flew like a bird, there was still no sign of Willow Palace Island by daybreak. There were no birds in the snow. Chen Pinggan rested for a while and stopped the ferry somewhere in the middle of the lake. He held a pair of chopsticks and placed a white bowl on top of it. He tapped it gently. Ding ding dong dong. He listened attentively. He sounded like a beggar on the street, but also like a young immortal who had retreated into the mountains and forests. Chen Pinggan was so pleased with himself that he lit an incense stick. Gong Fu put away the bowls and chopsticks in front of him. Chen Pinggan rubbed his cheeks and took a deep breath. He was full of the cool breeze. 6. 4:44, outside Mount Sui. A Grand Chancellor of the Learning Palace who had arrived quietly was still waiting patiently for a reply. Even the deity in golden armor could not bear to see him like this. A scholar who had the potential to become the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple had been ignored by an old scholar who had even smashed the statue of a deity. It had been more than half a month. If this news were to spread, Mount Sui would be drowned in the saliva of all the scholars in the world. At the peak of Mount Sui, the old scholar did not take the uproar from the Confucian temple seriously at all. He spent his days at the peak of the mountain, analyzing the situation, complaining, admiring the inscriptions on the tablets, and making comments about the world. In the words of the god of Mount Sui, the old scholar was like an old fly who could not find a place to eat shit. Not only was the old scholar not annoyed, he even slapped the mountain deity's golden armor and said happily, "These words are very interesting. When I see the old man in the future, I'll tell him that these are your conclusions about the Confucian temple's worshippers." The god of Mount Sui said coldly, "If you dare to say that, don't ever think about coming to Mount Sui again." The old scholar spat on his palm and wiped the golden armor of the god of Mount Sui. "You can't even tell that I'm joking. You're not funny at all." The deity in golden armor, who was known to have the worst temper in the central divine continent, did not move at all. He leaned on his sword with both hands and looked at the border outside of Mount Sui. He seemed to be used to the old scholar's behavior. It could be seen that he had suffered a lot in the hands of the old scholar over the years. Otherwise, he would not be so numb. The old scholar scratched the back of his head with one hand and stood beside the deity in golden armor. As a teacher, you never know what you say, what you preach, or what you do that will be engraved in the hearts of your students for the rest of their lives. If you are a scholar who claims to be a teacher of the world, You will be terrified. I have been living in this great fear for so many years. I can't extricate myself from it. In the end, I was disheartened because I found that there were always flaws among my students. It is very likely that they were all caused by me. The golden-armored deity sneered, so it's not just me who's worried about nothing. The old scholar stomped his foot and scolded, I'm warning you, don't take advantage of our good relationship to learn from those fake scholars. Don't you know that I hate this the most? I've tolerated you for hundreds of years. If you don't change this bad temper of yours, I won't move from here anymore. I'll stay here and disgust you every day. The golden-armored deity chuckled, I'm afraid of death. The old elementary scholar muttered, when an elementary scholar meets a soldier, he can't reason with him clearly. The golden-armored deity asked, according to your deduction, Kui Dong is doing all sorts of things in the Aquarius continent. In the end, he schemed against that child. Other than trying to pull Kui Dong Shan to his side, is there an even bigger scheme? The old Shotsai smiled and said, I'm a smart man who knows everything. Of course, I know what Kui Dong really wants, but I won't say it. The golden-armored deity nodded, then I beg you not to say it. The old elementary scholar sighed and gently pulled out a strand of hair from his head and passed it to the great god of Sway Mountain beside him. The golden-armored deity frowned and asked, What are you doing? The old elementary scholar said with a straight face, You're such a stubborn blockhead. You might as well take this strand of hair and hang yourself. The golden-armored deity laughed, You want to find a way out for yourself. If you anger me, I'll send you out of Sway Mountain's boundary with my sword so that you can meet that Grand Chancellor. I'm sorry, there's no such thing. The old elementary scholar clicked his tongue, You're not stupid. The expression of the golden-armored deity that was hidden behind the mask suddenly became serious. Are the few major matters you deduced still unclear? The old elementary scholar retracted his smile, It's very troublesome. Even if I personally went to that ancient pass, it would be of some use. However, it would be extremely slow. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. That's why I'm too embarrassed to meet that Grand Chancellor of the Academy at the border of Sway Mountain. The biggest problem was that the Wildlands was serious this time. There were a few geniuses there who seemed to have been born at the right time. The competition at the Great Wall of Sword Chi had been nothing more than a small demonstration of their skills, but it was already quite a big deal. That's why I'm going to the Hassa continent to find that pedantic fellow and remind him not to accidentally die and be scolded by others for thousands of years. The golden-armored deity was about to speak. The old elementary scholar shook his head and said, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. I can no longer trust the school of yin-yang of the Lu family of the Central Plains. I'm just short of hearing all their deductions in reverse. The golden-armored deity said, Over at Bai Zi, the Grand Chancellor of the School of Rites met with a nose full of dust. Over at the Overseas Islands, the Grand Chancellor of the Quasi-Sage lineage was even worse. I heard that he didn't even get to see him. In the end, this one was also given the cold shoulder. The 3 Grand Chancellors of the 3 great academies are also unlucky. Why, has your Confucian school fallen to such a state? All your former allies and family members have chosen to stand by and watch as the mountains and rivers collapse. The old elementary scholar sighed and pulled his beard. God knows what the old man and the sage of rites are thinking. The golden-armored deity sneered, Don't you claim to be a smart person? The old elementary scholar shook his head and said seriously, Real big things don't rely on being smart. Damn, stupid. The golden-armored deity said in annoyance, Such nonsense. All the right and wrong and reason in the world have been claimed by you. The old elementary scholar still shook his head, Wrong. This is not an ambiguous nonsense. You don't understand. It's not that you're not smart. It's because you're not in the human world and only stand at the peak of a mountain. Do the joys and sorrows of the world have anything to do with you? A little, but it's completely negligible. This makes it very difficult for you to truly put yourself in the shoes of others and think about small things. But you have to know that there are so many people in the world. When all the small things are added up, even 100 Sway Mountains added together won't be as high as this one. Let me ask you this, if, in the end, a storm suddenly arrives, and we discover that the house that generations of Confucian sages have built for the common people to shelter them from the wind and rain looks very large and very stable, but it is actually a loft in the sky. If it collapses at any moment, what will happen to the common people who live inside? Taking a step back, our Confucian school is tough and tenacious. We can really break it down and rebuild it, building a new, bigger, and more stable thatched house. But when so many common people are crushed to death by the collapsed house, so many homeless people, so many suffering in life, what will we do? Do we have to rely on Buddhist knowledge to stabilize ourselves? I can't do it anyway. The golden armored deity shook his head. Don't ask me. The old scholar stomped his feet and looked into the distance. Every scholar, when they reach a high position, should think about what a conscience is. The old elementary scholar muttered, "One should know etiquette. Why don't you listen to such good words? Don't tell me that year after year, that old guy Daofu will laugh at our Confucian school for 10,000 years." The golden armored deity had listened to the two debates between the three sects. Regarding the old elementary scholar's words, it was actually a shocking debate. Although he was the old elementary scholar's friend, he felt that he couldn't win the argument. But in the end, the old elementary scholar still managed to convince the Buddhist and Daoist disciples of the other two sects. In that all-encompassing debate, there was another debate about Tao is useless, there is benevolence and righteousness. A certain Daoist disciple of the Beko Keikyung building discussed Tao with the old elementary scholar. It was really thrilling. In the end, not only did the old elementary scholar win the argument, he also managed to convince the Daoist disciple who was temporarily watching from the side. After the old elementary scholar won the argument, all the Daoist sects in the world had to use a red brush to erase one of the sentences in the article written by Daofu. And from then on, as long as it was a Daoist book that was engraved in the world, this sentence and the relevant chapter would be deleted. That sentence was, "Losing Tao is followed by virtue, losing virtue is followed by benevolence, losing benevolence is followed by righteousness, and losing righteousness is followed by etiquette." The etiquette of the husband is the least loyal and the most chaotic. The battle between the three sects wasn't just three geniuses sitting on the high altars and moving their mouths. It had a great impact on the entire human world of the three sects. It was incomparably far-reaching and closely related. The golden armored deity sensed the rare disappointment of the old elementary scholar beside him. He felt a little sympathetic and found a relatively easy topic to talk about. Does Qi Jingchun really not have a backup plan? Chen Pinggan is the disciple that he helped you to choose for isolated practice. The old elementary scholar shook his head, intervening to help little Pinggan break out of this situation would be disadvantageous. Qi Jingchun wouldn't do that. That would be equivalent to losing to Kui Dong from the beginning. The golden armored deity shook his head and said helplessly, "The human heart is so indecisive, that's why there is your cultivation. Why does Qi Jingchun still have to find trouble for himself?" The old elementary scholar suddenly laughed. He swayed his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. "That's why you gods will never know why the human world is so muddy, but the scenery is so magnificent. As long as people raise their heads, they will be able to see it." Perhaps most people will just take a look and lower their heads to continue their work. But in the end, a small group of people will be fascinated and sit down to discuss the Tao. The old elementary scholar suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the sky. "I look down on the human world, I treat the human world well." There was a moment of silence. The golden armored deity said, "The old man you speak of probably can't hear your bold words." The old elementary scholar stomped his feet in annoyance and said angrily, "What a waste of my impassioned emotions." The tall building of the Fan family in Pool Water City was already empty. This was the loftiest tower in Pool Water City. It was the tower that the Fan family was proud of. When guests came to visit, this was the first place to go. But now the Fan family not only sealed off this tower, no one was allowed to set foot in it. They even had the intention of closing the door and rejecting guests. There was no more traffic on the streets outside. Fan Yang was standing downstairs today. As the real owner of the Fan family, if it was in the past, since he had personally issued the ban, of course, he could disobey the rules and go to his own tower to enjoy the lake scenery. But Fan Yang did not dare. This foolish young master of Pool Water City, who had deceived almost all the scholars and people of Pool Water City, still had not recovered. It was as if someone had used a knife to carve his heart into a mess. Now, when he thought of that knife, especially the person who had held it, his heart ached. Thinking of that person's knife, Fan Yang would really have a splitting headache. On the day Kui Dongshan left Pool Water City. At that time, the first snow had not yet fallen on the Book Lake. As a result, Fan Yang ushered in the snow that almost froze him to death. Even now, Fan Yang felt the chill piercing his bones. That day, Kui Dongshan called Fan Yang over. Before that, Fan Yang had been slapped dozens of times by his parents on the top floor. After leaving, in the Fan family's secret room, Fan Yang let his biological parents slap each other in front of him. The two slapped each other until their mouths were bleeding and their faces were swollen. But they did not dare complain at all. Then, a few days later, Fan Yang went to meet the young man in white. The two of them leaned against the railing to enjoy the scenery. Kui Dongshan jumped and floated down to sit on the railing. He began to speak the words from the bottom of his heart that made Fan Yang tremble in fear. But Fan Yang did not dare to ask him to shut up. He could only listen. Kui Dongshan said, "Ignorance is a very comfortable and blissful state. When a person walks a little higher and thinks that he is infallible, it is even more wonderful. Because you do not understand the causes of luck and misfortune, you just have to accept it. If you can endure it, you are still a good man. If you can't, you can curse the heavens. I did not say that this is wrong. Sometimes, I even envy these two states." I once traveled far and wide with my first teacher. Once, when I went to a bookstore on the street, I met 3 young scholars. One was from a noble family, one was from a poor family. Although the last one was dressed simply, he looked elegant and distinguished. The 3 of them were scholars participating in the provincial examination. At that time, there was a young woman there looking for books to read. Rich scholars, in order to attract the attention of beautiful women, would randomly take out a book and start to talk about it. Poor scholars, on the other hand, would be very submissive, which is really admirable. After all, poor scholars won't be able to see many books before they become rich. The shopkeeper of the bookstore was a poor scholar. He endured for a long time, but in the end, he could not bear to listen anymore. So he said a few words that could be considered reasonable. In the end, the rich scholar pointed at his nose and said that he was from a noble family. His family had a long history, and he had been taught by a good teacher since he was young. He had already read all the books of the 100 schools of thought. Why would he need you to teach him the principles of life? Who do you think you are? My poor teacher became the peacemaker. There was no other way. He loved to stir up trouble in small matters. He always felt that no one was wrong. Even if there was a mistake, it could be corrected. He persuaded the shopkeeper to not be angry. There were so many reasons, and everyone had them. Then, he reached out and gently pressed down on the scholar's finger, saying that it was not appropriate to talk to people like this. Even if it was reasonable, it would make people feel that it was unreasonable. That scholar also had a bad temper. He slapped my teacher's hand away and scolded the old man to go away. Of course, my teacher would not be angry. Then, the young man who looked the most like a scholar looked gentle and refined. He smiled and said 3 fair words. The first sentence was, "This is a bookstore that sells books. We are scholars who buy books. Be careful that you do not buy the books you like. You might even be chased out. Fan Yang, do you know where the beauty lies? You must know that the beauty lies in confusing the order. Instead of saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, you assume that the bookstore belongs to the shopkeeper. If the customer is chased out, it is reasonable. Is it really reasonable? If it was anyone else, they would not think so. Therefore, according to the context of not talking about right and wrong, once it was pushed back, the shopkeeper would instantly become unreasonable. Isn't it a little bit interesting? If others did not know the reason and only heard this sentence, or only saw the scene of the shopkeeper beating people up, would they still be willing to distinguish right and wrong? It can't be. Life is busy. Who would be willing to explore these things? They are just watching a show. Therefore, when I heard this sentence, I felt that it was funny. I felt that this fellow was quite smart. The second sentence was, "Sir, you have probably taken a fancy to the books you want to buy. Don't be biased towards the shopkeeper because of this. If so, it would be a disgrace to the educated. I see that you are also a scholar. Why do you have no strength of character? Why do you like to flatter a bookseller? Isn't there more to chew? As long as an outsider is in the shop and speaks up for the shopkeeper, that would be a flatterer." Some spectators who are not willing to get involved in trouble, even if they do not agree with this logic, wouldn't their hearts more or less tighten? The third sentence was, "If this shopkeeper is really so knowledgeable, why would he be selling books here to earn money? Shouldn't he already be in the imperial court or writing books that have been passed down for generations? How is it? Isn't it a little harsh?" This actually presupposes two prerequisites. First, the principles of the world need to be supported by status and reputation. You are just a shopkeeper who sells books, and you don't have the qualifications to talk about the principles of the sages. Second, only success and fame are considered principles. Principles are only found in the books of the sages, in the imperial court. In the chaotic marketplace, in the bookstore, there is no such thing as principles. In the end, guess what? My teacher slapped him. He started to scold the smartest scholar. That was the first time in my long years as a student that I saw my good old teacher not only get angry, but also scold and hit him. The old scholar scolded that poor guy. From your parents, to your teacher, to the books of the sages, there should be at least one or two good principles to teach you. In the end, king smeared chicken dung in your eyes and stuffed dog dung in your stomach. This time, the guy was beaten and scolded until he was dumbfounded. Guess what happened next? He was beaten until he lost all his courage. Only hatred was left in his eyes and he was scheming in his heart. On the other hand, the rich scholar and the dull scholar rolled up their sleeves and wanted to beat my teacher. What else could my teacher do? Run. What else could I do? Run. We only stopped when we were quite a distance away. My husband turned around and saw that the other party wasn't chasing after us. At first, he laughed loudly. Then, after laughing for a while, he stopped laughing. That was the first time I saw my husband show such a disappointed expression over something. On the way back, my teacher was silent for a long time. In the end, he found a wine shop by the street and ordered a catty of wine. As he drank happily, he said some melancholy words. He said that the competition between scholars, the quarrels between common people, the debate between people, and the attitude of reasoning. If one's attitude was good, that would be the best. If one's attitude wasn't good, it wouldn't be a big deal if one couldn't hear what others were saying. The more one argued, the clearer the world would be. Even if one's face turned red, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Therefore, in the bookstore, the young man's bad temper wasn't considered wrong. He and the shopkeeper of the bookstore were like chickens and ducks speaking the same language. In the end, each of them spoke their own heartfelt words. As a teacher, I listened to them speak their own principles. No matter what their original intentions were or what their temperaments were, I was still happy. Only the guy who spoke in the end had the worst mouth and the worst heart. My teacher, who rarely made a judgment about someone's character, slammed the table and said that the guy had a problem with his character. This kind of person, wearing the skin of a Confucian scholar, only knows how to seek his own selfish interests. The more he reads, the more trouble he will cause. As long as he encounters something, he loves to hide in the dark, poke around in the dark, and say some disgusting words. He calculates in every way, weighing the pros and cons. Either he doesn't have the guts, or once he has the guts, he will most likely see the right thing to do. Therefore, when he really does something bad, he will be able to profit more than anyone else. If such a person is allowed to continue climbing, year after year, without him saying anything, he will affect his family, his children, his entire family, his fellow schoolmates, the atmosphere of the government, the customs of the land under his jurisdiction, the culture of the country, and the culture of the country. They will all suffer. Those who are willing to reason and listen to reason, no matter big or small, can be taught. They can be saved. If it really doesn't work, then those who are virtuous gentlemen, especially those of us who are lucky enough to eat cold pig head meat, should work harder and help mend the world. If there is a third scholar in the world who speaks in a strange way, I think the old man was scolded miserably by the Tao ancestor back then. The Tao ancestor was right, and the old man was not scolded unjustly. Old man. Boss, you shouldn't have said those principles out loud, written them in books, and taught them to the world. We Confucians are to blame. There are too many principles, and we talk to ourselves. This principle in this book is denied by that book, and the principle in that book is worthless by other books. It will make the common people feel at a loss. Therefore, I have always advocated one point. When arguing with others, never feel that you are in the right. If the other party said it well, even if it is a battle between the three sects, I will listen to the path of the Buddhist and Daoist. When I hear the understanding, I will laugh. Because when I hear such good principles, shouldn't I be happy? Is it embarrassing? It's not embarrassing. If the principles are too high, it will make the common people mistakenly think that only scholars can be reasonable. In fact, the truth isn't just in books. Even a child of a few years old can give a very good truth. Even a country bumpkin who has never read a book can still do the best of the best. Even the shopkeeper of a bookstore who didn't manage to pass the imperial examinations can still say something wrong, but at some point in time, he can say something that will make the old man and the sage of right smile when they hear it. Kui Dongshan said this calmly. When Fan Yang heard this, he only had one thought. He was dead meat. After confirming that Kui Dongshan would no longer tell the old man's story, Fan Yang knelt on the ground and did not say a word. Kui Dongshan turned his head. The young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows was really romantic and suave. He smiled and said, "Don't all of you from the Book of Words like me? As long as I have a reason that I can convince myself, I have a clear conscience, and I have a strong enough fist, I can kill whoever I want, right? What's so difficult about this? It's hard to be a good person in the world, but is it hard to be a bad person? Even children who wear open-crotch pants can do it. The slightly more difficult ones are the bad guys who have enough brains. Then let me ask you, you are about to be crushed like an ant by me, who wants to learn from you and have fun. Now, do you feel good?" Fan Yang knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "I beg the imperial tutor to use a celestial secret technique to erase this little one's memory. And as long as the imperial tutor is willing to spend the effort, I am willing to give you half of the Fan family's property." Kui Dongshan jumped off the railing. "You are really smart. I can't bear to kill you. No matter how I look at it, it is a good thing that you, Fan Yang, are watching over the book lake. Fan Yang, you don't have to be a human anymore. Be Dallas dog and you will be able to live." Fan Yang immediately began to kowtow. After a bang, he raised his head and looked at the high and mighty young man with tears of gratitude. This gratitude came from the bottom of Fan Yang's heart. It was so sincere that it could move the heavens. Kui Dongshan squatted down and shook his head. Such a smart person, to be a dog. How pitiful. Kui Dongshan patted his cheeks again and again. He used a lot of strength. "Do you feel that you are too unlucky to have met a kindred spirit like me, whose fist is only slightly bigger than yours?" Fan Yang shook his head vigorously. Kui Dongshan shrank back and retracted his hand. He looked at the face that was full of fear and uneasiness. "I suddenly feel that a dog, even if it will be very obedient in the future, is a bit of an eyesore. What should I do?" Fan Yang was still a little confused. Kui Dongshan had already put two fingers together and poked between Fan Yang's eyebrows. With this poke, Fan Yang's soul would definitely be destroyed. Just in a flash, someone appeared behind Kui Dongshan, bent down and grabbed the back of his collar. Then, he slid backward. Kui Dongshan was dragged backward, just in time to save Fan Yang, who already had a small hole between his eyebrows. Kui Dongshan, who was being held in the hands of that person, still stared at Fan Yang. "Do you know that in this world, there are so many old scholars and Chen Pingan in the world that you owe them? Who will pay them back in the future? The demon clan that broke the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Come, come, come. Hurry up and come in to teach all the idiots in the world a lesson. I will teach you all that there is no such thing as a natural advantage for you to take advantage of. Bastards, you have to pay them back. You have to pay them back, do you understand? The uninvited guest who stopped Kui Dongshan from killing was Kui Dong, who had returned to the Bookslip Lake. The old green-robed Confucian said indifferently, after killing Fan Yang today, it will be very difficult for you to reach the upper 5 realms. Also, don't say childish words, you are not young anymore. I don't care if you pretend to be young to disgust me, but if you are stupid, I will not agree, because you still have a lot of things to do next. Kui Dongshan struggled for a while. Kui Dong let go of his hand, and Kui Dongshan sat on the ground. Kui Dong waved to Fan Yang, get out. In the future, think about what you should say and do. Otherwise, if he can't kill you, I will kill you. Kui Dongshan leaned on the railing, in a daze. Kui Dong stretched out a palm and gently pressed Kui Dongshan's head. If you don't have hope in this world, you will not be disappointed even once. You will not hate the bad people, and you will not like the good people. Then, you happen to be a scholar, and you don't deny it. At the same time, you have enough understanding of the complexity of this world. Then, when you think about the best and worst results, and the consequences that you must bear, then you will do it. So, don't let Chen Pinggan be your exception. Once you mix it up, you may seem sincere, but you will only harm others and yourself. Kui Dongshan said unhappily, take your dog's paw away. Kui Dong smiled and put his hands behind his back, looking at the book lake. It is not easy to determine whether a person is good or evil. Even the old elementary scholar does not dare to talk about this casually. In this aspect, the Buddhists do speak better. The old elementary scholar admitted it himself, not in private, but in the debate between the 3 religions. Do you still remember that the faces of several Confucian sages turned black on the spot? The other party did not scare the Buddhists and Taoists to death, but almost scared their own people to death. We have heard this with our own ears and seen it with our own eyes. That is why the old elementary scholar is that old elementary scholar. I recognize your good reason, but you have to recognize mine even if you don't. The old elementary scholar who won the last debate between the 3 religions, how was it? What did he do? What did the poor old master say? He sat upright, stretched out his hands, and said, Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors, please take a seat. And then, the 2 who had not met for countless years really came. The sage of rites also came, but the old elementary scholar just turned a blind eye. What should we do? So the old man that the old elementary scholar mentioned also came. As soon as he arrived, he immediately isolated the world. What happened in the end? Not long after, the old elementary scholar appeared in front of us secretly. He seemed to be grimacing, tilting his head and rubbing his ears. At this point, Quisha did not say anything else. Let's go. There's no need to see the ending of Bookslip Lake. There's something I'll tell you later. When the time comes, I will tell you about a chessboard that is bigger than the book lake. Kui Dongshan jumped on the railing again and stretched out his hands, just like the old elementary scholar's posture. But Kui Dongshan did not say, Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors, please take a seat. He said loudly, the sky is high and the earth is wide. There are many reasons. Man is a mustard seed and matters are trivial. Kui Dong smiled and said, don't do things more than 3 times. I don't want to hear childish words for the 3rd time. Kui Dongshan twisted his toes and flipped his 2 snow-white sleeves. He put his hands behind his back and then clenched his fists. He bent down and handed them to Kui Dongshan. Guess, which is the reason, which is, there was a loud bang. Kui Dongshan was hit and fell into the book lake, splashing huge waves. Kui Dongshan dog-paddled on the shore and walked on the path by the lake. His 2 sleeves flew up and he gradually left the book lake. Kui Dong did not leave the railing quickly. He thought about everyone and everything in the past. In the twilight, the outline of Gong Willow Island could be vaguely seen. But unlike other snow-covered islands, Gong Willow Island was verdant and there was almost no snow. In fact, it was not surprising. One of Liu Laocheng's natal magic weapons was the Gilt Fire Spirit Seal. Fire and water were incompatible. Liu Laocheng probably did not like the snow scenery, so he used celestial spells to make Gong Willow Island more unique. It was just that Liu Larocheng was the only person on such a huge island that outsiders would not be able to imagine. A ferry as small as a mustard seed was approaching the territory of Gong Willow Island. Thousands of feet away, the boatman who swam here pulled out a bamboo pole from the lake and said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Pinggan greets Island Master Liu." After a while, although Liu Larocheng did not say anything, Chen Pinggan found that the ferry under his feet moved forward by itself and finally stopped at the ferry of Gong Willow Island. Chen Pinggan fastened the ferry and began to land on the island. The willow trees on the island were swaying. Even in the middle of winter, it was still lush and full of vitality in the midsummer. Most of the buildings on Gong Willow Island had been abandoned and dilapidated. Previously, Verdant Canyon Island had paid for the renovation of several main halls on Gong Willow Island as the site for the election of the sovereign of Jianghu. However, for whatever reason, Liu Larocheng killed his way to Verdant Canyon Island, causing the kindness of Verdant Canyon Island to become the laughingstock of many wild cultivators. Liu Jimao's kindness was really rewarded. As soon as Patriarch Liu returned to Bookslip Lake, the first thing he did was to visit Verdant Canyon Island. He deserved to be the Lord of River Severing, who was the co-owner of Bookslip Lake. Just as Chen Pinggan was guessing where Liu Larocheng was, that pure jade-level wild cultivator had already appeared in his field of vision. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact he arrived in the blink of an eye. Liu Larocheng was walking on the uneven belt road of the Palace Willow Island beside the lake. Chen Pinggan followed behind Liu Larocheng. Liu Larocheng said, "Since you have the ability to stop me from killing people on Verdant Canyon Island, I will give you a chance to say 3 words. If I am not satisfied, I will see you out." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "2 words are enough." Liu Larocheng put his hands behind his back and said with a smile without turning his head, "That's good." Chen Pinggan said, "I have persuaded Liu Jimao to remove his exclusive inhibition of Hong Su of Verdant String Mansion. From now on, Hong Su will be borrowed to Gong Willow Island by Island Master. She can live the rest of her life on Verdant Canyon Island without fighting with the world. It all depends on Island Master Liu." Chen Pinggan paused for a moment, and then quickly stepped forward and walked side by side with Liu Larocheng. He held out his hand and held out the jade tablet with the words, "I am good at cultivating the Great Spirit. I dare not give this to you, and it is not suitable for you to have it as your personal possession. So I want to lend it to you. When you reach the immortal realm, you can return it to me." Liu Larocheng glanced at the jade tablet in Chen Pinggan's hand and kept walking. "That's it?" Chen Pinggan nodded and did not speak. Liu Larocheng turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan. "You are quite clever." Liu Larocheng said with a smile, "If you want to say it, just say it. The previous 2 sentences still can't persuade me, but it is enough for you to finish the journey." Chen Pinggan said, "If you want to live, you have to fight hard. If you want to live well, you have to be smart." Liu Larocheng said, "That's similar to my opinion back then." Liu Larocheng asked, "If you can only return empty-handed, I can answer another question." "What do you want to ask?" "Why did you kill Jiyu Kan?" "I don't think so. You are not that stupid. Why didn't you give face to Tan Yueni of Grain Island and the Dali cavalry in the north? You can ask this question about the value of money. Ask it. After that, don't come here to try your luck again. I won't be so good-tempered next time." Chen Pinggan asked, "Will Hong Su be beaten to death by Island Master Liu himself?" Liu Larocheng stopped. Chen Pinggan stopped almost at the same time. Liu Larocheng pointed at the blade-strengthening gourd on Chen Pinggan's waist. "Don't you need to drink some wine to boost your courage to ask such a stupid question?" Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd. "I'll fill it up now." Liu Larocheng shook his head and continued strolling. "All right, this is what I promised you. There is no harm in telling you this. It is a barrier in the past. It is common for cultivators in the mountains to be injured. I have been beaten half to death so many times that I can't even count it with my 2 hands. Why would I care about exposing such a small scar?" Hong Su's original name was Huang Han. She was my direct disciple and later my Daoist companion. Hong Su was her nickname. Liu Jimao always liked to show off his cleverness, so he gave her a name that was not her real name. Huang Han's aptitude was not good. She was the worst among all my disciples. Later on, I spent a lot of immortal money to force her to become a Jindan Earth Immortal. As for her temperament, it was similar to her real name. She was not like a girl. She was straightforward and her heart was different from the rest of the cultivators in Book Island Lake. However, in the eyes of a wild cultivator like me who killed without batting an eye, her silly and naive look really killed me. Speaking of this, Liu Larocheng broke off a willow twig and began to weave it skillfully. My aptitude was good, and my luck was even better. On the path of cultivation, I usually suffered a lot of setbacks and suffered a lot, but every time at the critical moment, I would go smoothly. Therefore, I was already a Yuanying stage cultivator. However, I should never have fallen in love with her. What was worse was that she found out. At first, in order to avoid her, I left the Bookslip Lake, but after a few decades, I found that all the willow twigs on Gong Willow Island had been broken by her. But I was wrong, very wrong. As time went by, she began to change. Because she was afraid of death, her Jindan was half real and half fake. She used to practice the shortcut of Jindan formation, which made her state of mind worse. Plus, my departure added fuel to the fire, which made her more and more demonic. One day, she finally left Bookslip Lake and began to look for me everywhere like a madwoman. She went to all the places where I showed up. With her personality, she left Gong Willow Island without the title of the ruler of Jianghu. She suffered a lot along the way. If it weren't for the 2 magic weapons I left her, she might have died. For both of us, it was a lucky thing. Liu Larocheng placed one hand behind his back and gently rotated the willow ring with the other. When I found her, her soul was already fragmented and shattered like thousands of pieces of porcelain. Even to this day, I still don't understand what she relied on to support herself until the day I appeared. If it was a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to hold on. At that time, she was already completely delirious. She vaguely felt that I was different from others. She stood where she was and the way she looked at me. Do you know what that feeling was? You wouldn't understand. She was trying her best to remember me, as if she was competing with the heavens. Liu Larocheng gently waved his hand and the willow ring fell into the Bookslip Lake. Ripples appeared and the mountain river Grand Array was quietly activated. Liu Laocheng's tone turned cold. At that moment, as a nascent soul cultivator who was only one step away from the upper 5 realms, my Dao heart almost collapsed on the spot. It was similar to the state of her soul. It was only at that moment that I realized that she was indeed a great opportunity for me to prove my Dao. My choice to follow my heart back then was not wrong. So I cut off my inner demon and killed her with my own hands. Liu Larocheng sneered. It's just that I had a heart of stone at that time, but it was still not perfect enough to conform to my own Dao. That's why there was Hong Su today. Her soul should have completely dissipated and she wouldn't even have the chance to be reincarnated, let alone appear in Verdant Canyon Island's Juxian mansion and be used by that stupid Liu Jimao. I've already killed her once. What's the point of killing her again? Liu Laocheng's face became solemn. That trace of mercy almost caused me to become the food of the extraterrestrial demon when I broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. That battle was the most tragic battle in my life. The extraterrestrial demon, with Huang Han's appearance. No, it was her and she was it. She was the Huang Han in my heart. Above the heart lake, she was as tall as my golden body Dharma idol, and as strong as my cultivation was, she was as strong. However, my mind was damaged, but she wasn't. She was shattered by me once, and then reappeared in one piece. She fought me with her life again and again, almost without end. In the end, she finally opened her mouth and cursed me, Liu Larocheng, for being a heartless man. She cursed me for being willing to kill her over and over again to prove my Dao. Liu Larocheng laughed self-deprecatingly. That was the first time she scolded me. So it's not accurate to say that I killed her once. In fact, I killed her hundreds of times. Was it dangerous? Liu Larocheng asked and answered his own question. Compared to the later scenes, it was like children fighting each other. She cried when I scratched her skin. After being killed by me countless times, she actually stood in the same place in a daze. Just like that year, she looked at me in a daze, as if she was trying to think of me. As if it was caused by telepathy, she actually regained a trace of clarity. Blood began to flow from her eyes. Her face was covered in blood. She told me intermittently in her heart to hurry up and do not hesitate, to kill her again. She didn't regret liking me in this life. She just hated that she couldn't accompany me to the end. At that time, my state of mind was in a mess. I almost had the will to die. For the so-called upper 5 realms, for a place on the peak of the mountain, was it really worth it? Without her by my side, would I really be a free and unfettered immortal? She walked towards me, one step at a time. She staggered and her limbs were stiff, but she still tried her best to repeat the 3 words in her mind, please. In the end, she said, just live for me. So I smashed her like a madman. The world was silent. I fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In the end, when I opened my eyes, I saw Huang Han flying in the sky like an immortal. Her figure was graceful and her ribbons fluttered. She didn't say a word, but her eyes told me everything. All the previous struggles and feelings were just her tricks. Liu Laocheng stopped talking. He didn't talk about the final ending between him and Huang Han, or rather, the incarnated extraterrestrial demon. Instead, he turned his head. In the end, he saw a young man who was furrowing his face and looking into the distance. The corner of his mouth was slightly trembling. Liu Laocheng smiled and shook his head. Looks like you have a girl you like. Just by putting yourself in her shoes for a moment, you can already feel her and can't take it anymore. The 2 of them continued walking. Liu Laocheng lamented, the reason why I'm telling you all this is because I can let it go. Also, the real reason why you could find out about Hongsu's background and come to Palace Willow Island. No one in the book lake would have guessed that it was for an insignificant abandoned child. As for the answer to your question, I can tell you that whether it's Hongsu or Huang Han, she must die. Otherwise, when I reach the bottleneck of the immortal realm, it'll be another great tribulation. Even if it's just a what if, I'll kill her with my own hands. On the Great Tao, the so-called what if is often everything. When the time comes, you can try again and see if you can stop me. As for whether I'll be as miserable as Du Maro after I kill you, haha. As a cultivator of the mountains and lakes, who hasn't been like a wild dog scraping under the feet of immortal Master Fuji, eating the leftovers of others and being beaten half to death while eating? Could it be that you didn't dare to do it when you finally reached the upper 5 realms? Are you worthy of being a real mad dog in the eyes of immortal Master Fuji? Chen Pinggan was silent. From the beginning to the end, the old cultivator who was not Island Master Liu of the Book Lake began to be aggressive. If you dare to say that you want to try, I'll kill you right now. If you want to rely on Hongsu as the entry point for your great plan with me, and if you're so opportunistic to achieve some kind of unspeakable goal, you'll immediately choose to give up after I've driven you into a desperate situation. Do you really think that I, Liu Laocheng, am a fool like Liu Zhimao? I won't kill you directly, but I'll beat you until you can't get out of bed or walk for 4 to 5 years. I'll make all your plans and hard work go down the drain. If you change your method and size up the situation, you'll choose to give up knowing that you can't save Hongsu, but you're prepared to make me suffer. You're willing to pay a huge price for a woman you just met. That's fine too. However, in this book lake, in front of me, Liu Laocheng, if you want to be a good person or a hero, you'll still have to be prepared for my revenge. Don't worry, it'll be worse than beating you until you can't get out of bed for a few years. You won't be seriously injured if you cut your flesh with a blunt knife. Chen Pinggan, now it's my turn to ask and you answer. What will you do? Chen Pinggan exhaled softly. Then I'll choose the third option. If you want to kill Hongsu, I can't stop you. However, I'll use that jade pendant to empty half of the Book Lake spiritual chi. At that time, I'll lend the jade pendant and the spiritual chi to someone in Dali. Chen Pinggan looked directly at Liu Laocheng. Although I don't know why you don't even care about Dali's cavalry, it just shows that you value the Book Lake very much. It's not a business deal. This is the foundation of your great way. Even if you become an immortal, you won't give up your foundation. Moreover, you'll probably be able to persuade the Song clan to allow you to divide the land here. The more you think so, the more miserable you'll be if I choose the third option. Chen Pinggan spread out his hands. The jade pendant is right here. Why don't you try to take it away? If you don't, you can kill me right now, or at least destroy my natal Chi palace. However, I'm sorry, the jade pendant has begun to absorb the spiritual Chi of the entire book lake. On the crystal clear jade pendant, the words "I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit" began to shine. From all directions, with Gong Willow Island as the center, spiritual Chi and water Chi condensed into water veins and poured into the 6 words. Liu Laocheng's face was gloomy. Chen Pinggan said, "Now it's your turn to make a choice. Either you kill me and all the spiritual Chi in the book lake is in this jade pendant that you don't dare to hold. Even if you hold it, you can't open or close it. Either you beat me half to death, or I'll absorb half of the book lake's water Chi. Or we can do business in an honest way and each of us takes a step back to achieve the greatest mutual benefit. The premise is that you let me leave Gong Willow Island and return to Verdant Canyon Island safely. After casting a restriction on the jade pendant, it can open its own cave residence when I die. At that time, we can sit down and talk. At that time, it can be in Verdant Canyon Island or Gong Willow Island." Liu Laocheng sneered, "Do you really think I'll believe that you have the ability to control this jade pendant?" Chen Pinggan's mind moved slightly, and the speed at which the jade pendant in his hand absorbed the spiritual Chi of heaven and earth gradually slowed down. It was no longer as powerful as before. All the wild cultivators within 100 miles of Gong Willow Island who didn't know the truth were scared out of their wits. They mistakenly thought that Liu Laocheng was about to reach the immortal realm and began to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. They planned to crazily absorb the water Chi of the book lake, leaving no chance for all the wild cultivators. Liu Laocheng laughed and said, "Chen Pinggan, you're really something. You've been fighting eagles all year round and almost got pecked blind by them." The old cultivator waved his hand. "When you return to Verdant Canyon Island and finish your business, we'll talk again." Chen Pinggan said, "I think it's better for Island Master Liu to accompany me back to Verdant Canyon Island. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Island Master Liu has secretly gone to Verdant Canyon Island on the way back. At that time, Liu Zhima won't dare to use the mountain and river formation of Verdant Canyon Island to shield me from the divine mystery and prevent you, an immortal in the pure jade realm, from seeing the mountains and rivers with your palm to see if I really have the ability to use my own life as the key to the opening and closing of the jade pendant cave residence." Liu Laocheng said, "You're really cautious. No wonder you can live until today. But in this way, aren't you just admitting that you're hiding something? Otherwise, why do you have to worry about my palm to see the mountains and rivers to see if you can do it?" Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "The greater the Tao, the greater the chance. This is what Island Master Liu said. What if I really give Island Master Liu a big surprise even if I die?" Liu Laocheng clapped his hands and laughed, "Although I'm almost sure that you don't have the ability and you're just bluffing, it doesn't matter. I'm willing to escort you back to Verdant Canyon Island. When you arrive at Verdant Canyon Island, you have to do 2 things. First, use your 2 small things that you stole from somewhere and get close to Verdant Canyon Island before we do. Then, send a message to Liu Zhimao and ask him to open the mountain and river formation. You can make up any reason you want. If you can't think of one, I can help you, in case he doesn't even have the courage to open the formation. Secondly, you have to go to Zhuxian Mansion and bring Hong Su to the mountain gate. I want to see her." Chen Pinggan asked seriously, "If you've been lying to me all this time, and you don't really want to kill Hong Su, but when you see that she's a little close to me, you get jealous and want me to suffer a little, what should I do? I can't continue to open the jade pendant because of this, and I can't reason with you and ask for justice." Liu Laocheng was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he didn't think of this. He smiled and shook his head. "Who did you learn to play chess from? Mr. Qi, the one who almost broke the sky in Lizhu Cave?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. Liu Laocheng slapped Chen Pinggan on the head, which made Chen Pinggan stagger. "Let's go. Don't worry. I'm not jealous. Chen Pinggan rowed the boat with the old man and the young boy. The speed was not slow, but in Liu Laocheng's eyes, they were naturally returning to Verdant Canyon Island slowly. However, Liu Laocheng didn't refuse and allowed Chen Pinggan to return in his own way. However, he sneered and said, "You're really unscrupulous. You're like a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. In the future, who would dare to say no to Chen Pinggan when there are tens of thousands of wild cultivators staring at this ferry at Bookslip Lake?" Chen Pinggan said, "I'll make the best use of everything. I'll earn as much as I can." Liu Laocheng smiled and didn't take it seriously. The old cultivator sat on the other side of the ferry and asked curiously, "Since you have this jade token, why don't you just directly absorb half of the water of Book Lake? At that time, there will be at least 8,000 wild cultivators who will kneel and kowtow to you and beg for the return of spiritual qi." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "You can only do something if you don't do it. That kind of method is immediate, but it's not a long-term solution." Liu Laocheng thought for a moment, "You're so ambitious. It's a pity that you don't join our line of work and become a wild cultivator." Chen Pinggan was in a daze. It seemed that he had never thought whether he was a wild cultivator or not. He really didn't have a teacher in the ordinary sense. Liu Laocheng suddenly laughed and said, "You're not that brave. You're wearing a robe under your cotton-padded clothes. How can you be sweating?" Chen Pinggan said, "I'm not a fool. My life is hanging by a thread. It's inevitable that I'm nervous." Liu Laocheng shook his head and said, "It's not the same. I'm very curious about what your horse tying post is. Although you're afraid of death, it doesn't prevent you from fighting with me." Chen Pinggan replied, "If Island Master Liu had just broken the extraterrestrial demon, even if you were about to face an Ascendant Realm cultivator, Island Master Liu would still ignore life and death." Liu Laocheng smiled and said, "It seems that you've suffered a lot in Verdant Canyon Island." Chen Pinggan used pure genuine qi to steer the ferry and deliberately tried to bypass the jurisdiction of all the islands on the way to avoid the spiritual qi absorbed by the jade token affecting the water of any island. Liu Laocheng couldn't stand it anymore and shook his head, "I take back my previous words. It seems that you can't be a wild cultivator in this life." Chen Pinggan raised his hand and pointed at the sword immortal behind him, "I'm a swordsman." Liu Laocheng cast a glance at the half-immortal weapon. The old cultivator was sitting at the bow of the ferry. With a casual grab, he destroyed the entrance of a neighboring island several tens of miles away. A gold-core earth immortal ancestral master of a sect on the island was so scared that he quickly withdrew his concealment divine ability. He was not spying on the ferry and the two men with his palm, but a fish with a sound eavesdropping talisman hidden in his stomach. He was swimming near the ferry quietly, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Liu Laocheng sat cross-legged. "After so many years, I've seen all kinds of people. I still don't understand why so many people like to court death. Why are there so few people like you and me?" Chen Pinggan said, "Maybe in Du Mao's eyes, I was courting death when I was in Old Dragon City. In the eyes of some big shots, Island Master Liu will also be regarded in the same way in the years I don't know." Liu Laocheng said, "It seems the same, but in fact, it's very different." Chen Pinggan nodded, his eyes dark and gloomy. Liu Laocheng suddenly said, "You dared to come to the island to find me. In addition to the jade token in your body and some things that both of us know, I guess there are other reasons. But I haven't thought of it yet." Chen Pinggan didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "It's a very important reason, but also a very small matter." Since Liu Laocheng had nothing to do, he began to ponder this small matter, like guessing a riddle. Chen Pinggan laughed, "Island Master Liu can't guess it. Don't waste your energy." Liu Laocheng patted the railing lightly, "I've already guessed the answer." Chen Pinggan was skeptical. That small matter was indeed very small. On the other side of the Bee-Tail Ferry Alley, there was a burly young man with a dignified appearance who happened to live there. More coincidentally, he was someone Chen Pinggan knew. He was the lucky guy who obtained the Iron Lock Well in the Pearl Cave Paradise. He told Chen Pinggan where to buy the most authentic immortal water well brew. Pei Qian later said that he was a good person. Chen Pinggan thought so too. And the Beetail Ferry Alley was coincidentally the place where the only upper 5 realms cultivator in the Aquarius continent, Liu Laocheng, rose to prominence. To be able to teach such a good person disciple, a master might not be a good person, but he definitely had his own clear principles. That was also an unbreakable rule. He had to know. The world was complicated. Everyone's words and actions, according to Chen Ping'an's own division of the 6 realms into a circle, the flow of people's hearts was not fixed. But after careful investigation, Chen Ping'an realized that there might be 1 or 2 fundamental meridians supporting everything. This was the meridian barrier that Kui Dongshan had mentioned before. It was similar to the old Daoist sequence of events. Then, as long as the derogatory meridian barrier was reversed, it could be used to differentiate people's hearts. Then, according to Mr. Wen Sheng's theory, he could treat a specific matter. Both of them had some conflicts, but they complemented each other more. Chen Ping'an took the risk to ascend the island because he wanted to see it with his own eyes, to hear it with his own ears, to confirm the Book Lake's 6th line. The head of the line was on Hong Su, and the tail was in the hands of the tall young man. Knowing more was always a good thing. The more he knew, the more he considered, the less mistakes he would make. Kui Dongshan had once asked him at the Cliff Academy, if he used a wrong method to achieve the most correct result, would it be right or wrong? Now, Chen Ping'an was still unable to give an answer. But the meridian that he formed at the Book Lake was gradually becoming clearer. It was how to achieve the least mistakes, and how to change the mistakes with the right mentality. In the unseen world, that mysterious feeling was like, the moon was small, the water receded, and the water receded to reveal the truth. Liu Laocheng asked, "Then you are not curious, why am I willing to be so detailed, and tell you about my unification of the Tao process? Is it really because I have accumulated it for many years, and I want to spit it out?" Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "Of course I am curious, but after thinking about it, I can't think of an answer, so I am not curious anymore." Liu Laocheng said with emotion, "A person will never know when a good or bad fate will bear fruit." Chen Ping'an changed into a puff of pure vital energy, without any restraint. If Liu Laocheng really wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand, as effortless as blowing off dust. Jade token, sword deity, blade strengthening gourd, Daoist robe, fist techniques and sword techniques. Liu Jimao of Qing Xia Island, Tan Yuani of Grain Island, Song Clan cavalry. And the small matter that gave Chen Ping'an the courage to ascend the island. Bit by bit, like piling up soil into a mountain, the wind and rain rising. All of this was to ensure Hong Su's safety first, and then for the plan in his heart. The first step could not be skipped. Otherwise, Chen Ping'an would feel indignant. For Chen Ping'an, the concept of a friend was more in the context of a cup of wine with peach blossoms and spring breeze, and more in the context of risking life and limb. Liu Laocheng asked, "For Hong Su, whom you met by chance, is it worth it?" Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "Not to mention you, even I don't think it is worth it." Liu Laocheng was stunned. Chen Ping'an then added, "But I am happy." Liu Laocheng looked at the young man's eyes. The old cultivator retracted his gaze, patted the railing and laughed. He did not comment, and only looked around. When you are free, you are the master of the human world. Only when you are truly an immortal, will you know that you are not free. Chen Ping'an wanted to say something but hesitated. He asked, "If I say something unpleasant, can Island Master Liu be magnanimous?" Liu Laocheng shook his head and said, "Then just hold it in, I don't want to hear it." Chen Ping'an really did not speak. He wanted to scold Liu Laocheng, "Mother ***, don't just sit here and talk." On the small ferry, both of them were speechless. Many of the islands in the Book Lake who had seen this scene with their own eyes or heard the news were already in a hubbub of voices in private. Liu Laocheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and joked, "Oh, are you confused? This is rare, Chen Ping'an, what are you thinking about? Heaven and earth were vast. A small boat, 2 mustard seeds." Chen Ping'an stopped rowing and sat down. The bamboo wormwood was placed horizontally on the ferry. He drank a mouthful of wine and remained silent. Although his current state of mind was unable to practice fist and sword, This did not mean that Chen Pinggan was giving up. On the contrary, this was the first time Chen Pinggan had truly studied the foundation of fist will and sword techniques. It was not just the word diligence that Mo Wen had gained. Back then, on the lake outside Cloud Tower City, Chen Pinggan, whose body and soul were almost unable to bear the burden, was able to kill a military sect cultivator who was close to him with a punch. Although he was limited by his physique and it was strenuous for him to punch, and there were many after-effects afterwards, in terms of state of mind, from the moment Chen Pinggan wanted to punch to the moment his fist landed on the enemy's body, it had never been so smooth and natural. That was the realm that both people who practiced fist and people who played chess admired. There was no one in front of you. Chen Pinggan did not dare to say that he had completely entered this realm, but he was already half a step into it. It was definitely not that Chen Pinggan was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. This made Chen Pinggan feel slightly relieved. He worked hard to do things, and he could not possibly make another mistake after working hard to make up for one mistake. Then, it would be a joke to look at the ins and outs of the 5 or 6 lines in the book Slip Lake. Chen Pinggan rested for a moment and got up to row the boat again. He said slowly, "Liu Laocheng, although I don't like your character and the way you do things, the story between you and her, I am very..." Chen Pinggan thought for a long time, but still could not think of the appropriate words. He simply gave a thumbs up to a Jade Realm great cultivator and said, "But if it were me in the same situation as you, I would definitely do better than you." At this point, the haggard young accountant with sunken cheeks was still rowing the boat with the wormwood. Tears immediately flowed down his face. "Since I met such a good girl, how could I bear to let her down?" 6. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.